Pirate I, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 401-420. Chapter 401. Set sail. Target Rogue Town. Okay, get up quickly, make me look old. Seeing Usopp's reaction, Iger was a little stunned for a while, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a while, so he quickly bent down and helped the excited silly boy up. He really didn't expect this scene. He originally thought that Usopp, a stubborn boy, would refuse when he said this, but he didn't expect this guy to burst into tears. Before he came, he was still thinking about what method he should use to persuade him to study the training notes he collected from Van Oka. Van Oka, who was on his shoulders, woke up once in the middle of the journey before Iger returned to Koya's house. I have to say that this future sniper of the four sovereigns is really quite powerful. After being beaten like that, he will be able to wake up immediately. However, since his arms had been broken by Iger, he couldn't make any waves at all. The most important thing for a sniper is the hand. Without the hand, this guy is nothing. So Iger didn't care about his struggle at all. Since this guy woke up, let's use it to the end. So, one casually found a cave, tied this guy to a big rock and used the thunder fruit, rustling fruit, and even dark fruit to torture him in turn, and then he knocked the bastard's mouth open. Finally, Iger found a notebook from him. This notebook records everything that Van Oka can become such a powerful sniper. Such a legendary sniper's notebook is handed over to a child with legendary talent. Iger believes that it will not take 10 years before Usopp can become one of the most terrifying snipers. Of course, since I have already obtained such a good thing from Van Oka's hands, from him, then of course I have to connect his hands with humanism. These can be regarded as the humanistic care of the Navy for criminals. So Iger carried this guy to find Lugo and Khorasan, who were on guard downstairs, let Lugo practice another operation, and sewed up both arms of this guy. Only then did he dare to put him in front of Koya. Listening to Iger's understated description, and looking at Usopp, who was kneeling on the ground with tears in his eyes, Koya's father's shock had reached the level of numbness. Co-authoring just now simply underestimated the strength of this Navy kid, and it is greatly underestimated. According to what he just described, it probably took less than half an hour from when he found Van Oka to when he solved the bastard and brought it back. This Navy kid is really outrageous, and such a tough guy would actually like Usopp's talent. Could it be that Usopp is real and has a super powerful sniper talent? In that case, he is very likely to become a super powerful sniper in the future. Mr. Eagle. While Koya's father was thinking about it, Koya, who was on the bed behind her, struggled to get out of the bed. Seeing this, Koya's father quickly supported her to prevent her from falling. Although I can't repay it at all, I still want to say. Koya stared at Yiji's eyes. Thank you for saving my life just now. Thank you for saving the people of Ziluab village, and thank you for accepting Wuthorpe's apprentice. After speaking, Koya let go of her father's hand and bowed deeply. Koya. Usopp also looked back at Koya, who was thanking him. The tears that had already burst the dikes were even more uncontrollable, and they appeared like an ocean. He suddenly felt a huge force descending on him, and his whole body was full of endless power. Immediately afterwards, Usopp bowed fiercely at Iger again, swearing and swearing. Master, I swear by Usopp here, one day I will become the best sniper in the sea. Please believe me. Usopp's fighting words reverberated in the house for a long time, making Koya's father look at him with admiration. It also made Koya's face show a gratifying smile, and even made Iger nodded with satisfaction. Very good, Usopp. This is what a brave sea warrior should have. Before that man named Luffy arrives, the safety of this village will be handed over to you. Yes, I will not be humiliated. After the Koya family was settled, Iger took Lugo and Krasen and sent Usopp back to his home. Usopp's mother, who was waiting at home for Usopp's return, had already cried with red and swollen eyes. Seeing her son suddenly come back with a gun on his back, she didn't care at all. She rushed over and hugged Usopp and wept bitterly. Under Iger's consolation and explanation, Usopp's mother finally understood the ins and outs of everything, sighed that everyone was fine, and then went to the kitchen to bring out a table of dinner that was already made. You're welcome. Iger and the others sat down and started to feast. After eating and drinking, Iger, whose senses were fully strengthened by the arrogance of seeing and hearing, keenly felt that there seemed to be an additional ship in the direction of the port. I also knew that it was Garp who drove the dog-headed warship that went out to chase the pirates. Thanks to Usopp's mother's hospitality, Iger hurriedly took Krasen and Lugo towards the coast. As early as after dealing with Doflamingo at the beginning, Garp made an appointment with Lieutenant General Crane to go to Rogue Town together. As for what the two discussed, one is unknown. After being forced to separate by a storm on the road, Garp also decided to continue towards Rogue Town. To be fair, the two admirals who were holding many criminals on the two ships did not want to rush back to the Navy headquarters to house the prisoners on board at this time. Instead, they went to Rogue Town for a walk. These two people didn't say they were passing by, but actually went into the town, which made people suspicious. Who is there, or is there something that can call the naval hero Garp and Lieutenant General Crane at the same time? Let the two go to Rogue Town together. Although I don't know what it is, Iger intuitively knows that the town of Rogue at this moment must have been turned upside down. After all, as a route to the Great Route, you must pass through the island. When the pirates on the Great Route rush to the East China Sea, they will definitely land in Rogue Town at the very beginning. And here, as the great place where One Piece Roger was born and died, it will definitely attract many pirates who are in love with One Piece's blessing, worship, or admiration to go to the past. So at this moment there must be a number of absolutely terrifying pirates gathered in Rogue Town. Chapter 402 Arrive. Unexpected Rogue Town. The repaired dog-headed warship turned out to be as easy to use as new, which really surprised Iger, but the repaired ship is always more comfortable than the tattered ship, so Iger did not propose anything. Opinion. However, after returning to the ship, Iger observed some strange places. Even now the weather is calm and the sun is shining. The dog-headed warship has been repaired as if it were brand new, and even the chef on the ship cooked a table of good dishes to celebrate, but the atmosphere on the ship seems to be shrouded in a cloud below. Iger, who just came back, didn't know what happened, and he didn't get a definite answer when he asked the surrounding Navy soldiers. He only knew that Lieutenant General Karp was in an extremely irritable mood, and it was best not to disturb him. It turned out to be so, Iger thought to himself, and was secretly shocked. It turns out that a real strong person can make people feel great pressure even if he is in a bad mood. Or, did your grandfather Karp really encounter something so bad that he couldn't even control his tyrannical arrogance? However, Iger never thought of asking Garp at all. After all, as long as he arrived at Rogue Town, he knew everything. Before that, the only thing I have to do is to recharge my batteries and take a good rest to deal with what may happen in the future. Instead of worrying about what's going on, do what you can do now. Example, find a recent newspaper and carefully check what has happened in the East China Sea recently. As of today, all members of the Black Rose Pirates have been completely wiped out by the Navy. Rogue Town has become a new gathering place for pirates, and the number of pirates gathered is second only to the Great Route. Hundreds of pirate fights occurred in Rogue Town within a month. The official has dispatched the Navy to intervene, and I hope the pirate incident can be resolved. A piece of news about Rogue Town came to Iger's eyes the moment he opened the newspaper. Strings of the words Rogue Town continued to stimulate Iger's eyeballs. Good guy, is Rogue Town already in such a mess? In Iger's mind, the hometown of the One Piece that he saw at the beginning appeared. Everyone lives and works in peace and contentment, and the tourism industry is quite developed, so the economic benefits are also very good, and the construction is very prosperous. I didn't expect such a good place, and now it has been covered with pirates. Although that town is the only way for all pirates to reach the Great Route, many pirates usually come to this town to prepare supplies, but it's such a place that accommodates a lot of pirates, but it's on the news because of pirate fights, which has to make people very concerned. This also shows that the reason why Garp is so irritable must have something to do with what is happening in Rogue Town. Iger's eyes were firmly locked on the newspaper in front of him. His mind was full of the situation in Rogue Town, but he looked at it but suddenly found such an inconspicuous piece of news in the corner of the newspaper. Recently, a brand new concept and belief called intimacy idea has appeared around the world without knowing it. The author investigated various countries all over the world and the Great Route, and was able to find its traces. This letter seems to be extremely easy to spread, and almost everyone who hears it will be fascinated by it like crazy, and will spread it to others with great interest. This kind of religious sect that promotes democracy, equality, freedom, and harmony has to make people wonder if this is the handwriting of some organizations. Oh my god, this is a big happy event. Iger put the events of Rogue Town behind him in an instant, and then completely forgot about it. His mind was full of the last news he saw. Intimacy idea, a new kind of faith that is spreading like crazy in every corner of the world. What does this show? This shows that, as the spokesperson of the sea god, the two missionaries he chose for the sea god really played a role. This Blackbeard and this Bucky are really his right-hand man. This executive power is really no one. How long does it take? It has already spread all over the world. That doesn't mean that in the near future, people all over the world will become faithful believers in their own affectionate ideas. The power gathered by the people of the whole world can make oneself have the power close to God in almost an instant. Until then, how much more than an admiral of the Navy? Even the admiral of the Navy, or even the commander-in-chief of the three armies, is not a problem at all. What's more, by that time, he has already won the favor of people all over the world, and he has even obtained the power to challenge the Tianlong people. It's so exciting that you want to do it right away. Iger rubbed his hands together, his face full of excitement, and the dog-headed warship, that is, in the excitement of Iger Iger's eagerness to try, silently approached the town of Roger, which was the target. "It's here." Standing on the watchtower, Tom held up the telescope and said excitedly. This sound immediately attracted the attention of all the Navy soldiers. All the Navy soldiers who stayed on the deck stopped what they were doing and rushed to the side of the dog-headed warship, stretching their long necks to observe. Iger was not idle either. He immediately followed in the footsteps of the Navy soldiers and jumped to the watchtower in 2 months, snatched the telescope from Tom's hand and looked at Rogue Town in the distance. It doesn't matter at this point. Iger, and all the Navy soldiers under him all took a deep breath. This Nemes. Iger looked at it and for some reason he felt like his heart was trembling and his teeth were clenched unconsciously. What is this mess? It's just like horrible, isn't it? Damn, these pirates are too noisy. Even from such a distance, Iger can see the tragic situation on the island. I saw the port of Rogue Town in the distance, the iconic triangular arch with the words Rogue Town written on it. At this moment I don't know who bombed it beyond recognition, and the broken part was also dyed black by gunpowder. On both sides of the archway, those tall buildings that are neatly arranged have all turned into ruins at this moment. One after another fluttering beacon smoke rises in the town. You don't have to think about it. You know that it is the trace left by the battle. And all of this is under the situation that 2 naval warships are parked in the port. Chapter 403 Admiral Black Wrist Zifa. After the refurbishment, the dog-headed warship traveled quite fast. From Iger and the others seeing Rogue Town to the whole dog-headed warship mooring beside the port, the whole time did not exceed an hour, and it was at this time that Iger saw Lieutenant General Garb, who had been locking himself in the cabin and couldn't get out. At this moment his grandfather's face was so gloomy and terrifying that he didn't dare to come forward to say hello. When Garb saw Iger, he didn't say a word. He just smiled slightly, nodded, and then began to order his Navy soldiers to greet the 2 Navy warships moored at sea next door. However, the strange thing is that, according to naval practice, every berthed warship should be guarded by someone. Now, on these 2 warships, not even the shadow of a person can be seen. Of the 2 warships parked here, one of which Iger knew was Lieutenant General Crane's warship, and the other, after inquiring with the surrounding Navy soldiers, Iger was surprised because this ship turned out to be the warship of the former Admiral of the Navy, the Black-Armed Zifa. This is a bit outrageous. Who is Black Wrist Zifa? That was a super savage who entered the Navy at the same time as Garb, Sengoku, Zifa, Crane. For Iger, these are all superpowers of the grandfather's generation, especially now. Zifa is already 62 years old. Don't look at him like this. He used to be a super fierce admiral. It's just that such a Navy admiral who once solved countless horrific, evil, and crazy pirates for the Navy is one of the most unfortunate people in the entire Pirate King. Zifa, who was originally high-spirited, had super strong fighting power and ambition, and as expected, he became an admiral in his 30s, and married, and had children in his 40s. Everyone thought that this guy would become a righteous and happy person, but who knew that when he was out on a mission in his 40s, his wife, children, young and old, were all killed by pirates. Zifa, who was originally high-spirited and smug, wanted to make a career, suddenly lost his purpose in life as if he had aged a few decades. Frustrated, he did not choose to continue chasing the pirates in the ends of the earth, but directly resigned from his job as an admiral and went to a naval training camp in the Navy to serve as an instructor. It's been over 20 years. In the original book, 3 years later, when Zifa was 65 years old, a group of pirates attacked the naval training camp he managed, seriously injured him, and cut off one of his arms. After that, the ultimate hatred for pirates that had been suppressed in the depths of his soul exploded out. In his twilight years, there is nothing left to lose. This guy directly announced his withdrawal from the Navy. He set up the Neo Coalition, specializing in pirates, and even let people build a robotic arm made of seafloor stone for himself. And 12 years later, he met Luffy, who had returned from training and was defeated by him. It can be said that this admiral of the Navy is really miserable. Every time he sees the words Black Wrist Zifa, Iger will sigh in the sky, lamenting the fate of making fun of people. Fortunately, these all happened in the next few years, and there is still a chance to avoid it. It's just that Iger cares about being able to get the headquarters to call out Zifa on purpose, and even bring together Lieutenant General Crane and Garb. What kind of guy exists on this island? Seeing that there was no answer on the boat of Zifa and Lieutenant General Crane, Garp's already tense face suddenly hardened, and his entire face was buried in shadows, making it difficult to see his expression. But he just quietly commanded the sailors to disembark and land on the island, and then slowly closed his eyes. Looking at his appearance, everyone knew that his Lieutenant General Garp was urging him to see and hear with all his strength, trying to sort out everything on the island. After a long time, Garp finally opened his eyes again, and then went into a certain ruin without saying a word. All the Navy soldiers behind him looked at each other, powder, not knowing what Lieutenant General Garp felt, but since Lieutenant General Garp decided to go there, he had no reason not to keep up. So all the Navy soldiers on the whole ship followed Lieutenant General Garp closely, turning left and right all the way. The buildings on both sides that have been destroyed and ruined quickly passed by Yig. Looking at these miserable buildings, Iger felt that his whole heart was shaking, and a nameless anger suddenly rushed from the spine and tailbone all the way to the top of his head. This is just so disgusting. These are completely innocent ordinary people, and they were tragically affected by the struggle of these pirates, and the home they depended on for their survival was beaten to powder. Looking at the building fragments on the ground one after another, there is really no one complete. Every one is already broken and cannot be broken more. Even among the piles of building debris, there are still powerless figures lying in it. There are even children. In an instant, endless anger exploded in Yiji's heart. He must destroy all the culprits who have caused huge damage to Rogtown and made these innocent people suffer. In just a few minutes, dozens of people have been injured because of the collapse of the house. Fortunately, this scene passed quickly, otherwise, Iger would really be pissed off by these scenes. After turning around several corners, I finally saw the goal of this trip in the ruins that had not completely collapsed. Zifa and Crane. At this moment, the former General Zifa was naked and covered with terrifying wounds. The wounds were even freshly turned out, and gurgling blood was flowing from the wounds. And General Crane was squatting beside Zifa, rubbing out smooth and soft foam from his hands, constantly rubbing on Zifa's wound. For any wound rubbed by foam, blood, bacteria, viruses, and even pain will all escape from the wound and disappear into a puff of smoke. Seeing this scene, Iger, and all the Navy soldiers behind him were amazed and sighed at the greatness of Lieutenant General Crane. And only Garp, the original livid color on his face was extremely thick, and the violent overlord's domineering arrogance burst out in an instant, and a layer of black clouds shrouded directly over the entire Rogtown. Chapter 404 Horror. Edward Vabel. The air in the entire ruin seemed to have become quite heavy due to Garp's anger, and even the gravity on the ground was suddenly increased several times, making everyone's knees creaky. The sudden surge of terrifying pressure in the air made Yig subconsciously tense, but when he saw Cap's gloomy face like a dark cloud, he immediately understood. At that time, Zifa and Garp were comrades who entered the Navy at the same time, and the two rose together all the way, and even Zifa achieved the position of Admiral of the Navy. But after that, Garp has been living a smooth and stable life, but Zifa's life is not peaceful at all. Not only is it not peaceful, it can even be described as miserable. For what happened to this old friend, Garp has always been saddened and has always felt sorry for this old friend, and he didn't even dare to mention these things. It was already so miserable, and even the Admiral of the Navy was inappropriate and turned to training Navy recruits. As a result, he was suddenly summoned to this island, and he turned into such an appearance. This makes Garp, who cherishes Zifa so much, not get angry. How can you not want to bring all those bastards over and beat them up? What happened, Zifa? Garp's face was gloomy and his voice was low. It wasn't until he heard Garp's voice that Zifa slowly raised his drooping eyes and smiled bitterly. Ha 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 ha, it's really embarrassing to be seen by this guy like you. It's really useless to be old. Speaking of which, why did you come here? Are you looking down on me? Zifa didn't answer Garp's words directly. He was obviously worried about his failure to take down the prisoner. He even felt that Garp's arrival was a disapproval of him by the headquarters. As an old friend for so many years, Garp, of course, also heard his overtones and couldn't help but be slightly taken aback, and explained, I was just passing by and wanted to replenish this place, but as soon as I came up, I felt a familiar atmosphere, so I came over. After he finished speaking, he turned his head and winked at the Crane Zhongshui who was healing Zifa. Lieutenant General Crane nodded lightly and then slapped Zifa's wound with his hand, causing the latter to scream in pain, and scolded in a reproachful tone. None of you old people can give you peace of mind. There are so many pirates on this island, and people are always fighting each other. It's better for you to come and push all the pirates all the way. In the end, it's not impossible to beat each other. Move. The words of Lieutenant General he directly made Zifa's old face red. Then he covered his mouth with his hand and whispered into Lieutenant General He's ear. Don't be like this. Crane, can you save me some face? That Vabel is really strong, and he can even tie with Kuzan. It's not surprising that I lost in the end. He originally thought that General he would be able to calm down after listening to his words, but what Zifa never expected was that this guy slapped the wound with a slap in the face, and his voice even increased an octave. Tell me you're an immortal. After fighting so many pirates, you still go to fight with a guy whose strength is comparable to Kuzan? What is it called? Vabel. But you have to do what you can. Hey, can you save me some face? Zifa was almost crying, and he was not so uncomfortable with the wounds all over his body left by the battle with the pirates, especially for someone like Garp to see himself so embarrassed. It's really quite shameless. Seeing that Zifa was still able to joke with Lieutenant General Crane, Garp's heart, which had been hanging, relaxed slightly. Judging from the situation described by Lieutenant General Crane just now, this guy obviously saw the pirates' blood on their heads. The newspaper news that he saw on the boat before, the news about the destruction of dozens of pirate groups, is probably all this guy made. As a result, after so many days, no matter how much I rest, my physical strength is still a little tired. At this time, I once again met a guy as strong as Kyuzan. Even if he lost, it would not be surprising. But looking at him like that, he was still full of energy, and his eyes were even gleaming with excitement because he was able to fight the pirates again. For a while, Garp didn't know whether to be angry or relieved. The main point that Garp cares about, needless to say, everyone knows that it is Zifa, but the same words fall into Iger's ears, and the information he gets is completely different. What Iger cares about is the name Vabel mentioned just now by Lieutenant General Crane. If Iger remembers correctly, the full name of the guy mentioned by Lieutenant General Crane should be Edward Vabel. 12 years later, because of his mother's instigation, this guy borrowed the name of Whitebeard, who died in the war on the top and destroyed everywhere, attacking all pirate groups under Whitebeard's banner and calling Whitebeard too. The name flourished. The old thief Oda has always described him from the side, and there is no actual storyline, so Iger does not know what his actual strength is. But even so, Iger was still surprised when he heard Admiral Crane's evaluation of him just now. A strength with Kyuzan. Who is Kyuzan? The future Admiral of the Navy, known as Aokiji's frozen fruit ability, is a man who can walk in the ocean on a bicycle. Such strength, even if it was placed 10 years ago, would definitely not be too weak. After all, at this time Kyuzan was already in his 30s. Whether it was fruit ability or domineering, he had already risen to a very high level, and he was not far from his peak. It was under such circumstances that the future Whitebeard too was able to draw a tie with him. How strong is this guy? And when I got here, Iger also remembered that the evaluation of Kobo once said that this Whitebeard too had the same power as when Whitebeard was young, so it really wasn't bragging. What kind of person can tie with Kyuzan? No one else knows, but if the strength is as strong as the young Whitebeard, there is definitely no problem. Just thinking about it, Iger couldn't help but quickly release his knowledge and instantly envelope the whole island. It's not surprising that a 10th level full level person can do this, and a guy who can tie with Kyuzan's breath is quite easy to find. It's just that it doesn't matter. Iger, who originally wanted to find Vabel's position, suddenly felt that at this moment that Vabel's breath was flickering and he seemed to be fighting hard, and beside him there is still a breath already dying. He is killing. Without any hesitation, Iger's body instantly flashed an explosive thunder light and rushed directly in the direction he sensed. Chapter 405. People who want to kill the Navy. Have you asked me? Somewhere in Rogtown, among the ruins, two figures that were almost invisible to the naked eye flickered in the smoke and then suddenly turned into entities and collided with each other. On one side is the big sword of the moon, and on the other is the stone hand of Halu. The two weapons drew a faint shadow in the air and then collided fiercely. Clang clang clang. The huge sound of gold and iron clashing frantically kept stirring in the pile of ruins. Sparks appeared one after another, frantic domineering rippling from the place where the gold and iron clashed, and once again the surrounding already the ruined building was shaken even more. Shattered brush. After the terrifying collision, the two figures, like magnets of the same sex, suddenly separated to both sides, quietly observing each other's situation and looking for opportunities. A figure was 3 or 4 meters tall, with sturdy and bulging muscles like a bison all over his body, and his golden hair draped over his back like a savage and fell intricately down to his waist. There are scary wounds all over his body, stitched together with the simplest black cotton thread, and there are even such scars on his neck and head. And the most interesting thing is the pale crescent-like beard above his lips, just like the most powerful pirate on the sea today, Edward Newgate. This guy is the initiator of today's miserable situation in Rogue Town, Edward Vabel. Edward Vabel. The gray smoke that permeated the entire pile of ruins also slowly dissipated, condensed into a gray patch, and lingered around its owner. A head of silver-white hair is messy, and the square and angular face has a firm and dignified expression. The silver jacket can't hide the full muscles, and the black trousers and gloves also show the ruthlessness of this person. Click. Holding Halashi's hand in one hand, he lit the lighter in the other, and the throbbing flame slowly lit the 2 cigars he was holding in his mouth. Call _. He took a slow puff and then exhaled a long puff of thick smoke, which was mixed with the smoke coiling around him. Who once made Luffy's great journey full of suffering? Smoker. At this moment, although he seems to have smoked a cigarette unhurriedly, in fact Smog's heart is full of stormy waves. This guy, although he looks so stupid that he can't be any more stupid, and even has a long big snot hanging on his nose, news, but he didn't expect that this guy's domineering will be so strong. He had been fighting for almost an hour, but this guy was still standing upright, and the new broadsword, which weighed more than 100 pounds, was as light as a piece of paper in his hand. Not at all tired at all. Looking back at myself, there are large and small wounds all over my body, and the red blood is gurgling out, and I don't know why. It actually hurts much more than a normal gunshot wound. With his own will, he could hardly bear the pain that was madly eroding his body like a poisonous snake. He had to light 2 cigarettes to relieve the pain a little and make his body shake less violently. The most serious thing is that Smog has felt that his heart has been overloaded, and even the halostone hand, which is only about 10 pounds in his hand, can hardly hold it. What a monster! Smog stared at the tall figure in front of him, terrified for a while. It's very possible that you can't beat him at all. Boom. Not good. Smog was thinking about how to defeat this guy, but he didn't want to. When his mind was like electricity, this guy stepped on the ground again, and then an explosive force rushed towards him again. Don't look at how stout he looks, rather clumsy, but when confronted with him, the speed can definitely be described as terrifying. Swish. The distance of a few meters was approaching in an instant. Vabel raised the new sword in his hand high, and the huge body jumped directly from the ground and fiercely jumped towards Smog. Boom boom boom. The violent domineering like an angry dragon spewed out, turning into an invisible field surrounding him. Under his terrifying oppression, all the air seemed to freeze into a ball, and even the sky was squeaking. Quack sound. It seems that even the sky is about to be pulled down. The mercury-like heavy air tightly locked Smog's breath, and the huge terrifying pressure oppressed him from all directions, forcing him to face the blow from the front. Click click. The fierce and domineering arrogance descended on Smog before the heavy blade, which was different from the sharpness of the blade. It was just relying on its own heaviness, forcibly pressing out cracks on the ground. Is this Nima really a monster? You don't even know how tired you are. Although he was scolding his mother in his heart, Smog didn't dare to slack off physically, and his domineering arrogance poured out, instantly covering his fists and halostone hands. After setting up the stance, the center of gravity sinks, and the 6-type iron block is also used, and when the arm is horizontal, he puts his halostone hand on the top of his head. He is confident that his strong defense can definitely defend against Vabel's blow. However, he still overestimated his domineering after all. Keng. The crisp sound of gold and iron clashing sounded again, and Smog only felt that there was a huge force in his hands that he could not resist, and then his arms had already lost consciousness, and the 10 hands in his hands immediately hit. It flew out in a spin, but unlike the weapons made by Halashi, Smog's body, even if it has the blessing of armed color, is completely weak in terms of hardness and strength. There was no suspense in the ending. The Inu Deseo successfully left a huge wound on Smoker's chest, and then flew out with blood from his mouth. You're so weak, Smoker. Vabel walked up to Smoker with the big knife, looking at the latter, whose body was dyed red, and laughed naively. Let me end you. After he finished speaking, he waved his big knife and slashed towards Smog's head. Done. Smoker closed his eyes, ready to die. Laugh. The big knife slashed through the air, and a blood stain was already on Smog's face. At this moment, a transparent barrier appeared strangely, blocking Smog. Have you asked me if you want to end up in our navy? Chapter 406. You give me some respect. With that voice coming out of nowhere, the Inu sword in Vabel's hand smashed on the suddenly appearing barrier without any suspense. Clang. A huge sound wave broke out, and the Inu big knife fell down with an incomparably heavy power, and it was about to shred the transparent barrier as thin as cicada wings. Vabel didn't care about that piece of glass that suddenly appeared. In his concept, there was nothing that could resist his heavy knife. This time, however, he still overestimated himself. Keng. The huge knife head slashed on the glass plate. From the full burst of his maximum strength to the outburst of his momentum, that transparent thin plate, there was not even a single crack. Even his heavy domineering can't penetrate that seemingly thin glass plate-like barrier. Directly rebounded his attack back hard. Boom. The heavy blade shot so high that Vabel was shot back several steps by his own enormous force. Seeing that his final blow was unsuccessful, Vabel was a little annoyed, slammed the Inu sword on the ground, and turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. It doesn't matter at first glance. Vabel, who was nervous and thought he had encountered some powerful enemy, sneered directly. Smog, who was lying on the ground with his eyes closed, ready to accept death, could not wait for the pain to come, but heard a loud, elastic sound in front of him, and then heard a sound. The first time, he knew that the rescue soldiers from the navy were coming, and he couldn't help but open his eyes and turned his head to look at the figure slowly walking out of the ruins. At this look, Smog's eyes that had just ignited a glimmer of hope dimmed again in an instant. There is no other reason, just because the navy who saved his life just now turned out to be a child, and it looks like he is only about 10 years old. Yes, at the last minute, the person who used the barrier fruit in the air to resist Vabel's mortal fatal blow and saved Smog's life was the one who used his arrogance to find Vabel and then acted decisively. Here comes Iggy. Iger looked down at Smog lying on the ground and was stunned for a moment. To be honest, he really did not expect that this guy would come to arrest this Whitebeard too, and he was beaten so badly. Smokey, no matter how you say it, it is the Navy who used to chase Luffy everywhere. Was he beaten so badly by this Whitebeard too? Iger looked again at the Whitebeard too, who was snorting and smirking at him, looking at this face for some reason and remembering a lot of things. This guy, to be honest, doesn't have a lot of records, but everyone seems to be a gimmick. Challenge all the pirate groups under Whitebeard alone and destroy them all and cut off an arm of the retired Zifa. So this guy, just counting the record in the original book, is already quite strong. In this world he doesn't know how he has been strengthened, and his strength is likely to be quite exaggerated. From this point of view, it is reasonable for Smog to lose to him. After all, it is not difficult for a man who can compete with Aokiji to take care of Smog. Iger was analyzing the situation, and before he had time to report his home, Vabel, who was opposite, sneered. Ha 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 ha, who did I think it was? I didn't expect it to be a child. You are so powerful, you can block my blow. But I have to tell you, that blow just now, I didn't even get half of it. The strength is useless. Are you sure you have the right to stop me from killing your comrade? It's hilarious. What, are you kidding? When did the Navy become so arrogant? Didn't you see that all the natural ability people here have been solved by yourself? I have just dealt with their former naval admiral, Black Wrist Zifa. Why do you still have to send such a child here? Hearing Vabel's words, Iger first frowned slightly. The current Vabel seems to be somewhat different from the Vabel in his impression. My impression, Edward Vabel was an idiot with no brute force. It was because of this that his mother, Miss Biajian, was always by his side to direct him to do this and that. But this one in front of him can actually see a little bit of light in his small eyes. Could it be said that the strengthening of the system has strengthened his brain again? But I can't manage that much anymore. I have to maintain the Navy first. The face will do. Thinking of this, Iger said, when you ask someone if you are qualified, think about whether you are qualified to ask this question. Anyway, I am putting my words here. If you want to kill Smog, you really don't have that qualification. After finishing speaking, IG turned his head to look at Smog on the ground and said, Hey, Smoker, what are you doing lying around? Go away. Iger was actually quite happy to see Smog. After all, he was a person he knew, so IG had some good impressions, and he greeted Smog to quickly escape from Vabel's side. But who knows, in the face of Iger's greeting, Smog was still lying on the ground motionless. His eyes were full of generosity. He took a deep breath of cigarettes and replied, Little devil, thank you for saving my life just now, but this guy is not something you can deal with now. I advise you to run away. Damn Nima, what are you talking about? After Iger heard Smog's words, his blood pressure rose immediately and he growled, I came here to save you, so you will show me this? However, in the face of Iger's abuse, Smoker did not respond, but called Vabel. Hey, Vabel, I don't mind you killing me, but let that kid go. Hey, Smokey. Hey, I promise you, after all, I'm not interested in that kid either. Vabel also ignored Iger, agreed with a smile, picked up the crescent knife and slashed at Smog again. However, just when he felt that he could take off Smog's head again, his eyes suddenly flashed and a figure stood in front of Smog. Taking a closer look, it was the Navy kid just now, and at this moment his arm had turned blue and he blocked his knife unscathed. I said you guys, show me some respect. Chapter 407 Eagle vs Vabel. You two guys, show me some respect. Iggy is a little sullen. The sound resounded throughout the ruins. At this moment his eyes were wide open, staring at Vabel's eyes tightly. The blue color on his hands spread down to his elbows and shoulders, fixing his entire upper body into a spar. It's really impossible not to get angry. I ran over in a hurry and saved the life of this bastard Smog, but this guy not only didn't cooperate at all, but he even gave himself up. Say what? This guy can't be dealt with by a brat like you. I bother. How have you been cleaned up by others? Also, if Nima is free, can I beat it? Do you think that a senior of yours is handsome in sacrificing his back for the junior? I'm here to save you. Not to mention being grateful. At least you have to have a respectful attitude. Iger didn't even look at the expression of Smog under him. He was really embarrassed to attack the enemy, so he could only complain silently in his heart. I originally thought that this time I had already rushed over to block the knife for him. This guy should be more polite. However, Iger really overestimated the persistence of this guy. Even if he was lying down under Iger, this guy still roared reluctantly. Hey kid, don't mess around. I've been defeated by him. You're still so young. Don't make such unnecessary sacrifices. Go back and report to General Zifa or Lieutenant General Crane and report this guy's location. In fact, to be honest, Smog's idea is actually not wrong. After all, this guy has been in the Navy for many years. He has seen not 10,000 or 8,000 naval soldiers. He really knows what age a naval soldier can achieve. The most powerful geniuses he has ever seen are the young Zephyr Karp and the Warring States generals down to the middle-aged Posolino, Kuzin, and Sakaski. And even if it is any of them in a grade like this kid, it is impossible to have the strength to compete with this kind of guy. Even in the face of yourself, there is absolutely no chance of winning. Therefore, in Smaug's eyes, Iger's behavior is simply sending him to death. But Iger didn't think so in his heart at all. This guy's mind was all about saving this bastard by himself, but this bastard didn't appreciate it at all. And even in the current situation, this guy actually wants to vent himself. What Smaug said really angered Iger completely. This guy almost felt like he was going to explode now. I can go to Nima. You lie down there honestly, or you were almost killed by this guy, and now you are telling me such a discouragement. If you can't beat him, just shut me up. Mouth watching. Iger didn't turn his head back. The blood vessels in his head were about to burst with anger, and he roared directly at the big knife that Vabel chopped down. Smaug was startled by Iger's sudden roar, stunned for a moment, thought for a while, then stopped talking and had to shut up quietly. Immediately afterwards, his body suddenly turned into a cloud of white smoke floating away from the battlefield between Iger and Vabel, retreating to the edge of the ruins and observing silently. Clang clang clang. Vabel's blow did not see the effect, and he quickly used his terrifying power to slash several times in a row. The sound of gold and iron clashing continuously sounded, and between the sparks, Vabel's heart was also filled with a trace. Silk doubts. This kid's ability is also a bit too perverted, right? What the hell is that blue thing? How can it be so hard? Is this really an ability that a 10-year-old child can use? Just now that Smaug was using his arrogance to use the iron block, and he was severely injured by himself with only one knife. This guy actually looked at the knife several times in a row, not to mention the wound. Even the slightest crack can't be seen at all. It's a bit exaggerated to be able to use this kind of strength at such a young age. While all kinds of doubts appeared in Vabel's heart, Iger, who had been slashed several times by him, also had a shocking wave in his heart. This guy, Whitebeard too, his strength is really not blown out. Originally, I had heard Kizaru's evaluation that this guy had strength comparable to that of Whitebeard when he was young, but I still didn't believe it, and felt that all kinds of guys in One Piece would be blown to the sky. After all, even Luffy, who had just defeated Katakuri, was still not strong enough. He could be blown into the Fifth Emperor. It is conceivable that the evaluation system of the world in One Piece has some inflated elements, but now, I really feel it. What kind of power does this guy who has the power comparable to Whitebeard's youth possess? Just the few simple knives just now, except for his own domineering, he didn't use any moves, just the few knives that simply used his own strength. He was about to chop up his arm. A heart-piercing pain spread from Iger's arm. That pain was the kind of pain Iger had experienced so many battles, whether it was facing Minga, facing the Whitebeard, or facing the red hair. I didn't feel it at all. It hurt so much. It hurt so much that his brain is about to explode. How could someone have such a magical domineering arrogance to actually make the pain worse? The matter is far more than that. Although Iger turns his body into a hard material after crystallization through the crystallization of the rustling fruit, he can temporarily resist Vabel's attack, but the price paid is quite heavy. That is, his bones can't bear this huge force at all, and they are already on the verge of breaking. What's more important is that even the strength attributes that have been strengthened countless times are under this kind of continuous wrestling, and some of them are slightly declining. The strange power of this guy is so terrifying. I can't stand still like this anymore. I must get rid of him immediately. Iger's heart sank, and he immediately decided that he couldn't continue like this anymore. It wouldn't do him any good if he continued like this. All the muscles in his body suddenly swelled up, and Iger used all his strength, and sparks appeared from his entire arm, and the soles of both feet stepped deeply into the ground, and finally put the pressure on his body. This big knife bounced off with a bang. Chapter 408 Autumn Water Dragon Horse Thousand-Faced Buddha. Iger used all the strength in his body, and finally was able to resist the terrifying force pouring down from Vabel from top to bottom. Between the sparks, he threw his blue arm vigorously, directly throwing Vabel. The body bounces out. Whoops. Vabel's clothes were hunted, and with his kung fu panda-like figure, he was able to do a somersault in the air, and then landed on his feet steadily. Boom. The huge sole stepped deeply into the ground, directly shattering a large piece of the ground beneath him, and the huge spider web-like cracks spread. To be exhausted. It was just a moment of lightning and flint, and it turned into a cloud of smoke and flowed to Smaug, who was watching the battle next to him. His eyes were already staring, and the cigar in his mouth fell to the ground. Is this a joke? What kind of devil is this kid's ability? Just now, he squeezed all the domineering arrogance from his body, and also cooperated with the iron block of defense skills dedicated to the intelligence agency agencies of the world's official government, all of which were slashed to the ground by this guy Babel. Only one knife. It will be able to solve the self that has been squeezed out of all the domineering. It can be seen how powerful Babel's strength and domineering are, and with such powerful strength and domineering, he slashed the little devil with a few knives, and there was not even a single crack, a little bit, nothing. No wonder this guy was able to protect himself under him just now, so his body can be so hard. But even if it is a diamond fruit, without the domineering blessing, it is absolutely impossible to be unscathed under the domineering attack. Do you say? One suddenly popped out of Smog's mind, and when he heard it, he wanted to slap the possibility of his two mouths. That is this guy. He will be domineering, and he is not only domineering, he is even stronger than himself. Even compared to that Babel, it is not false at all. How is this possible? How old is this guy? Looking at his appearance and temperament, although he looks quite handsome, he is only about 10 years old at most. How can he have such an intensity of domineering? What international joke are you making? The most outrageous thing is that he has been in the Navy for so many years, and even the Navy headquarters often inquires about this guy, but he has never heard of this guy. Could it be that this guy is actually a humanoid weapon secretly cultivated by the Navy? Otherwise, how could it have such a powerful force? In shock, Smog's eyes were still locked on Iger in the battlefield. At this moment, this guy was slowly pulling out two knives from his scabbard. One of them seemed to be entrenched in a dragon that was as bright as a flame, while the other was a clear light like flowing water. These two knives are exactly the two famous knives that IG haven't used for a long time, the famous knives Longma and the famous knives Kyushui. It's been a long time, old friends. Iger looked down at the two famous knives in his two hands, lowered his head and said with a smile, "It's not his second year, but for Iger, who saw Ryoma's body turn into the sword with his own eyes, they are really like his own master and good friends." Hearing Iger's greetings, the two swords also let out a soft sound of swords, expressing their greetings to the user. "See that guy on the opposite side? He is your opponent today." Iger stretched out his hand, pointed the tip of his sword at Babel on the opposite side, and said softly. And at this moment, seeing Iger pulling out the sword from the scabbard, Babel couldn't help it and laughed out loud. "Ha ha 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 ha, is there something wrong with your kid's head? Your body is completely able to withstand my attack, but you are going to fight me with a steel cast sword? Aren't you afraid that your two steel swords will be cut off by me directly? Or, the pain I made just now made you really unbearable?" Babel wasn't talking trash, he really thought it. In his opinion, since he can resist his own attack with his body, there is absolutely no need to use a sword made of steel. After all, his big sword can smash even steel directly. To some extent, this guy has the suspicion that he looks down on the power of his big sword. "Then you must teach this guy a big lesson." Looking at the knife in his hand, the pattern is complex and the workmanship is excellent, and it must be of great value. He cut two knives directly with this knife, and this kid must have been heartbroken for a while. Babel looked at Iger excitedly, and was about to wave towards him, when he saw that the kid took out a silver white smooth cube from his trouser pocket. "Do you really think that you can't break my body because my body is very hard?" When Iger grasped the palm of his hand, the cube in his hand suddenly turned into a cylinder with the thickness of a knife handle, and then Iger put it into his mouth and bit it. "You can't split my body, in fact, because your domineering is not strong enough." Kara kara kara. Iger's teeth had just bit the cylinder, and the sound of Caracal's spar friction suddenly resounded throughout the ruins. Immediately afterwards, Babel and Smog saw that pieces of tiny blue spar suddenly gathered from one end of the cylinder, continued to spread and extended, and then condensed into a section of blue-green spar that was more than 1 meter long. "Blue blade. Besides, my knives are not 2 at all, but 3. Let you experience my 3 knives." Before he finished speaking, a violent sword intent erupted directly from Iger's body, and the fierce dragon roar sounded in the void. The terrifying coercion made everyone feel nervous. Gollum Gollum. At the same time as the roar of the tyrannical dragon sounded in the air between Ig and Babel, it seemed that countless water vapors appeared strangely, and there was a sound like bubbles in the water. Immediately afterwards, Babel opposite Iger, including Smog who was far away, felt a pair of hideous eyes suddenly open behind him at the same time. Roar. The terrifying sound of the dragon's roar sounded again, and the two people's scalps were numb, and then in the terrified eyes of the two people, a ferocious dragon with a length of 100 meters suddenly appeared in the space. What is this, Nima? Chapter 409. Yes, against the domineering of the Sea Dragon King. What is this? Smoker's jaw is about to dislocate. His eyes were so dry that he couldn't get any more dry, but he would rather let his eyes be dissatisfied with dry bloodshots than close his eyes even for a moment, because the scene in front of him is too exaggerated. He is afraid that when he closes his eyes and then opens it again, all the scenes in front of him will disappear. This Nima, didn't he really have hallucinations? Smog Smog's eyes really couldn't hold on anymore. The pain in his eyes was so painful that he was going to explode. He had no choice but to close his eyes tightly for a while and wait until his eyes stopped hurting before opening them. Result: that giant dragon, which had only slowly emerged in the air with a vague outline, turned out to be even more solid. This giant dragon has a sea blue color all over its body. Although it is only condensed by sword intent, every scale on its body is lifelike, like a real hard shield in the real world, reflecting the cold light. Not only scales, but also dragon claws, beards, dragon eyes, dragon teeth, and even dragon horns. Every inch is like a real existence in the world. The audience is a few hundred meters long, and the ruins of a house can't hold its huge body at all. This guy has to get up and float above the sky, and even the demeanor and action of this giant dragon entrenched in the sky, there is no way to make people suspect this is completely a real terrifying giant dragon. What's even more exaggerated is that the wisps of white water vapor spread out crazily at the moment when the dragon's figure solidified. It only took a few seconds to fill the entire block. Originally thought that it was ordinary water vapor or smoke, and as a person with the ability of the smoke fruit, he would not be affected by him at all. But the moment his body touched him, an extremely heavy force fell directly from the sky and slammed into him. Smog didn't have time to react at all, and was directly pressed to the ground by the terrifying water vapor. If he didn't react quickly and activated his ability to withdraw to a farther distance, I am afraid that this time he would be able to spray his old blood on the ground. The terrified Smog looked at the white water vapor with alertness on his face, and his heart was full of horror. He carefully recalled the moment when he touched the terrifying water vapor just now, and even his heartbeat and breathing were stunned. Hold down. So scary. Who would have thought that this kind of thing turned out to be the sword intent of that kid? Is this guy a real monster? Rao was so thick-skinned by his moch that he couldn't help blushing. After all, he even swore that just now this kid can't be that guy's opponent at all. But now it seems that this guy is going to fight Babel. It seems that there are really some possibilities. If the great pressure felt by Smog is only the tip of the iceberg, then the pressure felt by Babel, who is standing at the foot of the giant dragon opposite Iger at this moment, can be completely described by the entire Himalayas. The endless white water vapor that was so thick that it couldn't be dissolved tightly wrapped Babel's stout body from all directions. The pressure he felt on every inch of his skin was extremely heavy. Babel now only feels that even the cold sweat that was about to seep out of his pores has been pressed back. Even his bones that are not broken are all signs of crunching and about to be crushed to pieces. If it is not protected by a strong and powerful domineering, I am afraid that his internal organs will be directly crushed. I really can't think of it. This little guy doesn't seem to be very powerful, but his sword intent is so terrifying. Is he only about 10 years old this year? Is it possible to exert such a terrifying power? However, this power is really not invincible to me. Whoa, 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 whoa. Under the terrifying pressure comparable to the 10,000-meter seabed, Babel burst into blue veins, gritted his teeth and roared loudly. Immediately afterwards, the fierce and violent domineering that belonged to him, like a nuclear bomb, exploded on the seabed where the dragon was entrenched. Boom. It really blows up. The white water vapor that originally wrapped Babel tightly after that invisible domineering burst actually exploded as if a bomb had been thrown into it. Almost instantly, a group of completely transparent hemispherical space at an absolutely terrifying speed surrounded Babel's body like a barrier, pushing the heavy water vapor outside, and this push is a full 100 meters distance. Simple and pure. Babel, simply relying on his extremely domineering armed arrogance, can stand on the spot with a calm demeanor and stand in the same place as Iger's Sea Dragon King sword intent. It turns out Smog on the other side also noticed the water vapor scattered by the domineering and saw Babel standing straight inside. He couldn't help but sighed. Is it so strong? Just followed me just now. Didn't you use your full strength when fighting? As a colonel, his self-esteem was deeply thwarted again. Smaller didn't want to watch this battle. He even heard the crisp cracking sound of his heart. This Nima, the clown, turned out to be me. Not bad. Seeing this guy's performance, Iger raised his eyebrows in approval and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This is the Sea Dragon King's sword intent that has been strengthened by the sea god many times, and it almost represents the top-notch power that he can use in Kendo. I have to say, this guy is really strong, even stronger than the Doflamingo or even Blackbeard Tiki that I met before. It's a pity, however, that he is far from exerting his strength to the fullest. Thousand-faced Buddha. Iger bit the futuristic hilt and let out a low growl. When the thousand-faced Buddha heard Iger's call, he also hummed spiritually, and then a wonderful will passed through Iger's body and directly connected to the autumn water and dragon horse in Iger's hands. Then, Iger felt that the majestic sword intent from Longma and Kyushui flowed frantically into the thousand-faced Buddha along his body. Chapter 400 110 Three swords flow thousand-faced sea dragon king. Gudong gudong gudong. A stream of swords like flowing water passed along Iger's arm and shoulders, passed to his lips and teeth, and finally entered the thousand-faced Buddha continuously. And the thousand-faced Buddha in Iger's mouth is like someone who has been thirsty for several years and hasn't drank water, swallowing these Wanyang sword intent and Dragon King sword intent in his big mouth. As the thousand-faced Buddha seemed to swallow tirelessly, Iger could clearly feel that his power was being absorbed by the thousand-faced Buddha in his mouth with the power visible to the naked eye. It is even comparable to the Sea Dragon King who he released outside. And this seems to be just the beginning for the thousand-faced Buddha. Double, triple, 8 times. This thousand-faced Buddha in just a few seconds extracted 8 times the power of the Sea Dragon King from his body. 8 times. Could this thousand-faced Buddha be able to withstand such terrifying power? This time, even Iger himself was a little frightened and squinted at his own technological knife. And that is, when Iger was frightened, the thousand-faced Buddha in his mouth did not dawdle at all. The blade body, originally made of crystallized rock, suddenly appeared a sea blue color from the inside. The high-pitched sword cry erupted from the sword body of the thousand-faced Buddha. With the explosion of the sword cry, the sea blue color that appeared also increased sharply until the entire blade body became completely sea blue. Rumble boom. In the sky, a group of dark clouds suddenly gathered over, shrouding the entire Rog town in a haze, and red and black lightnings wandered in it, shining with terrifying thunder. A terrifying coercion that seemed to be able to subdue all things in the world slowly descended from the sky and weighed down the already heavy white water vapor even more. At the same time, the terrifying giant dragon with beard and hair entrenched in mid-air seemed to have finally been injected with energy and suddenly came to life, raised its head, and let out a roar that seemed to be able to pierce the sky. Long yin. Hoo 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 hoo. The sound of the huge dragon roar even overshadowed the sound of thunder in the sky, echoing in the air for a long time. It seems that it can travel through the time and space of the ages and connect with the dragons of another time and space. Hoo 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 hoo. Is Vabel even an illusion? After the Sea Dragon King roared in the sky, in the distant void, there seemed to be a number of giant dragons responding. Listening carefully, there are subtle differences in the roars of the dragons. If you count them casually, you can count them clearly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, exactly 8. Then Vabel was horrified to see that around the Sea Dragon King, there were 8 figures of the same size slowly emerging. In a few seconds, those gigantic figures have emerged and formed, becoming the same huge and lifelike ferocious dragons as the Sea Dragon King that appeared at the beginning. A full 9. There are 9 terrifying giant dragons hundreds of meters long, all of which are entrenched in the sky. Hoo 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 hoo. The Dragon King looked down on the world and made all living beings surrender to the mighty and domineering arrogance under his feet, and instantly overwhelmed Smog on one side to the ground, and then the heavy terrifying pressure surged again, even directly rolling him into a cloud of smoke. This time, even Vabel's complexion changed greatly, and because of the overwhelmed body, hidden wounds began to crack. Bones, internal organs, muscles, and even meridians just in these few dragon roars have already begun to show signs of collapse. If you don't show your strength, I'm afraid you will be crushed by this kid. Vabel never imagined that. He thought that just using this level of domineering would be enough to deal with him, but who knew that this guy's moves were actually linked together? Do you think you can kill me with just your 9 dragons? How naive. A burst of light suddenly appeared in Vabel's small eyes. He took a deep breath and let out a loud roar. Immediately afterwards, a violent aura that was strong enough to resist the pressure of the 9 giant dragons burst out from him. Rumble rumble. One after another, the sound of thunder like a nuclear explosion resounded, but the amazing thing was that the thunder that exploded one after another actually came from under your feet. Click click click. With the explosion of the thunder, one after another thick and bottomless terrifying cracks spread wildly around with Vabel's feet as the center. The cracks are like wandering snakes, crisscrossed, and they stretch out for a full 100 meters before they can stop. All the ground within 100 meters was torn apart by the huge thunder. The ground was on the verge of being shattered, and Iger even had to use the power of the fruit to suspend in the air. And just when he showed his ability to levitate, he was surprised to see that red and black thunder snakes, which were several meters thick, twisted their bodies frantically and drilled out of the cracks in the ground. Overlord color. Does this guy have a domineering look? Iger's heart suddenly set off a huge wave, but on second thought, it was indeed reasonable. Who let this guy be the son of Whitebeard? It's not surprising that he has a tyrannical look. However, it was the first time he had seen this king's dark cloud buried in the ground. It's not over yet, Vabel shouted loudly, and then the red and black thunder snakes that emerged from the ground, as if being summoned, twisted their bodies and moved closer to Vabel, one on top of the other, twisting and twisting together. In just a few seconds, the red and black thunder thunder snakes several meters thick were wrapped around one by one and directly transformed into a huge red and black shape standing up slowly from the ground. The endless, terrifying and oppressive aura emanated from the thunder giant with a height of 100 meters, directly offsetting the fierce coercion emanating from the 9 dragon kings just now. Come on, let's see who is more powerful with this trick. Vabel roared and charged straight at Iger with the big sword on his back. The giant behind him also got a big sword out of nowhere and rushed to the 9 dragon kings entrenched in the sky. I would also like to see how powerful you are. Naturally, Iger was not to be outdone. He immediately clenched the sword in his hand, and when his mind moved, the 3 swords let out a high-pitched roar, and the 9 dragon kings entrenched in the sky also uttered a roar that shook the sky. The red and black giant rushed over. 3 sword style. Thousand-faced sea dragon king. Chapter 411. Smoker. Doubt life. Mito stream. Thousand-faced sea dragon king. This is the first inspiration that comes to mind after getting the thousand-faced Buddha, a technological weapon. Since it is a thermal weapon, it can definitely become the most handsome weapon Iger has longed for since he was a child. A laser sword. How could there be any man who could resist the allure of Star Wars? The answer is yes. That is no. No man can resist. Iger is no exception at all. So the first time he got this thousand-faced Buddha, Iger couldn't wait to think about this skill, and in this way, counting the 2 famous swords, Longma and Kyushui, that he owned before, he now owns 3 swords in total. Is there any way to use 3 knives at the same time in actual combat? That of course is Mito stream. And what even Iger himself never imagined was that his entire Star Wars commemorative lightsaber, not to mention the power of the fruit, could even transmit sword intent. And it's not just a simple preaching, it can even be copied and strengthened. And the Sea Dragon King's sword intent, which has been winding for hundreds of meters, has been enlarged 8-fold. In addition to the original Sea Dragon King, there are 9. The 9 mighty and domineering Sea Dragon Kings let out a long roar in the sky, then opened a bloody mouth large enough to swallow a tall building, and rushed towards the red-black giant who was summoned by Vabel. Boom 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 boom. The red and black thunder and lightning python suddenly surged on the giant's body just before it collided with the 9 Sea Dragon Kings. With the surge of the giant python, 7 sturdy arms suddenly appeared on the giant's body. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. In addition to his original 2 arms, it was exactly 9. Bang 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 bang. Vabel certainly didn't have the energy to control his domineering giant, and everything was actually born out of his will. At this moment, the 9 arms of the domineering giant clenched into fists one after another, facing a Sea Dragon King with one punch. Without any hesitation, he punched out brazenly. Above the sky, the 9 Sea Dragon Kings opened their bloody mouths and bit the domineering giant with their teeth and claws. I thought that the fist that did not even have 1/10 of the dragon head of the Sea Dragon King would have no effect at all, but who knew that every punch of this domineering giant could actually knock down the scales of the Sea Dragon King, and the sea water splashed all over the place. For the Sea Dragon King, the splashed sea water is the blood of his Sea Dragon King. The power of this domineering giant is so terrifying. Whoa, whoa. The fist of the domineering giant collided with the giant teeth or dragon claws of the Sea Dragon King. Every time they collided, there would be bursts of extremely terrifying shock waves, shattered to pieces. Whether it is rubble or broken walls, even the huge boulders tens of meters high that were lifted up by the domineering giant are all shaken into powder even finer than sand in the violent domineering agitation. Smog, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, had domineering protection far beyond ordinary people or even ground rocks. He had to use the ability of his own smoke and smoke fruit to transform into smoke. Only with domineering can he barely protect himself from the attack harm, and when he did this, he looked at the 9-headed Sea Dragon King and the domineering giant who were madly colliding in the distance. His eyes were full of complexity and horror. Are these two really 2 humans? Originally, when Iger summoned the extremely fierce Sea Dragon King, Smog's body had an unstoppable urge to worship. There is no way. The pressure of the Sea Dragon King is too strong. Just by being close to the white water vapor swarming around him, his body can no longer bear the heavy pressure, and even breathing is quite difficult. He has absolutely no doubt that if he doesn't use the power of the fruit, even with his physique that has been tempered in the Navy, there is absolutely no way he can stand there intact, because the Sea Dragon King is too powerful. Smog subconsciously thought that this was the greatest power Iger could exert. If it was a month ago, Smoker might have guessed right, but now, Iger is not the original Iger. This is also the real reason for Smoker to feel the uproar. Because of such a terrifying Sea Dragon King, I am afraid that the Sea Dragon King, who will be slapped to death just after facing it, unexpectedly appeared 8 more in just a few seconds after that. A full 9. That is to say, I can't even reach 1/9 of this kid. This is so frustrating. The Vabel on the opposite side doesn't seem to be afraid at all. That is, only those who have brought the overlord color to a certain level can use it. And this Fable has obviously entered this realm for a long time, and can even use it to alienate it to summon the thunder of the king from the ground. It's not just that. The most important thing is that the thunder giant summoned by this guy actually faced a dragon king with one hand, and it was able to persist for a long time. When he was fighting with him from the beginning, this guy didn't use his full strength at all. He knew it, but he really never thought that this so-called did not use all his strength. So much is hidden. He was a dignified one-time naval colonel. He had been in the army for nearly 10 years and had been training hard for nearly 10 years. By chance, he obtained a devil fruit of the nature department. That's fine. Originally, the navy and the pirates had different strengths at different levels, but who would have thought that a child who suddenly appeared would be able to completely crush his own strength several times over. This is also within the range that I can bear. The most sad thing is that the pirate is still able to fight back and forth with the child. This is not a joke, is it not? While Smaller was in deep self-doubt, the battle between IG and Whitebeard 2 Fable was in full swing. Countless sea water and thunder and lightning splashed and exploded, destroying everything around. At this time, a group of people in pure white navy uniforms appeared from one end of the ruins. Chapter 412. Later, I will take your life. Bang bang bang. The giant made of red and black thunder snakes is still standing on the ground, and the muscles of each of its 9 arms are knotted, and they bravely meet the Sea Dragon King created by Iger. Roar. In the end, the powerful power of the Sea Dragon King is derived from the sword intent, especially now that Iger is no longer the sea god of the light rain level. When his mind moved, the fangs of the Sea Dragon King suddenly flashed and became extremely hard and sharp. After being punched so many times by the domineering giant, the Sea Dragon King was also fierce. This time, he simply ignored the domineering giant's fist, snorted and ripped off one of the domineering giant's arm. One of the giant's arm was bitten off, and the other 8 Sea Dragon Kings couldn't bear to show their weakness. They followed each other, swarming up and down, one shoulder, one hip, one bite, biting the domineering giant until only 2 feet were left, standing on the ground. However, I don't know if Fable's arrogance connected the heat underneath. After being bitten by the 9-headed Dragon King to the point where there were only 2 pieces left, densely twisted red and black razors crazily appeared again from the cracks in the ground. The red and black razor rushed up again, spread upward along the original solace of the domineering giants, repeatedly intertwined and entangled, and once again reconstituted the skeletal muscles, spread all the way up, and recast new ones in just a few seconds. S body, and no more, no less. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, exactly 5 arms. Good guy, you are really resistant to grass. Iger looked at the domineering giant who had returned to its original state, especially seeing the millions of red and black razors regrow into skeletal muscle, blood vessels, and even nerves. It was really amazing. I originally thought that the 9-headed Dragon King had already eaten up his domineering giant, but who knew that after the ground shook a few times, this guy actually grew up and still like new. Hey, I can't think of it, but after my hard training, my domineering has successfully merged into the element of earth in the ground. As long as this island does not sink, my domineering will be endless. Yes. Seemingly feeling the surprise in Iger's heart, Fable gave a long laugh and explained confidently that he was about to control the domineering giant who was about to charge back to counterattack, but suddenly his heart moved. Stronger than his Fable, the overlord's arrogance has been cultivated to this level, and the knowledge must be at least a passing level, and among his fighting habits, the very good thing is that the knowledge is always activated. It was this habit that saved him at this moment and made him calm down at the most tense moment. Of course, it is impossible not to be calm. After all, within the range he could perceive, at least 3 auras that were fundamentally different from others appeared nearby, and each of them was no weaker than the Navy kid opposite him. Is it that those Navy executives who came to arrest him just now? Fable didn't think about it at all, and immediately controlled the domineering giant to slam into Iger's 9 Dragon Kings, and then ran wildly in the other direction. The speed was so fast that Iger didn't even react at all. What the hell? Where are you going? This Nima hasn't finished yet. Did you run away? Iger was really caught off guard by this guy's actions, but his Sea Dragon King was formed by the condensed intent of the sword, and could exist only by relying on the body of the sword, so he couldn't get away and could only rush, roaring at Fable's back. You are very good, but now is not the time to decide the outcome with you. Let's fight another day. I will take your life in the future. Fable leapt back for Iger from a distance, and a distant voice slowly drifted over. Joke. What are you waiting for? Beaten up or seek death? Of course this is the case. Fable thought very well, leaving the green hills, not afraid of running out of firewood. However, who do you think you are? Leave if you want to go, or stay if you want. Just as Fable ran to the edge of the ruined Dudu, a fierce voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Immediately Immediately afterwards, the water vapor that should have been swarming around the Sea Dragon King suddenly seemed to have consciousness, and a stream of white smoke suddenly wrapped around Vabel's wrist and ankle, and then a face with a cigar appeared behind him. Smog! Vabel screamed. He never imagined that this guy would be waiting for him here. Damn, now is not the time to entangle with you. Hurry up and let me go. Vabel yelled anxiously. His own knowledge told him that those few strong breaths were getting closer and closer, and if this continued, he would definitely be beaten up here. I have played against several navies here, whether it is the guy with purple hair and sunglasses, or the tall guy with curly hair. They all have considerable strength, coupled with this guy who can create such a big battle with his sword intent. It's strange that he doesn't lose. And the fate of the pirates and the navy's failure to fight is to be imprisoned in the most terrifying prison on the entire sea. Don't be deprived of the freedom to sail on the sea. But this time, the toughness shown by this guy Smog is absolutely beyond his imagination. No matter how hard he tries, there is no way to break the shackles of Smog. Even under the restraint of this guy, his body slowly rose into the air. Hey! Smoker let out a low roar, and the whole cloud of smoke turned into a set of shackles, which ripped Vabel's arms and legs back. Yi on the other side was taking advantage of this time to control his sword intent, and let the nine-headed Dragon King gnaw the domineering giant to the brim. Without Vabel's blessing, the domineering giant no longer had the ability to regenerate, and was devoured by Iger in a few moments. And at this time, among Vabel's sights and sounds, those quite powerful breaths finally arrived in the ruins. General Zifa, Lieutenant General Crane, Lieutenant General Kuzan, and Lieutenant General Garp. When Smog saw the generals also saw the three people in the ruins, and Lieutenant General Garp, who was walking in the front, had a black face at this time, and his black iron domineering covered his hard fists. Rushed towards Vabel. Burst. Vabel. Chapter 413. Garp was furious, and a terrifying punch. Vabel, give the old man a life. Garp roared like a frantic roar, and then all the domineering arrogance all over his body roared violently. Rumble boom. Originally it was just a bit of a gloomy sky, but suddenly for some reason, it became pitch black, as if all the thunders of the world were gathered, covering the entire rock town below. Click click. Countless red and black huge thunders flashed wildly in the dark clouds that could swallow all the sunlight, and even in the distant sky, those thunder and lightning were more visually than the thunder snakes emerging from the ground, several times bigger. This was the first time Iger saw Garp release his dark cloud of kings. This battle made Iger feel a little breathless, and his nine-headed Sea Dragon King was severely suppressed. The terrifying dark cloud covering the sky is obviously just entrenched in the sky, but that terrifying sense of oppression is incomparable to his heavy Wanyang sword intent. Even under the terrifying pressure of the dark cloud of the king, his Wanyang sword intent was showing signs of collapse. No, it is not about to collapse. It is already collapsed. Bang 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 bang. The 9 Sea Dragon Kings entrenched in the air were smashed into pieces one after another among the several red and black thunders that fell from the dark cloud of the king in the sky. Clap la 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 la. The 9 Sea Dragon Kings instantly turned into sea water that filled the sky, drop by drop in the air, and crashed into a lot of foam. Garp in anger. The power is so terrifying. Compared with Garp's Overlord color, even Vabel's Overlord color, which combines the power of Earth, is simply insignificant. What's more, the current Vabel is being bound by Smog, and the use of domineering is subject to some restrictions. He was bound in the air by Smoker, like a complete live target, just waiting for Garp to hit him. And when Garp summoned his King's Thunder, his eyes were locked on Vabel, who was bound by Bethmog, and then he stepped on his feet fiercely, and the whole person suddenly disappeared in place. Quick, extremely fast. It's unbelievably quick to respond. Even Vabel, who was fully open to seeing and hearing, could only feel that Garp's breath, who was tens of meters away, suddenly disappeared in place. And just a little while before his eyes had finished blinking, the breath suddenly appeared again, and the location was right in front of his eyes. Swish. It wasn't until the end of the reaction of the spectacle that Lieutenant General Garp finally appeared in Vabel's eyes with his fist waving. This is a speed that the average person cannot react at all. The blue veins on Lieutenant General Garp's face have swelled as if they are about to explode. Every muscle is twisted together fiercely, and the fist is covered with a ferocious and domineering black iron that shines like a black iron. Smash Vabel in the face. Death to me. The roar of a beast erupted from Garp's mouth, and even the uniform of the Navy couldn't bear the huge force that erupted from Garp's arm, and they exploded. Boom. Thunder. Punch. Garp's angry punch slammed into Vabel's face at a lightning fast speed. There is no chance to resist, even though Vabel has quickly covered his entire body with the toughest domineering, but in front of Garp's iron fist, it is still as crisp as paper, and it has no effect at all. A mouthful of blood spurted out at the time, and an incomparably clear sound of bone cracking came out, and then Vabel rolled his eyes and completely lost consciousness. Call out. This is not over at all. Garp's giant strength is too terrifying. Even with Vabel's heavy and huge body, he was directly blasted out. The terrifying giant force came, and Smog, who was originally transformed into a shackle of smoke, was also affected to a considerable extent. Without Smog's restraint, Vabel's body was no longer under control, directly turning into a human flesh meteor, flying backwards at an absolutely incredible speed. Bang 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 bang. There were no buildings within a few hundred meters nearby, but this did not affect Vabel's body that was knocked out. He instantly crossed a distance of thousands of meters and knocked down rows of houses, and then completely disappeared from the sight of everyone. One punch, direct KO. After Garp hit this punch, he slowly pulled back his momentum. At the same time as his domineering calmed down, the terrifying dark cloud entrenched in the sky also quietly dissipated. Sunlight and birdsong took over the area again, and the air was rejuvenated. However, the scene was still silent, except for Zifa and Lieutenant General Crane. Everyone at the scene looked the same, with big mouths and dull eyes. They stared blankly at the direction of Vabel, who was sent flying by Garp, and couldn't speak for a long time. Come, even Eagle is no exception. Garp's punch is really too terrifying. According to Zifa's description, this Vabel is at least a man who can tie with Kuzan. And who is Kuzan? One of the 3 future admirals of the Navy. The ability of frozen fruit. Vabel has no ability to bear fruit, and can only fight with pure physicality and domineering. In this way, if you want to fight Kuzan, the requirements for domineering are quite high. And how powerful his domineering is, Iger really felt it personally. Just being invaded into the body, you will feel absolutely unbearable pain. It is a very heavy and domineering. Not only that, even his overlord color has been integrated into the power of Earth, and it is a powerful and special overlord color that continuously breeds power. And it was such a powerful Vabel, but in front of his grandfather's fist, even the slightest resistance did not work, and he was directly blasted out like a cannonball. Whoa. On the other side, Kuzan, who came along with Zifa and the others after processing things, saw Garp's punch, and his eyes lit up and screamed. As expected of Lieutenant General Garp, the power of this punch is so handsome. I'm afraid this is something I will never be able to hit in my life. Garp felt a lot better after the punch, and finally laughed. However, just as he was about to do some shit, Kuzan, who was behind him, added, but this guy has already flown without even a shadow. Chapter 414. Kuzan. Iger is the grandson of this old man. Although Kuzan's voice was not loud, it was very clear in the already quite silent scene, and when he said these words, when the whole ruins became more silent until, what the old man is forgotten. Garp suddenly reacted, hugged his head, looked at the direction Vabel was knocked flying by himself. His eyes pierced through the ruins. He couldn't find anything. He couldn't help shouting in surprise. Why does this guy fly so fast? How dare you say it? Didn't you just blow him away with such a happy punch? Lieutenant General Crane was simply unable to complain. He stretched out his palm and patted Lieutenant General Garp's head hard, his eyes almost rolling over. Oh, forget it. Since he was hit by the punch Garp just now, he must have been seriously injured too. Zifa's body has been cured by Lieutenant General Crane, and his condition is much better now. He waved his hand casually and said, just send some people to hunt him down. He won't get far in that state. What, are you kidding? What if it was beaten to the point that no one could be found at all? Zifa knows Garp's strength the most. This is the only guy in the Navy who can admit that his combat power is not as good as him. As far as his punch was concerned, even if Whitebeard came here in person, there would be absolutely nothing good to eat. Not to mention, the one named Vabel didn't even have the strength of the 4 emperors, and he is also a person who relies on physical skills and domineering to fight. Garp is definitely the pinnacle in this circle. In terms of domineering accomplishments and physical training, I don't know how much better than that Vabel. Under such a punch from a peak powerhouse, no matter how strong Vabel's body is, he will definitely suffer a considerable degree of damage because he is not as domineering as Garp. So Zifa has a considerable degree of self-confidence. This Vabel absolutely cannot escape this rogue town. What's more, the top combat power among their navies has more important things to do today. Zifa is right. The old man thought the same just now. Hearing what Zifa said, Garp also reacted wisely, and immediately stood up with his waist on his back, laughing. Let me go, Grandpa. Just when everyone was complaining about Garp, Iger, who was standing not far away, quickly took over the conversation. This speech immediately attracted the attention of all the naval bosses present. After all, Iger said a rather sensitive word just now. Grandpa. You said, Grandpa. Children, do you think we are too old? Zifa deceived and saw Iger, and immediately pretended to be dissatisfied and joked, that is to say, little devil. Kuzan, who was next to him, also looked at Iger and said, this is one of the pillars of our navy today. How can you say that you are old? You need to be called a commander. For a time, all the Navy bosses turned their attention to this little guy, all curious about what this guy can do. However, after observing and observing, everyone was disappointed to find that this guy didn't even have a rank of Navy in addition to being physically stronger. This little devil who came out of nowhere just ran out of his own accord, and now he boasted that the strong Babel would be handed over to him to solve it. Isn't this a joke? I said, you little kid. Thinking of this, Zifa couldn't help squatting down, looking into Iger's eyes carefully, and said seriously, let the adults handle this matter. Now is not the time for you to play that. Zifa, I think you should let him go. Before Zifa's words were finished, Lieutenant General Crane walked over and patted him on the shoulder, looking a little complicated. Look at you. This ant also said you shouldn't be so early. What did you say, Crane? When Zifa heard what Lieutenant General he said, he thought he was helping him, and nodded vigorously in response, but before he had finished speaking, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. You mean, let the kid go after that Babel? Zifa stared blankly at Lieutenant General He's eyes, wanting to see if there was a joke in this guy's eyes, but after looking at it for a long time, he finally confirmed a fact. This guy is really no joke. Yeah, or what did I just say? Lieutenant General Crane nodded, then turned around and tucked Carp's hair and came over. I said you were so shy over there. Come and introduce it to everyone. Zifa looked at Lieutenant General Crane and then at Garp. At this moment, Zifa saw an unforgettable scene in his life. That is, the old comrade in arms who joined the army with him and fought side by side for decades, who once hunted down Roger the Pirate King and defeated the Navy hero Garp of the Rocks Pirates, actually blushed. Not only Zifa but even Kuzan felt that these two people seemed to have some big secret to tell. Cough cough cough. This, let me introduce to you. After all, Garp has been in Old Navy for decades, and he is not at all sloppy. He dragged Iger to him generously, patted his head and said with a smile, this is my grandson. Huh? Although I had already thought of this possibility in my heart, it really came out of Garp's mouth, which shocked everyone. Zifa, Kuzan, and even Smog, who had just come over, all widened their eyes and screamed, is this little guy actually Garp's grandson? Zifa and Kuzan looked at each other, and both saw the gossip in each other's eyes. Good guy. An open secret was known to the Navy years ago. That is the naval hero Garp. His son turned out to be a revolutionary who wants to set off a revolutionary boom all over the world. Monkey D. Long. This matter, for many years, has been talked about by the gossip circle of the Navy. The son of the naval hero Garp turned out to be a member of the government anyway. But although it is said that Garp's son is a member of the government anyway, but it has nothing to do with everyone. It is enough that Garp is a hero of the Navy. As for his son, no one can care, and there are even many people helping to cover up this matter. I thought this was the most shocking news in naval history, but who knows? After this guy gave birth to a son of the Revolutionary Army, the son of the Revolutionary Army gave birth to a son of the Navy. Chapter 415. Funny kid. Let's fight. This is even more exciting than when everyone heard Garp in the office and brazenly said that the leader of the Revolutionary Army in the newspaper, who leads the revolutionary reactions around the world, is his own son. What kind of inside story is hidden in this? Let the son born by the Revolutionary Army become a navy full of justice. In the father-son contest, Garp won by absolute force, or was the idea of justice circulating within the Revolutionary Army organization that nurtured this kid and made him want to become a navy? They don't know the reason for this. The only thing they know is that the identity of this kid is definitely one of the most special people on this sea. It's just black and white, right? It's not, dude. You didn't talk about such a big thing sooner, you immortal bastard. Garp. After a long time, Zifa was finally freed from the petrification, but his tone was still turbulent. It turns out that this guy is Garp's grandson. No wonder why there is this kid on this guy's boat. Ha ha ha. It turns out that the grandson of Senior Garp wanted to be a navy so young. Kuzan finally recovered from his astonishment and laughed. But do you really want to let him go? That Babel is quite strong. Since he is Lieutenant General Garp's grandson, he has all the more reason to worry about it. After all, Babel can defeat Zifa, who was exhausted, and his strength is obvious to all. Just to hunt him down, it should be the stronger looking man standing next to him. After all, this guy is still a child, and it is still too early for him to face such ferocious pirates now. However, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid you don't quite understand how far this kid has reached. After listening to Kuzan's words, Lieutenant General Crane waved his hand directly, indicating that Zifa and Kuzan don't have to worry. This guy, but he came here just after dealing with Brother Doflaming. What? Duo Fulang Noodle brother? What are you kidding? Crane. After listening to Lieutenant General Crane's words, the petrification that Zifa and Kuzan had just released came crashing down again. She, what did she just say? This kid, who solved one of the 7 seas, the most powerful middleman who controlled half of the underground world's dark trading market with one hand, the king of dress Dressrosa, the head of the Don Quixote family, Dover brother Lumming. Lieutenant General Crane has been chasing Doflamingo all these years. Zifa and Kuzan both know about it. When the three of them got together this time, they saw Doflamingo imprisoned on his boat, and specially congratulated her. Now that I think about it, Lieutenant General Crane was not very happy when he received the congratulations from the two people at that time, but said that there was something else hidden in this matter. Even if they just heard the words "there is another secret," Zifa and Kuzan still didn't think much about it. After all, they have already achieved the position of Vice Admiral, and everyone will have some other means. What's more, it is understandable to deal with a terrifying guy like Doflamingo who has a relationship with the Heavenly Dragon, even if he uses some special means. So the two of them didn't think much, let alone ask. But the two of them never thought that what this Lieutenant General said about "there is another secret" is actually this. It turned out to be a child who looked like he was only in his early 10 years, and solved that Doflamingo who covered half of the sky with one hand in the underground world. It's so magical. That is, Doflamingo, who even the world's official government has a way to do it. Too exaggerated. Before he became Kaiwahe, I don't know how many Navy soldiers went to hunt down this guy one after another. Even when this guy tried to rob the heavenly gold, even the world's official government sent people to assassinate him. However, under this circumstance, Doflamingo not only was not arrested but also gained a firm foothold in Dressrosa, forcing the former king to hand over the power of the country and become the king of that country himself. As a result, just a few years later, after Doflamingo's everything had settled down, when his career and strength were all in full swing, he was cleaned up by such a kid. No matter what, Zifa and Kuzan couldn't believe this matter. Smog, on the other side, when he heard Lieutenant General He's words, was also betrayed by his expression to betray the stormy waves in his heart. This kid solved it. Doflamingo, brother Doflamingo. For Smog, it is like thunder, and each of the 7 Wilha is a very strong generation, and each of them has absolute strength to defeat himself. Among the 7 big pirates across the sea, Doflamingo's strength can at least rank in the top 3. This kid, is he stronger than Doflamingo? The world is really big. The words of Lieutenant General Crane, Smog can't be unbelievable, and this kid's deeds obviously can't be fabricated at will, which makes Smog feel weaker. Thinking that I was thinking about protecting him before. I don't know what's going on. I feel like my face is hot. Cap, is this thing true? Zifa felt that breathing was a little difficult. Looking at Iger, his eyes were full of horror, and he couldn't help asking Carp aloud. Well, Carp himself, who was quite proud of this incident, suddenly became shy when facing his decades-old friends at this moment. After hesitating for a long time, he was finally willing to nod his head and spoke slowly. Said, the old man just saw the end of this matter. In fact, it is not just Doflamingo, but also Moria, Tiger, etc. On the way to the Navy headquarters, the kid really has accumulated a lot of military industry. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Garp's slightly shy words really made Zifa and Kuzan completely dumbfounded. The two of them were stunned in the same place as if they were struck by lightning. This guy, the military merits accumulated along the way, just the few points that Carp said are enough to be promoted to Major General or even Lieutenant General. This guy is only about 10 years old, right? It's so exaggerated, and then it's still worth it? Well, that's a good boy. After another long delay, Zifa finally regained his strength and praised from his mouth, and then the domineering all over his body flowed violently. You said that. It really makes people want to have a game with him. Chapter 416. Beat me and let you go after Vabel. Cap, listening to you say this, it really makes people want to learn from him about the abnormality. Zifa's triangular sunglasses reflected a strange light, and his sharp eyes met Iger's eyes through the dark sunglasses. The latter seemed to feel his own eyes, and returned polite but sharp eyes. Good boy. The first time they met eyes in the true sense, Zifa already had a very high evaluation of Iger in his heart. Where is the look of a child? This is clearly a sea warrior who has already matured. The eyes are calm, humble, and have the momentum of a hidden dragon. This is definitely not an ignorant fledgling child. This is definitely a look that can be finally cultivated after 100 battles and all kinds of cruel training. And I felt a mysterious aura in him. That mysterious aura, although it is indeed exuding from this little guy, is because it is exuding from this little guy, so it makes people feel quite strange, because he is obviously a figure who has already stood at the top of the domineering art genre. This pirate who has been in the army for decades has solved more than 10,000 pirates, but when facing this newcomer in the Navy, there is a kind of desire to worship impulse. What exactly is this for? Wow, Teacher Zifa is here again. Naturally, Kuzan on the side did not feel the strange feeling that Zifa felt involuntarily wanting to worship, but he was already excited when he heard Zifa's words. Get up. Great, I can see Mr. Zifa, who is always open in the Navy, again. To say Mr. Zifa, he is a legendary figure in the Navy. Navy. He once worked as an admiral in the Navy and once went to the grassroots level to guide students. It is precisely because of this that Mr. Zifa's popularity in the Navy is only a little bit second only to Lieutenant General Garp. Among the many legends about Teacher Zifa, the most praiseworthy is the legend that always likes to fight with his students and always keeps it open. Don't think this title sounds humiliating, but it means that Teacher Zifa is absolutely powerful. After all, only a person with an absurdly high upper limit of strength can accurately control his strength and be backward compatible no matter what opponent he faces. So every time I watch Teacher Zifa's battle, it's a class to learn to control the power. Of course, the most important thing is to observe the students who are being tested by him. After all, as a Teacher Zifa who is always open to 55%, how much strength an opponent can force him to use means how much strength this guy is. And this Navy rookie, Iger, looks quite interesting. As early as the beginning, I didn't have a Teacher Zifa to stay with but went to perform the task alone, so I didn't see the first side of Iger until later when I completed the task. When I was notified to meet with Lieutenant General Garp, Teacher Zifa, and Lieutenant General Crane, I rushed to a certain ruins and saw the men entrenched in the sky from a distance. 9 sea blue dragons. According to his years of experience, that thing is definitely not the ability of a fruit but a pure sword intent, and he has found an amazing result with his incomparably sensitive knowledge. That is, on this piece of ruins the 9 huge dragons were summoned with swords, and it was not the tall and strong-looking Smog who fought against Vabel who had defeated Teacher Zifa, but this rookie in the Navy, Ygritte. What kind of teacher can deliver students of this level? Being able to use such a terrifying and powerful sword intent at a young age of only 10 years old really makes people look forward to the fight between this kid and Teacher Zifa. However, I also know that this competition will definitely end in a draw. After listening to Teacher Zifa's words, Garp and Lieutenant General Crane responded surprisingly in unison. That is, they shook their heads slowly, then put their hands on their foreheads, sighed deeply, and sighed. You bastard, why can't you be idle? Really, this guy Zifa has been a fighting maniac since he was young. No matter who he encounters, he likes to learn from him, and he doesn't care about the strength of the opponent at all. New recruit, come and learn from each other. Made a new friend, come and learn from each other. Meet a student who looks quite talented, come, learn and learn. The most different thing about this guy and the ordinary fighting maniac is that he has the absolute top strength on the whole sea, so he doesn't need to satisfy himself by constantly challenging stronger opponents, but by fighting against all kinds of people, quietly enjoying the battle itself. And only when facing pirates, this guy will be like a serious navy, not soft at all, and will definitely deform the face of the pirates on the opposite side. Just look at Rogtown these days, and you can see how excited this guy was to be transferred from that recruit training center. If it weren't for the fact that he was really consumed too much physical strength in the end, he wouldn't have been beaten so badly by that guy Vabel. But even this is enough to illustrate the strength of that guy Vabel. Hey, I advise you not to be stubborn. In your current state, you didn't even eat a meal just now. Garp put his little finger in his nostril again. It would be so embarrassing to be beaten by someone. To be honest, Garp really said this from the heart. After all, Zifa is already at the end of the battle. He knows the strength of his grandson Iger quite well. Even people of the level of Doflamingo can deal with it. Facing such a state of Zifa, victory negative is really hard to say. Of course, Zifa definitely didn't want to believe this kind of thing, and being so agitated by Garp aroused his fighting spirit even more. Mr. Zifa immediately slammed the navy uniform to the ground, and the muscles like angry dragons knotted together. Like the ocean, the bottomless domineering suddenly surged. Whoa. A nameless hurricane suddenly rolled up from the side of the ruins, blowing everyone's clothes to the sound of hunting. The color of black iron covered Teacher Zifa's fists and wrists. He looked down at Iger through his sunglasses, his expression extremely chilling. Boy, if you can beat me today, I'll allow you to hunt down Vabel. Hey, I can't ask for it. Chapter 417. Let us start. Overlord color water flow. I can't ask for it. Facing the menacing Zifa, one of the Navy's highest combat powers, Iger actually did not retreat at all. Instead, an extremely fiery fighting intent rose in his eyes, and the domineering all over his body shook like the sea. Whirring. Since Iger was awarded the title of Sea God, although he said that his aura has grown quite a bit, he has never properly trained him, and after solving Van Oka this time, and taking advantage of the time to rest on the dog-headed warship, Iger finally developed a new use for his Overlord color by virtue of his control over the domineering superdimension. Overlord color water flow. Originally, the clear sky was restored due to Garp's revocation of the Overlord color. Once again, it was covered by a whole tens of kilometers of dark clouds. The world seemed to have fallen into an endless night. It was obviously in the afternoon, but it was dark, quite different from the dark cloud of kings that Garp summoned just now. Garp's dark cloud of kings came to Rogtown just now. The sky was full of terrifying red and black thunder that would shatter the sky. With a flash, all the creatures on the ground felt like they came from the soul. To a fright, dark cloud of kings summoned by Eagle. This time, there was no lightning in it, but the entire dark cloud showed a strange dark red. The entire dark cloud is like a huge red-black creature. The huge and terrifying body is enough to cover all the light of the entire sea area near Rogtown, but it makes people feel a little strangely quiet. Silence, sometimes more stressful than violent noise. Everyone present looked up at the red and black dark cloud and felt that their hearts seemed to be equipped with some kind of resonance device, as if they were about to jump out of their chests. When Lieutenant General Garp, Lieutenant General Crane, Kuzan, and Smog saw this scene, they all involuntarily retreated to the side 100 meters away, frowning at the scene that appeared in the sky. This scene is really heartbreaking. The huge red and black cloud above the sky is like a really sleeping ancient beast. I don't know why. Obviously I didn't hear any sound, but everyone felt that all the air in the entire Rogtown was constantly changing with a certain frequency. Whenever the red light of the red-black dark cloud increases, the air becomes more tense, and when the red light of the red-black dark cloud becomes dim, the air becomes slack. It's a living thing at all. Huge living creature. With just one breath, the mood of all creatures in the whole town fluctuates. Even the highest combat powers of these naval headquarters standing on the ground do not have to feel that the terrifying red and black clouds above the sky convey an extremely terrifying oppressive force. Even the blood all over his body, his domineering arrogance, and even his own will seems to be constantly swaying with the red light flashing in the sky. Clap la la la. Far away from Rogtown, out of everyone's field of vision, the ocean that wraps the entire Rogtown in its embrace is also constantly fluctuating with the frequency of red light flickering at this moment. The entire sea is like water hitting a big bowl, and the whole bowl is constantly shaking with the huge red cloud above the sky. Chi. During the shock, the water waves above the sea also slowly and quickly evaporated into fluffy mist, as if being boiled by a fire, evaporated into the air, and then slowly rose into the sky. In the red and black flash of the dark cloud of kings, the water vapor was also dyed with a layer of red and black halo, and in just a few seconds, the transpired sea water all merged into the red in the dark clouds. Gollum. One after another, the water vapor continuously merged into the dark cloud, making the dark cloud look abnormally bloated and swollen on the ground, and after a few seconds, the expansion of the dark cloud reached its peak, and then, whoa. Drops of red and black raindrops fell from the sky. The first drop, the second drop, the third drop. More and more rainwater fell from the dark clouds, until later, the red and black rainwater was like dumping a water basin, drawing slender rain lines in the air, and falling to the ground densely. What is amazing is that the red and black rainwater fell on the ground, on the ruins, on the innocent residents of Rogue Town, and even on Garp and others who were watching the battle. In an instant it turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated. Even if it landed on Zifa, who was waiting for him on the opposite side, it was only a little more weight of rain, and there was no substantial damage at all. Just when everyone was wondering why this kid did something completely meaningless, Iger, who was just standing there, suddenly opened his palm straight at the falling raindrops. Rain of the sea god, come. A light drink came out of Iger's mouth, falling into the tight and loose air, and the sound was somewhat deformed, but it is this erratic voice, but it is like an oracle, and the words follow the law. At the moment when Iger drank out, the rain that filled the sky seemed to be inspired by his own gods, and stopped the falling figures one after another, and then stormed towards Iger on the ground. For a time, all the raindrops that fell from the red and black dark clouds seemed to be pulled by invisible thin lines, and madly rushed towards Yig. The dense red and black raindrops converged in the sky into red and black water currents, and red and black water currents all converged into red and black rivers. Those red and black rivers flowed back from the sky, and finally formed a red and black sticky water ball around Iger, wrapping Iger's entire body in it. Overlord color water flow. Good boy. The momentum is really good. Looking at Iger, who was wrapped in red and black water polo from a distance, even his mighty heart trembled a few times. However, I will never admit defeat. The fighting intent in Zifa's eyes was even more fiery, and then a strange black color slowly stained his hands. Chapter 417 The Origin of the Black Wrist. Chi. With the spread of the blackness, Zifa's fist and wrist made a sound of chicking after another. Under the red-black skylight, the blackness seemed to be constantly flashing, and only those with excellent observation skills, or old comrades who know Zifa well, Lieutenant General Crane and Garp, can know what Zifa is doing at this moment. What he is doing now is to layer on his arms, wrists, and palms, layer after layer of his own armament color domineering. Yes, it's superimposed. This is the ability exclusively for Zifa, and it is also the origin of Zifa's title of Black Arm. Although the normal armed color can cover any part of the body, the domineering thing is like the blood in the human body, and it can only carry the amount below a certain threshold in the same part. Using the simplest example to illustrate, a person's brain is the place where the blood flow is most concentrated in the whole body, but when a person is in the most extreme state and the heart is madly supplying blood to the brain can only carry the body at most 20% of blood flow. If it exceeds this amount, there will be more blood flow to impact the blood vessels of the brain. Then there will be only one result, that is, the blood vessels will burst. That is to say, even if the total amount of arrogance in a person's body is as large as an entire football field, the amount of arrogance that can ultimately be allocated to the wrist and fist is only as much as one goal at most. After this amount is exceeded, the human body, whether it is skin, muscles, nerves, blood vessels, or bones, will burst because it cannot withstand the impact of domineering load of human beings themselves. For domineering, although it is said that domineering is a weapon that makes human combat power even higher, but at the same time, it is also a double-edged sword that will cause harm to human bodies. Therefore, if you want to strengthen the domineering of a certain part, the correct way for ordinary people is to increase the domineering strength of the whole body, and at the same time increase their body's tolerance for domineering little by little. Only in this way can you improve your domineering strength in a certain part of your body in battle, thereby improving your combat effectiveness. And these are just the practices of ordinary people. For Zifa, these theories are meaningless. Black Wrist Zifa has such a talent, it can break through the domineering upper limit of ordinary people on their own body, and even put all their domineering on one part of their body without any relationship. At this moment, the reason why the black on Zifa's wrist and on the fist is flashing, and flashing is the reason why the domineering is superimposed on the fist layer by layer. Layer after layer of black quickly covered Zifa's fist and arm. In less than a breath, the color of black iron on Zifa's hand had deepened dozens or hundreds of times. If the weapon color Zifa planned to use for battle at the beginning was the color of steel, then in the coverage and rendering again and again, the black gradually turned into the color of night, the color of shadows, and even the color of a black hole. In just a few seconds, Zifa had blessed almost all the arrogance in his body into his hands, and for a while, his hands covered with black arrogance had completely merged into the surrounding dark light, almost invisible. I really didn't think of it. Is it necessary to use such a move to deal with a new recruit? Zifa grinned, and then slowly opened his feet in a forward and backward lunge. Immediately afterwards, his hands that had become darker than the dark light slowly clenched into fists. Swish! Everything happened in an instant. At the instant Zifa's pair of dark fists clenched, as if a huge eraser had been scratched in the dark. The huge dark cloud entrenched in the sky. In an instant, it was blown away by a gust of wind. It was like a hallucination, and everyone had no idea where the gust of wind that enveloped the entire rogue town came from, or where it ended up going. Just for a moment, the dark cloud in the sky that obscured the sun disappeared. In an instant, the sunlight fell from the sky again, illuminating the ruins one after another on the ground, and the tight and loose pressure in the air also disappeared strangely. Everyone, including Lieutenant General Garp, Lieutenant General Crane, Kuzan, and Smog, who were watching the battle, as well as ordinary residents living their own lives on the other side of Rogue Town, still felt that the pressure on his heart suddenly disappeared. Everything has returned to normal, as if the red and black dark clouds that appeared in the sky just now were just an illusion. What the hell is this? This move simply scared Iger into a fool. Staring blankly at the red and black dark clouds suspended in the sky, he was instantly blown away by a completely indescribable demonic wind. In just the blink of an eye, I had just rectified myself and was ready to do a great job, but as soon as I closed and opened my eyes, the dark cloud of the king that I spent a lot of time creating disappeared silently. Already, all that is left of me is the flowing tyrannical arrogance that I created just now. Ha ha ha, is that right? Zifa laughed a few times. We are friendly exchanges. How can we be so smoky? Of course, we have to fight under the sun. Saying that, Zifa's eyes slowly locked on Yi, who was tens of meters away from the opposite side, and the dark sunglasses reflected an invisible light. But even when Iger's red and black clouds had been blown away, and the whole world had returned to sunlight, Zifa's black hands were still black like black holes, and no color could be seen at all. Then next, let's just start. Zifa bared his teeth and laughed. Then his expression suddenly froze, and he shouted, shave, swish, quick, extremely fast, super fast. There is no way to describe how fast. Even before Iger could hear Zifa's loud shout, Zifa's figure had disappeared in place. Even if the domineering arrogance has been kept on full alert, even with the full level knowledge of Iger, you can only feel that Zifa, who was a few dozen meters away, suddenly disappeared. When he sensed his breath again, he was already in front of him. Finger and Fist. Chapter 419 6 Style Duel. Finger Guns and Punches. He has mastered all the 6 style black wrist techniques at the speed of a genius, and used his own genius to shape the 6 style development skills. The fist is the gun is the gun. Zifa's clenched black fist has the speed of a finger gun, and the super hardness that is absolutely far beyond the seafloor stone. At this moment it has turned into an absolutely irresistible terrifying cannonball heading towards Iger's face. The door slammed down. The pupils shrunk to the size of a pinhole in an instant, and Iger immediately felt all the cold hairs on his body stand up. This General Zifa said that he wanted to learn from each other, but he was not at all vague about what to do. The black fist that attacked his face was obviously so ordinary, and he didn't seem to have any power at all. There was no earth-shattering explosion like Vabel's, and there was no terrifying thundercloud like himself. It was a simple punch that made Iger give birth to a feeling in his heart that this fist could shatter the hardest city wall in the world. This is the fist of the world's top level. The real road to simplicity. It's that straightforward. One punch will destroy you. It's just so unreasonable. And the more important thing is that this guy's speed is ridiculously fast. It's so fast that Iger can't react at all. Grandma, is this really an old man in his 60s who is about to retire? How can it be so fierce? There was no time to dodge at all. The only thing Iger could do was to cross his arms in front of him at the fastest speed, and then his anger sank into his dantian, and the muscles all over his body were tense to the hardness of steel. Iron nugget water flow. Laugh. Everything happened in an instant. Zifa's body instantly disappeared in place, and instantly appeared in front of Iger, then raised his fist and used a pointing gun. The whole action was completed in one go. In 0.00000 seconds, Zifa's fist had already crossed a distance of tens of meters, and smashed hard on the arms that Iger had crossed together for defense. Boom! A violent sound like an explosion swayed fiercely in the ruins, and then everyone saw Iger's figure wrapped in red and black liquid like a meteor, with bullet-like bullets fly straight upside down. Bang bang bang. Kara kara kara. Iger's body rubbed the ground and flew upside down, his tyrannical, domineering and hard body directly cut off the ground along the way, leaving a long trace on the ground. Immediately afterwards, Iger, who was hardened into a lump, directly knocked down a series of dozens of tall buildings without hindrance, and flew out a full 100 meters away. Everyone at the scene felt that the scene in front of them was inexplicably familiar. It's as if Lieutenant General Garp used a shocking punch just now to knock that bastard named Vabel into the air. The difference in strength is so huge. Hey, Zifa, you're going too far. Just when everyone watched Iger fly upside down and knock down dozens of tall buildings that were no longer inhabited, their faces were amazed, and when they recalled similar scenes in their hearts, Garp was it burst out before everyone else. Good God, this man is really a fighting maniac. That is the grandson of the old man. You are a man who stands at the pinnacle of the world's combat power and is fearless. How can you use this kind of power in the face of a new recruit who has just entered the Navy? The technology of wireless superposition of armed colors and domineering is obviously only used when facing pirates of at least Shichibukai level or above, right? Do you really take Himigi for me? Start beating after seeing it. Isn't this taking me for air? No, definitely have to find a chance to teach him a lesson. Lieutenant General Crane was just quietly watching the battle between Zifa and Iger in the distance, but he suddenly felt an extremely hot temperature coming from his side. When he turned his head and looked, Garp was covered in scorching heat. It's about to burn. Shaking his head gently, he summoned a bunch of bubbles at random, rubbed around Garp's surroundings, and wiped out the burning anger in Garp's heart, and then said slowly, "Tell me what you want, Garp. I was so angry when I saw this guy injured just now, but now I want to beat this guy to the ground again. It's a different matter, Zayahi," Garp said with a somber expression. Men are all in the mood to protect the calf. Lieutenant General Crane heard Garp's words, and his face suddenly became cold. He didn't want to pay attention to him, and turned his eyes to the battlefield. At this look, a pair of beautiful eyes suddenly showed a burst of surprise. "Well, I don't know if you want to protect the calf, but you look at the calf in your family, it seems that you don't need to protect it at all." "What?" Garp followed Lieutenant General Crane's gesture, and his eyes widened. "It's not just these two people, or even these two people who have seen the world react like this," and Kuzan and Smog next to them are even more amazed. And at this moment, while a few people were still immersed in the scene where Iger was kicked away by Zifa, Iger, who was kicked out, came back unscathed. Shave. A loud shout came from the ruins 100 meters away, and in the next second, a red and black blurred after image had already drawn a vague trace in the air, and appeared in front of Zifa in a blink of an eye. It was Yi who was just kicked out. What was far from everyone's predictions was that Iger, who thought he would be seriously injured and covered with wounds all over the mountain, was unscathed at this moment. Even Zifa, who was closest to Iger and knew the best about his aura, was slightly slightly taken aback when he saw that the punch he had just had no effect. The chill Langiao water flow. It was another light drink and the voice hadn't fallen yet. Iger, who suddenly appeared in front of Zifa, swung his whip with his legs. The red-black liquid that wrapped his body hit the soles of his feet. Become a water blade. Laugh. As soon as the red-black water blade was formed, a terrifying aura burst out as if the most dangerous demon between the heavens and the earth. As long as it gets close, it seems that it will be destroyed. Not even the scum is left. The distance is too close, and like the punch from Zifa just now, there is no way to dodge it. There is no way. As strong as Zifa, he can only passively defend by crossing his arms like IG just now. Chapter 420. Repel Zifa and shock everyone. It was almost an instant. There was no reaction time at all, and before everyone could even blink, they saw the blade of the red-black liquid that was draped over Zifa's crossed hands. Keng. It was obviously just a blade of liquid condensed, but when it hit Zifa's hardened arm, there was a sound of metal colliding. Not only that, but it even burst out with sparks after another. Boom. An extremely terrifying shockwave burst out from the junction of Shuren and Zifa and swept the entire ruins in an instant. Swish. Where the shockwave passed, it didn't seem to have changed at first, but after 2 seconds, everything swept by the shockwave, whether it was soil, rubble, or even bugs buried under the ground, was silent, turned into powder. Even the Navy executives standing in a row were affected a lot. Kuzan, Lieutenant General Crane, and even Lieutenant General Garp felt an inexplicable chill running up their backs from the soles of their feet. It was as if a resonance device had been installed on the heart, and it was thumping wildly, and it was about to pop out of his chest. The blood flow all over the body swelled wildly, and every inch of capillaries on the body was filled with blood, which made every cold hair stand up. This is the feeling that only appears when faced with extremely dangerous things. Even Smog, who was at the very edge and the weakest, spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot as if he had been hit hard. This is not to mention, after spitting out the blood, Smog seemed to have been drained of his energy and lost all his strength. His eyes darkened and he fell softly to the ground. The 3 people watching the battle couldn't help but be attracted by the fallen Smog, and their eyes were full of horror. This guy, this rookie who has just entered the Navy, can make a Navy colonel faint with just the aftermath of the battle. This is not only that, the 3 of them are the top echelons of the entire Navy's combat power, and even themselves will have a feeling of extreme danger in their hearts. What is the strength of this guy? Kuzan looked at Iger in the distance. His face became extremely solemn. This little guy. I am afraid that there will definitely be a storm in the Navy in the future. In a few years, maybe the strength of this guy, even among the generals, will be able to have a considerable right to speak, and he is still young. Obviously he has no concept of camp. I am afraid it will be the biggest variable in the Navy. And Lieutenant General Crane, who is a senior higher than him, obviously did not have such concerns, but smiled and looked at Iger, who was wrapped in red and black domineering, and said thoughtfully, "It seems that this little guy is a lot stronger than when he defeated Doflamingo." Ha 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 ha. When Garp heard Lieutenant General Crane's words, he pinched his waist and laughed. As expected of my grandson. It's worth looking forward to. Just between the size of everyone, the rivalry between Yi and Zifa not far away has entered the white hot. Clang clang clang. One after another, the sparks exploded on Zifa's arm. Zifa gritted his teeth, and beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. The arm is almost full of the processor, and the ground under his feet is also deeply imprinted by him, but even so, the water blade slashing on the arm is still unstoppable. This is not over at all. Zifa can even truly feel the fluctuations transmitted from the red and black water blades that can destroy everything. Every inch of his skin, every inch of hair, every inch of skeletal muscle, all felt a huge pressure on the verge of destruction. It was clearly a crescent-shaped water blade that was more than 1 meter long, but I felt that it was like fighting against a whole meteor that fell from the sky. At the same time, the fluctuations from the red and black water blades became more and more agitated and violent. Boom. Finally, after a stalemate for half a minute, the red and black water blade that was condensed by Iger's flowing tyrannical arrogance exploded. Boom. The violent domineering arrogance with the incomparably surging power directly smashed the body that Zifa was waiting for. Call out. In this round of confrontation, it was Zifa's turn to be blasted out. His body was hardened into a piece of iron, directly like a cannonball that had just burst out of the cannon, tearing apart the air and ground along the way at the speed of a rocket. Boom 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 boom. The terrifying sound of sonic booms sounded one after another, and pieces of shattered rocks exploded under Zifa's body. In just an instant, Zifa flew nearly 100 meters away. Hey hey hey, what a nice kid. Even though he was flying fast in mid-air and was beaten up by a new recruit from the Eagle Navy, Zifa still laughed quite easily. This blow is really powerful. However, it's really too early to defeat me. Moonstep. In mid-air, Zifa's body, which had been tense because of the use of iron blocks actually relaxed automatically, and the whole body relaxed into a lying position. Then his legs were slightly bent and his tyrannical foot strength burst out. Bang 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 bang, kicked a few times in the air, and his body flew out at a faster speed than before. However, if you look closely, you will find that each of Zifa's virtual kicks is slightly towards the ground. With each virtual kick, his body moved up slightly, and with each virtual kick his body became more upright, until at the end Zepha's body drew a huge arc in the air and stood up again above the sky. Ha 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 ha, little devil, you see it? This is the real way to use the 6 forms. Besides, you're Langiao, but it doesn't hurt at all. It's not over yet. Swish. Just when Zifa stabilized his figure in the sky, Iger on the ground had already adjusted his direction. His center of gravity sank slightly, and his calf contracted violently like a heart. Then, a burst of drinking burst out from Iger's mouth. Shaved lightning. Scoff. A series of fine electric currents flickered from above Iger's calf, and Iger suddenly felt a huge force poured into his body. Immediately afterwards, the whole person turned into a shining light and shadow, rushing towards Zifa again. Pirate Eye, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 421-440. Chapter 421. The strength is recognized. The task is handed over to you. Scoff. Under the blazing sunlight, the lightning that lit up on Iger's body was completely invisible, but the tyrannical force that burst out from the muscles stimulated by the electric current was really tyrannical. This is Yike's development technique for the thunder fruit. It stimulates the nerves with enough current that the body can withstand, and can stimulate the strength of the muscles of the body beyond the limit in an instant. This style of shaving lightning, Iger is confident that even if he gets to any official spy agency or naval headquarters, it will be crushed at an absolute speed. Call out. Before Iger's voice came out, Iger's body had turned into a blurred afterimage, and in an instant it had crossed a distance of more than 200 meters and appeared in front of Zifa. At the same time, Iggy's arm was raised high, and the flowing water overlord color wrapped around his body seemed to be guided by some kind of guidance, and frantically gathered on his right fist. The red-black liquid looks quite viscous, but the transfer speed is quite fast, and a huge water mass is condensed directly on Iger's fist. Immediately afterwards, Iger waved his arms, and with the help of his body's inertia, he went straight to Zifa's face and smashed down mercilessly. How about this punch of mine? Teacher Zifa. Finger spear overlord. Finger gun overlord. The terrifying speed of shaving lightning and the inertia of Iger's fist followed by the body also has an extremely terrifying speed, coupled with the fierce and domineering arrogance that Iger deliberately concentrated. The power of this punch is no less than that of a steel meteorite that fell from outer space. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The moment the viscous red and black domineering gathered, the terrifying power of shock had already rippled from the mass of liquid, and the destructive fluctuations directly shook the surrounding space to pieces. One after another dark cracks emerged from the space behind the air along the trajectory of Iger's fist, and then suddenly peeled off like a broken mirror. There was no thunder, no hurricane, or even any sound. Iger's whole boxing was eerily quiet, but no one dared to question the power contained in that fist. However, this time, Zifa had already turned on the sight and hearing in advance, and he had already made preparations. All the muscles in his body were tied together, and his fists were as dark as black holes, as if they could swallow everything up. I've been waiting for your punch for a long time. Facing such a quiet but quite terrifying punch from Iger, Zifa not only showed no trace of fear at all, but a fiery fanaticism appeared on his face. Boom! The domineering arrogance that was as turbulent as the sea burst out, but unlike ordinary people who burst out with domineering all over the body, Zifa's domineering all erupted from his fist. The endless black domineering, like billowing smoke, rose from Zifa's arms, and then revolved wildly around Zifa's body, turning directly into a horror valley tornado hundreds of meters thick. Welcome. Whirring whirring. The pitch black domineering revolves like a turbine, and even the surrounding air, sand, and even the space is curled up. Click click. The tyrannical twisting force is like a pair of big hands in the space, twisting the space like a towel, twisting it into a ball. The 4 garp standing on the ground were all surprised to see that in the sky, whether it was the clouds, the sun, or the space crack created by Iger's punch, all were rolled into a domineering tornado. Chaos. Immediately afterwards, in the light and shadow where everything was twisted into a ball, Iger's red and black bully fist and Zifa's pitch black tornado fist collided fiercely. Boom! The fists were facing each other, and a more terrifying wave burst out. The overlord color condensed into liquid is born with the terrifying power to destroy everything. Even the space can be shaken to shatter, and the dark armed color that keeps compressing in the arm and then explodes also has the power to distort the space. When the two collided, each seemed to have seen the enemy, and the terrifying power hidden in it was all stimulated by the other party to the maximum extent. stand. Click. A huge crisp sound erupted in the depths of the space. Garp, Lieutenant General Crane, Kuzan, and others clearly felt that their ears did not sense the existence of the sound, but their minds were disturbed by the huge sound. It hurts. This is a sound that can only be heard by seeing and seeing. When the space is shattered, all the air becomes turbulent, and any sound is blown away by the frantic storm, leaving nothing but chaos. And only those who can feel the sound of everything can hear that huge sound. Even Lieutenant General Crane, who had a slightly stronger low, couldn't bear the voice that sounded in the depths of his soul, and a trace of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. This scene really made Garp feel a little stunned. Smog, who fainted just now, everyone knows that he has some stomachs with everyone in terms of strength, so when they saw him fainted, these people didn't care too much. But now, even Lieutenant General Crane could not bear the internal injury because he felt the aftermath, which is terrifying. After all, Lieutenant General Crane is a powerful woman in the Navy who can climb to the first echelon. Even the aftermath of the battle can make her injured. So, isn't it conceivable that the strength of the battle center will be, whether it is the sender or the bearer of this terrifying power? Iger, who is at the center of the battle, absolutely needs considerable strength to be able to do it. How strong is this guy? Garp watched with horror at the huge battle that Yig had created, and this, for Yig and Zifa who were in the middle of the battle, was not over at all. Bang bang bang. In that space that has been twisted into a ball, the domineering colors of red and black and pitch black are still colliding with each other at an almost crazy frequency. For two people, this distorted space cannot affect their fists at all. Hey boy, I think you're very nice. Zifa laughed a few times and smashed his black fist mercilessly at Yig's face. I've decided that it's up to you to hunt down Vabel. Don't tell me that's useless. I won't be fooled by trash talk. On the opposite side, Iger stretched out his arm to block a blow and then counterattacked at Zifa. It's not too late to say such things when you are defeated by me. Chapter 412. The Navy is silent. The evildoer Ig. At this moment, above the sky, a huge sphere with a diameter of 100 meters is suspended in the air. The strange thing is that although it is a transparent sphere, everything that happens inside cannot be seen clearly by the outside world. Even Garp, Lieutenant General Crane, Kuzan, and others who were standing on the ground could not see the situation inside the sphere at all, because the transparent sphere suspended in the sky is a completely distorted space. Masses of noodles like red, black, and black are entangled together like a distorted and chaotic abstract painting. The bizarre colors are projected on the surface of the transparent sphere, exuding near-destructive fluctuations. There are even cracks of nothingness spread all over the surface of the sphere, as if anyone who dares to approach it will be torn to shreds by the wave that can destroy almost everything. But in such a terrifying space distortion, there are still two figures standing. After being defeated by me, it's not too late to say such words again. In the distorted space, Iger burst into a roar with a ferocious expression, but his voice could not convey the spherical airborne. Otherwise, even Vabel, who was hit by Garp and flew to nowhere, was afraid. Can hear. Boom. The liquid mass formed by the red and black domineering swelled wildly on Iger's fist, and the blue veins burst wildly on the arm, as if all the power was concentrated on this fist. On the opposite side, Zifa also roared loudly, and above his dark hands, the terrifying power that could distort the space spurted out like a bottomless pit, and collided fiercely with Iger's overlord fist. LB. The moment when the two fists collided, it seemed that the power that could shatter the whole world exploded from between the fists. Boom. In an instant, it was just a little bit of space that was shattered with tiny cracks, and it shattered into bursts of void like a smashed egg. Standing on the ground, Lieutenant General Kopo and others were finally able to see the situation in the sphere above the sky this time, because, in the blink of an eye, the transparent sphere that was suspended in the sky suddenly heard a deafening sound of cracking from the inside, and then exploded into nothingness. It really exploded. Originally, even if I couldn't see what was in there, what was the situation of the battle between Iger and Zifa, I could still see the domineering of the two. But this is the moment. The violent collision of red and black domineering and pure black domineering directly shook everything in the ball in the sky into nothingness. I.g. Zephyr. Garp stood on the ground and shouted the names of the two people, but got no response. Thinking about it, the inner distorted spherical space just now was unable to emit any sound. After a while, the inside had been exploded into nothingness, and of course there was no sound. In addition to Garp, Lieutenant General Crane and Kuzan also paid attention to the situation inside the sphere. Their eyes were full of tension. All three pairs of eyes were staring at the spherical space in the air, eager to see through. They all know deeply in their hearts that this is a battle between naval instructors and Navy rookies in name, but the actual combat effect has already surpassed ordinary battles. The few people present were all guys who had known Zifa for decades. There were 700 or 800 battles that had seen Zifa before. No matter what kind of newcomer he he faced. Even it is Sakaski, and there is absolutely no such a big battle. Even among the pirates he had dealt with before, only a few outrageously strong guys could let Zifa use this level of skills. The most outrageous thing is that even with this level of ability, the rookie of the Navy is still strong, and there is no winner until now. And now, all victories and defeats are covered in the sky by that piece of nothingness. Silence. On the ground, Lieutenant General Garp, Lieutenant General Crane, and Lieutenant General Kuzan already had layers of cold sweat on their foreheads, and all six fists were tightly clenched together. Tension, like their muscles, they care too much about the outcome of the battle between these two guys. The outcome of this battle definitely doesn't just represent Vabel's right to hunt down. It also means that a miracle can be born in the Navy. Can a rookie in the Navy defeat the former Navy admiral directly without joining the post? Silence. In the void sphere above the sky, there is no sound at all, as if everything in it has been annihilated into nothingness. That empty sphere is like a black hole. No one can see what is going on in it, and no one can hear what is going on inside, and it even makes people feel that there is nothing left in it. But the three people on the ground knew that they could feel that with their excellent knowledge, there were still two figures still persisting in the sphere of nothingness. They are waiting for who is the first to fall out of that void sphere. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. There is still no movement in the void sphere. 5 minutes have passed, and everyone's necks are already sore, and there is still no movement in the void sphere. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that when Garp couldn't bear it any longer, he clenched his fists and urged his domineering, ready to forcibly break through the void sphere, when two figures suddenly fell from the edge of the sphere. Boom! The two figures fell to the ground softly, and their bodies were filled with nothingness. These two guys, is this a draw? Lieutenant General, he looked at the two figures lying flat on the ground and asked with a complicated expression. This situation is really quite complicated. Even if the rookie in the Navy can defeat Brother Doflamingo and lose both sides with Zifa, it is a bit too exaggerated. Wait and see. I always think that one of them will stand up first. Garp also looked at the two figures on the ground solemnly. Well, Lieutenant General Garp, Lieutenant General Crane, look, it's moving. While Garp persuaded Lieutenant General Crane to wait, Kuzan on the side screamed. The two hurriedly looked in the direction Kuzan pointed, and they saw that among the two figures, the shorter one stood up slowly. Iggy. Chapter 423 Navy. Things are going to change. Eagle. That's Iggy. The figure who stood up first turned out to be a newcomer to the Navy. Iger. Lieutenant General Garp, Lieutenant General Crane, and Lieutenant General Kuzan all rubbed their eyes fiercely, then opened their eyes and stared at the figure for a long time. But no matter how you look at it from any angle, the height of the figure and the breadth conveyed by the figure will never change. It's Eagle. The three of them had no way to control their expressions at all. They didn't know how to move the muscles on their faces. They all stared at Iger blankly, slowly got up, and then shook the dust on their bodies, and then returned to the original. Sat down. This guy actually promised Zifa. Garp muttered to himself in a tone that sounded like he was dreaming. Although the three of them didn't know what kind of expression they should use to face this matter at this moment, they deeply knew what the outcome of today's battle meant for the Navy. A Navy rookie who is not even 10 years old at all, and has not even joined the army, won a victory in a battle with the former naval general, and it's not a discussion at all. As far as the abilities of the two sides have been displayed, it can be regarded as a real and genuine battle. Iger, a rookie who has not yet joined the Navy, under 10 years old, won the battle against the former Admiral Zifa, and without the ability to rely on his own devil fruit, it is a simple six-style and domineering contest. It's not right. Garp thought about it halfway before suddenly remembering a very important thing. That is, I have never taught my grandson anything about the six forms. Where on earth did this bastard learn it? Cap, your IG, have you been trained to learn the six forms since childhood? Lieutenant General Crane also reacted to this question and asked Garp in a stiff tone. The question of Lieutenant General Crane also happened to ask the question in Kuzan's heart. Kuzan also looked at Garp quickly, expecting an answer from his mouth. When the two of them fought just now, they didn't find any abnormality, and everyone's attention was attracted by the battle between the two of them. But when they finished the fight and everyone involuntarily conducted a review in their minds, they were horrified to discover that the technique Iger used just now was the secret martial arts that the Navy had borrowed from the world's official intelligence agencies. Six forms. And it is not the ordinary basic version of the sixth style, but the sixth style that can use the variant. It's just the word variant, but the difference between yes and no is completely one heaven and one underground. That group of super talented guys who have undergone super severe training since childhood and under the rule of hell-style survival of the fittest with a loss rate of more than half can finally master the complete super martial arts. Even in the Navy, you can only learn the simplified version of the sixth type, or the basic version. That is, there is no variation, it is not compatible or flexible, and it can can only enhance the combat effectiveness of ordinary soldiers. Not because they don't have that resource, but because these people simply don't have that physical condition. Only after one's own strength reaches a certain level, such as Lieutenant General Garp and General Zifa, can they use their extremely powerful physical conditions to integrate and use various variants, including the ones that Teacher Zifa used just now, the variant of pointing gun and fist. That is an operation that belongs to him alone. Other people want to imitate it, except to hurt their own arms. There will be no other results at all, and this Iger can actually be used at this age. In addition to talent, he definitely needs strict training from Lieutenant Garp since he was a child. I can't believe that Lieutenant General Garp is so concerned about his grandson's education. Although Kuzan and Lieutenant General Crane asked this question, they both had an answer in their hearts. This guy must have opened a lot of small stoves for Iger behind the scenes. However, Garp's next reaction was to make the eyes of both of them almost pop out. No, it's only been a few months since I took him out to sea. Garp's expression seemed more complicated than the two of them. Before this, I never gave this guy any training. What? Garp's answer could not help causing the two of them to scream at the same time. The two of them stared at Garp's eyes at the same time, trying to judge whether this guy was joking or lying. Must be joking. How is this possible? However, even if the two of them had almost seen through Garp's head, the guy's expression still didn't change. He didn't lie. It is true. For a time, the entire ruins fell into a strange silence. This time, it is no longer because of nervousness, but because of horror. Garp never trained him, so how did he learn the 6 forms? Self-taught. This Nima is too exaggerated. You've heard that someone can teach themselves martial arts, someone can teach themselves to shoot, someone can teach themselves to cook, and that's fine. But who Nima has heard of self-taught human motion anatomy? Who Nima has heard of self-taught gun making? Who Nima has heard of self-taught nutrition? Nothing, because such a thing is absolutely impossible. And now, something that is 100 times more exaggerated than this is really happening in front of his eyes. Self-taught 6 forms. And you can also learn by yourself. You can use all kinds of variants and high-level 6 forms at will. Kuzan suddenly remembered that when he was learning 6 forms back then, he was the only genius-level figure in the Navy. It was all because of technical and physical reasons that Yuebu and Lanjiao couldn't learn it. And at that time, he was already 18 or 90 years old and approaching 20 years old. It was at that time that I gradually mastered these skills under the careful teaching of Teacher Zifa and the formal training within the naval system, and finally learned it. As a result, this kid, at the age of less than 10 years old, has already learned it through self-study. Where is this person? This is a monster. How powerful is this physical quality, and how exaggerated the body control must be to be able to master such skills by observing oneself. And this is not the most exaggerated. The most exaggerated is that this kid has just learned the 6 forms for a few months, and he can defeat Teacher Zifa, who has been immersed in this way for decades. Chapter 424. Now can I go? Who is Teacher Zifa? That's a genius among geniuses. With the age difference of 4 years younger, he entered the Navy with Lieutenant General Garp, and after only a dozen years, he has become a Navy admiral. Being proficient in 6 styles, mastering the domineering armament color of the top echelon in the Navy, and a pair of fists can wirelessly superimpose the armament color, reaching almost abnormal hardness. And Lieutenant General Garp, who was at the same time as him, was only a lieutenant general. Teacher Zifa's strength is not only that in this life he has spent his whole life on the sea like Lieutenant General Garp and defeated countless pirates, the Golden Lion Squid, Edward Newgate the Whitebeard, and even the Green Pepper of the Cone. These legendary pirates, Teacher Zifa have fought against them many times, and they have always maintained a tie. That is a genuine pirate, not an internal discussion within the Navy. Even under this circumstance, Mr. Zifa can still maintain a record of all 5s and 5s, which is enough to show that his combat effectiveness is definitely able to stand in the top echelon of combat effectiveness in this sea. And such a super strong fierce man, even if he has consumed most of his stamina today, was defeated by Vabel once and suffered a lot of injuries. He should definitely not be a rookie who has just entered the Navy. Defeated. All of this only shows one problem, that is, the strength of Iger, who is about to join the Navy, is definitely far beyond everyone's imagination. You must know that even in the Navy, when he and Sengoku and Garp were sparring with each other, Mr. Zifa was able to win or lose, and facing the students below, no matter how tough he was absolutely 5-5. This 5-5 split is absolutely compatible with Teacher Zifa's absolute strength, regardless of the premise of any occasion, any time, any state, or any means. No student has ever been able to break this rule, and it was absolutely impossible for even the original self to do so. There is no other reason, just because of Teacher Zifa's strength. It is too strong, and this Navy rookie Iger, just today, right in front of his eyes, broke this cursed course abruptly. The most important thing is that this guy is still less than 10 years old. Why are you looking at me like that? Iger, who was sitting in the distance, also seemed to feel the eyes of the three of Karp as if they were looking at monsters. He turned his body and asked with his head tilted. After being asked by Iger, the three of them were too embarrassed to look at him again. They touched their faces or noses a little embarrassedly and then walked towards Iger and Zifa, who were lying on the ground. That Iggy, Grandpa asked you? Karp asked cautiously with a solemn expression on his face. Who did you learn your 6 forms from? Even if Iger defeated his good friend Zifa, Karp actually didn't feel much shock in his heart. After all, he still knew a lot about his grandson's strength. In this battle, what made him feel strange the most was actually where this guy learned the 6 forms. If it is said that domineering can be awakened and that he can master its winding method with his strong talent, Garp can still accept it, no problem. But in this situation where he has never seen anyone perform the 6 forms, he suddenly learned it, which has to make Garp wonder what secrets this kid is hiding. After all, I don't even know when exactly this guy learned the 6 forms. At the same time that Garp asked this sentence, General Crane walked directly to Zifa's side to heal him, while Kuzan turned back and carried Smog, who had fainted on the ground. But none of this will affect the ears of the two of them, listening carefully to the conversation between Iger and Garp. Hearing Karp's question, Iger was also taken aback. After a long time, it seemed that he finally remembered. It seems that he has never used the 6th form of the Navy in front of Garp. Isn't this completely revealing? The biggest crisis ever. Damn, if I can't explain it clearly, wouldn't the system's affairs be exposed? After blinking his eyes for a long time, Iger's tongue was about to go numb, and he finally thought of a more reasonable explanation. Well, last time it wasn't in Kokoyasi village that bastard Barrows wanted to make a deal with us. 5 billion to sell 1 surgical fruit. That's the time. I used my fruit ability to absorb the 6 forms he learned. After that, I felt that my ability could be combined with the 6 forms, so I improved it. Dong 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 dong. After saying this, Iggy's heart was still beating wildly, and he looked into Karp's eyes with some guilty conscience. Fortunately, after hearing Iger's words, Garp immediately patted his head and suddenly realized, that's right. How could I forget that you are the power of the dark fruit? My dear, has your ability developed to this level? It's really good. Ha 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 ha. The curiosity in his heart was satisfied, and Karp was instantly happy, laughing and patting Iger on the shoulder, completely forgetting that Zepha next to him was still fainting. Hearing Garp's words, Lieutenant General Crane, who was treating Zifa next to him, and Kuzan, who was carrying Smog to the vicinity, also breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Although this guy learned the 6 forms from birth, they would be happy that there is another super genius in the Navy. But when Garp told the reason, they still felt a lot more comfortable. After all, no one wants to admit that something that he has worked so hard to master for many years can be learned by some guys just by looking at it or by practicing for a day or two. That is so sad. If it is the ability of the devil fruit, it doesn't matter. After all, the ability is a matter of destiny, and it has nothing to do with him even if he can destroy the world. Seeing that Lieutenant General Crane and Kuzan were focused on doing their own things, it seemed that their attention was no longer on themselves, and the big stone in Iger's heart was also put down. To be unassuming, Iger still has to choose to be as low-key as possible. Then what, Grandpa? The fight is over, Iger asked Garp in a pleading tone. Can I go and pack up Vabel now? Chapter 425 Revolutionary Army coming soon. Although Garp repeatedly discouraged Iger from staying for the treatment of Lieutenant General Crane, he took a break and waited until his energy and physical strength were almost recovered before going to trouble with Vabel. But Lieutenant General Crane glanced at Iger with a complicated expression and said lightly, this guy is very energetic now, and he continued to heal Zifa for himself. Garp looked at Iger's body and swept over with a look of knowledge. He clearly felt that this guy's physical strength had been consumed a lot, so he looked back at Lieutenant General Crane suspiciously. Lieutenant General Crane remained silent but gave Lieutenant General Garp a slight wink. After working together for so many years, Lieutenant General Crane's various movements have long been familiar to him, and he can understand what the other person means with just a blink of an eye. Immediately, he stopped dissuading him and signaled Iger to continue to go after Vabel. Of course, Iger also noticed the ins and outs between the two people, but he didn't say anything, agreed, and then stretched his domineering look into a circle several hundred meters wide, and with a flash of silver light, it turned into a streak. Lightning flew away. Since Lieutenant General Crane has clearly refused to treat himself, he has a clear attitude to let him go. Obviously, there should be some news to discuss that should not be heard by his identity. Iger naturally has no interest in these things. After all, Iger only cares about that bastard Vabel, the bastard who saw off General Zifa's arm. Even in this time and space, he has no chance. Just to prevent future future troubles. Iger will directly kill this guy. It was not until Iger had turned into an almost invisible point of light that Garp finally walked gently to Lieutenant General Crane's side and asked carefully, "Zia, do you have any news?" Lieutenant General Crane didn't reply. He was still quietly rubbing the foam in his hands on Zifa's body, as if he hadn't heard Garp's question at all. As the foamy hands rubbed against Zifa's body, pieces of brown stain slowly emerged from all over Zifa's body and fell to the ground like broken eggshells. That was the injury suffered by Zifa's body, and General Crane used his ability just now to treat them as stains and wash them out of Zifa's body, thus acting as a cure. Pieces of stains peeled off from Zifa's body, and as Crane dissipated the foam on his hands into nothingness, Zifa slowly woke up during the back and forth dissipating. He opened his eyes in a daze, and there was a muffled sound from Zifa's throat, and the three figures in the field of vision gradually became clear after a few seconds. What's the matter?" Zifa asked with some doubts, looking at Garp, Lieutenant General Crane and Kuzin who were around him, and then looked around. "Ignatius, where did the boy go?" "You just leave him alone. He's going after Vabel." Garp spread his hands, then put his little finger in his nostril. "You're his loser now." Zifa was stunned for a moment, then heaved a sigh and sighed. "Young people today, they are getting stronger and stronger." Unexpectedly, a man who once fought with the white-bearded and golden lions was actually cleaned up by a newcomer who entered the Navy today. Although it is because his physical strength is really exhausted, Zifa himself believes that this has nothing to do with physical fitness. Of course, even if he was defeated by a rookie in the Navy, although Zifa said that he had some small setbacks in his heart, he still felt more relieved in his heart. After all, he is already in his 60s, and the future of the Navy can no longer be shouldered by him. With such a talented newcomer, of course he must be happy. "Okay, do NT say that it's useless, Lieutenant General?" He waved his hand, motioning Zifa to stop talking about this matter. "Before I got here, you said you had something very important to inform us. What exactly is it?" I knew there were other things," Garp said with a slap on the thigh. Long before he came to Rogtown, Garp received the news that Lieutenant General Crane told him that something had happened to Zifa, so he rushed over in a hurry. At the beginning, Lieutenant General Crane actually came here after receiving news from both Zifa and the Navy, but until now, this guy Zifa has not said what it is. After a while, Vabel's matter can be considered to be settled. After all, the guy who can defeat Zifa should not be a problem to deal with Vabel. So Lieutenant General Crane couldn't hold back after a while, urging Zifa to tell the mission quickly and finish it quickly. Well, it's actually like this." Zifa glanced at Garp with a strange look on his face. "I just received a mission, said to come clean up the pirates here. But what? But just when I was about to kill all the pirates, news came from the headquarters saying that they had received news that the Revolutionary Army was going to land in this town today. I heard there will be some action." "Gee, the Revolutionary Army?" Kuzin, who was standing on the side, couldn't help but scream, and pointed at Garp with a trembling finger, with an incredulous look on his face. "The leader of the Revolutionary Army is not Lieutenant General Garp?" "Yes, his son." Zifa nodded. His eyes drifted to Garp involuntarily, and he hesitated. At this moment, Garp's face has completely dignified, and a trace of livid climbed up his unshaven face. The atmosphere was also addicted for a while, and everyone looked at Lieutenant General Garp worriedly, and their hearts were very complicated. "It's really a family of dragons and phoenixes, just arranged to go ridiculously strong. The first day of the new Navy can already fight against Zifa's honest genius grandson. This will receive the news of the son who became the leader of the Revolutionary Army. I can't help but sigh. This family is born with gossip." Lieutenant General Garp, "Otherwise, leave this matter to us," Kuzin said, volunteering, looking at Garp's expression. No, who knew that Garp decisively rejected Kuzin's proposal, clenching his iron fists, his veins bursting. "I must see him in person." Chapter 426, Jinbei vs Vabel. Half an hour ago, there was a market in Rogtown. This is the most concentrated area in the entire Rogue Town. Every family in the town has absolute needs. Whether it is food, household items, or maternal and child supplies, they are absolutely good and cheap. Therefore, even in the recent period of time, Rogue Town pirates are rampant, and there are pirates fighting and wandering everywhere. The residents of Rogue Town will still shop in this rogue market as usual. There is no other reason. It is because this market is so good that even the pirates have reached a tacit understanding with each other, and they will never trouble any merchants here. It is precisely because of this that in such a chaotic time, the Rogue market is still like a pure land on earth and has not been damaged in any way. The flow of people is still bustling, and the business of hawkers is still booming. It seems that only here can the common people feel relieved and show a slight smile. And just today, the little worry in everyone's heart has finally become a reality. At noon this day, the Rogue market was still as usual, with people coming and going, countless merchants who wanted to make money, residents who wanted to buy necessities, and pirates who wanted to replenish food and wine. Gather here. Everyone thought that it would be an ordinary noon until that figure appeared. Call out. Just when everyone was concentrating on bargaining, a sharp loud noise suddenly came from the sky. Everyone raised their heads in unison, and they were all shocked to see that in the cloudless sky, a dazzling fire suddenly appeared. The speed of the fire was extremely fast, like a meteorite from outside the sky, and it had already crossed half of the sky in the blink of an eye. Look, what is that? Damn it, shouldn't it be a meteorite? What are you kidding? Meteorite, how can you still stand here? I don't know if the rogue market is too safe recently. All the residents didn't think there would be any danger in this thing, and they even stopped to observe the fire in the sky and discussed it. And just when almost everyone was discussing what the fire in the sky was, the speed of the fire suddenly became extremely slow, and then it quickly enlarged in the eyes of everyone. It was only at this time that some people with better eyesight finally saw clearly what the thing wrapped in the firelight was. I said, that looks like a person. A resident pushed his eyes, carefully observed the growing figure above the sky, and said thoughtfully. However, just as he pondered and expressed his judgment, the hawker beside him had already hurriedly rolled up his bed and stall, and roared at the idiot. Are you an idiot? Who cares what he is? Even if a person falls from such a high place, he will definitely have the power of a meteorite. Bastard. Run. It wasn't until he heard the roar of the hawker that the resident wearing glasses finally woke up. Seeing the rapidly magnifying figure above the sky, there was a flash of fear in his eyes. Mom, help. After making a strange cry, the residents no longer cared about what the thing in the sky was, and ran away, even rolling and crawling. This strange cry suddenly seemed to have turned on a switch, and a great fear suddenly spread among the crowd. Fuck, run. Falling from such a high place and being smashed to death must be dead. If you can hit such a big guy to such a high place, the other end must also be a ruthless person. I'm afraid there will be a fight here soon. Let's go. For a time, a large group of residents who had gathered here suddenly began to run for their lives in a hurry, pushing and shoving all the way, and some people didn't even know what happened and began to push and shove along with everyone. The densely packed figures suddenly flowed like seawater bursting through the embankment, and in the crowd of people flowing like water, there were still a few figures standing in place like rocks, just quietly looking up at the sky. Iger may not know all of these figures, but if he is here, he will definitely shout out in surprise, because one of the figures has broad shoulders like a hill, dark curly hair tied into a bun, azure blue skin the same color as the sea, and a scarlet sun tattoo on his chest. It's Chaipan. Whoops. Just as everyone was rushing to escape, the fireball above the sky, under the action of gravity, rubbed the air with layers of firelight, turning the entire rock market into an orange-red color, and it was about to be smashed. Above the ground, Murloc karate tornado. In the crowd of people running, Jinping's figure stood firm like a rock. He looked resolutely at the figure that fell in the sky, and grabbed his hands violently in the air. Swish. An invisible and powerful tornado suddenly formed above everyone's heads. It did not affect any residents, but turned into a rising force that directly met the fireball. Bump. A muffled sound rang out. The rising cyclone firmly supported the big fireball, and the swirling airflow around it quickly blew out the flames, revealing the human figure inside. If Smoker were here now, he would be screaming and rushing to arrest him. The meteorite that fell from the sky and almost destroyed the only piece of pure land in Rogue Town was Vabel, who was just punched away by Garp. At this moment, most of Vabel's face had been sunk in, his head was covered in blood, and white eyes occupied the small sockets. Lieutenant General Garp punched. So terrifying. Thanks to the momentum of Vabel's landing just now, more than half of the people in the market ran away, leaving a lot of space, and this made Jinbei put the big Vabel on the ground. The residents who didn't have time to run away in the market saw that the fireball was solved by a pirate, and immediately had no idea of escaping. Instead, they gathered around Jinpei and Vabel, ready to watch the excitement. What happened? A shout came from the crowd, and then several figures in navy uniforms squeezed in from the crowd. It was the patrol navy who saw the riot. As soon as Jinbei saw the navy, he immediately covered his face, and then exerted force on his feet, and the figure disappeared in place in an instant. Chapter 427. You Navy, it's so injustice. Come on, please let me go. One after another loud shouts came from the depths of the crowd, followed by a strong arm that kept separating the crowd, and finally reached the center. Just when Vabel fell from the sky and was about to destroy the entire market, many people ran out of the market desperately and happened to meet a team of naval soldiers patrolling nearby. Seeing these panicked residents, the patrol captain looked at the crowd of people who were madly trying to escape from the market and could not help frowning, and then decided to go upstream and enter the market to check the situation. The residents of Rogue Town are all good residents who live and work in peace and contentment. I have never heard heard of any bad things these guys have done. It is not necessary to think about those who can cause this kind of panic in the market. It is only possible that they are pirates. Therefore, the patrol team used the phone bug to contact the nearby Navy commander while struggling against the current in the crowd. However, when he really saw who was this righteous master who was surrounded by many residents, the cold sweat all over his body soaked his underwear. Beads of sweat the size of beans fell from his forehead. At this moment the captain was full of regrets. Why did he make such a stupid decision in the first place and waste so much energy to come here? The burly body, the one-of-a-kind clothes, the blonde hair and the white beard on the lips. Edward Vabel, who just landed in Rogtown and directly killed several waves of pirates. Just when he was going out to carry out the task, his boss also emphasized to himself, saying that if he saw any trace of Edward Vabel, he must report it as soon as possible and don't think about subduing him. Because of this guy, it is extremely dangerous. When this guy just arrived in Rogtown, there were 7 pirate groups. When they saw that they were only mother and son, they took turns to provoke them and even threatened to throw them into the sea to feed the fish. As a result, this guy's mother had a very arrogant attitude and pointed at the group of pirates and yelled at them. The words were so ugly that the captain, the old man, had only seen them in his life. When the captain of the 7 pirates saw that this mother was so arrogant, it was naturally impossible to get used to him, and he would directly subdue them with violence. 700 people against 2 people. Wouldn't the result of this battle come out in an instant? The battle was indeed over in an instant, but it was the 700 strong men of the 7 pirate groups who were swept away by this Edward Vabel alone. Even after that, when I saw the former general of the Navy headquarters, Mr. Z fought, he went straight to him and fought with Mr. Z fought. Really won. This Nima is not human at all. What normal person would go to the admiral for a fight if they disagreed with each other? After getting this news, the captain silently swore in his heart that he would never approach this bastard. But good luck fooling people. It was originally a simple patrol, and he actually sent himself in front of him. Team Captain, this is that Edward Vabel. When the captain was in a rush, a bearded player came over and whispered, "Looks like he's passed out. Should we hurry up and arrest him? This is a great credit." No. The beard's words, like a bolt of lightning, fell from the sky and woke the captain directly. Yes, how could I forget such an important thing? This guy has fainted now. Isn't this the best chance? After he is taken back, he will be promoted and raised, and he will be prosperous and rich. Quick, quick, handcuffs, handcuffs. Without further ado, the captain hurriedly asked for the handcuffs from the bearded man. The latter handed it over after hearing the words. He grabbed it in one hand, strode towards Vabel, and shouted at everyone, "It's okay everyone, I'll arrest this guy soon, don't be afraid." While speaking, the captain walked carefully to Vabel's side and poked his face lightly. There was no movement. No movement is fine. The captain's heart suddenly sighed, and then he put one of Vabel's arms behind his back with confidence and boldness, and then picked up the handcuffs and prepared to handcuff him. I said, "What are you doing?" A voice suddenly sounded beside the captain. "What's the point?" "Of course you're handcuffing this bastard, huh?" The captain answered without knowing his head while he was working, but while he was talking, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Turning back, Vabel's narrow eyes were staring at him. Wow! The captain was so frightened that his soul flew out. The handcuffs in his hands flew out, and layers of cold sweat came out of his body crazily, and he slumped on the ground all of a sudden. "You Navy, you secretly put handcuffs on people while they're not paying attention?" Vabel stared at the captain with a bad expression, his watermelon-sized fist clenched tightly. "You don't deserve to be a Navy at all. Let me clear the door for the Navy." Before he finished speaking, the arm that was as thick as a water tank suddenly swung up and turned into a sledgehammer of human flesh, hanging on the captain's chest without hesitation. Even if he was lying on the ground, Vabel was still Vabel. This punch didn't give the captain a chance to react at all, and a huge force sent him flying. The crisp sound of bone cracks came out of the captain's chest, and he lost consciousness almost instantly, and then the whole person flew high into the sky, and it took more than 10 seconds before he fell again on the ground. Boom! After a muffled sound, the captain's body slammed straight to the ground and was directly slapped into a meat pie by his powerful kinetic energy. A piece of red. "Hey, you bastard, what did you do to our captain?" When a group of Navy soldiers saw this scene, they suddenly felt that their blood pressure was high and rushed forward with their swords in hand. However, the reason why these Navy soldiers were photographed patrolling was because their strength was simply not enough. "You bastards, bullying more than others is simply against the justice of the Navy." Vabel said some inexplicable words, climbed up from the ground unhurriedly, swept the big knife in his hand, and the Navy soldiers who rushed up flew out like rags and sacks. The blood immediately dyed the vision of the residents red, and it was not until this time that everyone realized that this guy who fell from the sky is a murderous demon. Okay. For a time, the people in the rog market once again began to flee for their lives. At this moment, in the sky above the surging crowd, a shining figure suddenly flashed. Chapter 428 Bullying Newcomers. What kind of skill? This guy is crazy. Run. Killing. The Navy has been killed. In the rog market, residents and businessmen once again turned into crowds, rushing towards the exits in all directions frantically. After the first wave of escaping, there were already a lot fewer people in the market, but this time there was a lot of space left for everyone to escape together. After a while, the entire market was completely emptied, leaving only Vabel, who had just woken up, and a group of Navy soldiers who were swept to the ground by Vabel. You group of Navy soldiers are really bad. They don't have any upright consciousness at all. Even in the face of me, a pirate, you have to bully the less with more. It really pisses me off. Vabel carried the big sword, walked to these naval soldiers, spat one by one on their faces, and then the domineering on his body slowly flowed, setting off a gust of wind. Let me, Vabel, teach you today what it means to be upright. Before he finished speaking, the big knife in Vabel's hand was about to chop off the heads of the row of Navy soldiers lying on the ground. Seeing that the big knife has been swung down, the sharp blade is about to decapitate several people. Vabel has even imagined the touch of his big knife slashing their necks, and the scene of the blood spurting into a fountain. However, just as the broadsword was about to slash the Navy soldiers, a shout suddenly sounded above the sky. If you want to teach others to be upright, then you can use me as a teaching material. What kind of skill is it to bully newcomers? Scoff. Before he finished speaking, another deafening thunder sounded in the sky, and then, including the residents and businessmen who had already run out of the market, were all horrified to see that an extremely shining thunder light fell from the sky. It was clearly a few hundred meters away from the ground, but between the flashes of electric light, it was almost too late to blink, and it landed on the ground in an instant, turning into a slightly short human figure in front of a group of naval soldiers. And until the human form was condensed, Vabel's big knife was able to walk a few centimeters away. The figure did not hesitate. With a palm, a transparent barrier suddenly unfolded in front of the naval soldiers. There was no time to react. Vabel's big knife slashed straight on that side of the barrier. Keng! The sound of a huge clash of gold and iron exploded wildly, and the rippling strong wind blew straight along the street of the market and blew into the crowd who had retreated far away and stood at the entrance of the market. The residents who had just escaped, when they heard the shout from the sky and saw the thunder light that directly ripped apart the sky, they suddenly felt that someone was coming to protect them, and they were no longer so afraid and stopped again. Watch. The pirates who followed around and retreated were all confused. How come this group of residents looks like a neurotic, running away while screaming for help and then starting to watch again after running far enough away? But in fact, this has become a tradition in Rogtown. After all, as the only way to go through the Great Route, Rogtown always welcomes many pirates, and if there are pirates, there will be battles. Therefore, the residents are accustomed to pirates and even often watch the Battle of Pirates. But this time, the pirate tide in the East China Sea really made everyone addicted to watching the battle. Just like at this moment, the tall buildings around the market were already densely filled with people, and they looked curiously at the only two people who were still standing in the market. It's you kid again. Vabel didn't feel the feeling of blood spurting out of his neck when the big knife was cut into his neck, and then he reacted. In front of the Navy soldier, there was a thin figure standing, and he couldn't help roaring. This guy who fell from the sky, then turned into a flash of lightning, flashed to the ground, and rescued these Navy soldiers at a lightning fast speed, was the rookie in the Navy who just had a fight with him. Eagle, you bastard, why are you so haunted? I've already finished fighting with Z-Fought, and I was severely injured by Garp's punch. How can you still chase after me like this? Are the Navy going to fight on wheels? Seeing the IG who was on PAR with him before, Vabel felt deeply jealous. He had just been injured and he chased after him again, but it was not a good thing. Having dealt with so many navies, he has a deep understanding of the nature of the Navy. This is a group of guys who are extremely good-natured, believe in boring justice, and pay attention to their public image. This is a common problem in the Navy. There are already many lieutenant generals who were provoked by their aggressiveness to propose a duel, and they were finally killed by themselves. It can be said that the set of statements is quite effective for the Navy, so he has developed such a habit and will say it again when he encounters the Navy. Even if the aggressor does not succeed, at least it can make the opposing Navy's mind dull for a while, and he will have an extra chance. What's more, there are so many people watching the battle here, and everyone can hear what the two of them are saying. Every word Iger says represents the face of the Navy. So Vabel also had such an abacus, and when he said this to Iger, he was waiting for Iger to defend himself so that he could take the opportunity to solve him with a knife. However, he wanted to let him think, but Iger didn't hesitate at all and responded, "Fuck you." We Z-Fa sensei have been fighting with at least dozens of pirate groups on this island for several days, and even under such circumstances you are still going to challenge him? Are you shameless? Snap! There seemed to be a crisp slap in the void, and Vabel actually felt a little hot on his face. This kid actually doesn't play cards according to the routine. In fact, Iger was a little stunned when he heard Vabel ask this question at first, not because of his good face, but because, in his impression, Vabel should not be such a person. Isn't this guy a stupid big guy who follows his mom everywhere? Iger still remembers the silly look of this guy raising his arms and shouting under the greeting of his mother. Such a Vabel would actually talk trash in battle? This seems kind of weird. When Iger was thinking like electricity, an old and dry voice sounded beside him. Vabel, so you are here. Iggy looked for the prestige and found an old lady with short blonde hair beside him. Miss Barkin. Chapter 429. Mom, I didn't mean to. Mom. Vabel also followed the voice and saw the blonde old lady, Miss Barkin, who appeared at an alley of the market. I don't know if it was an illusion. When the old lady's voice came out, Iger's sense of seeing and hearing told him that it seemed that the breath of the Vabel opposite him suddenly weakened. It's not that it's weak, it's like a person has changed. If it was said that when there was no old lady just now, Vabel's aura was like a crippled and brutal bear child, then when the old lady appeared, this guy suddenly became a good boy. Originally, it was a wild aura that wanted to devour the whole body with its teeth and claws, but now it suddenly turned into a gentle, honest, and that would make the old lady find it cute. Good guy. Iger probably knows why this guy is different from what he had imagined. It turns out that this guy is one mob-out pirate. I don't know why, but Iger's mood is a little complicated at this moment because that sudden Miss Barkin walked up to the captain who was thrown into the sky by Vabel at the beginning and fell to his death, and reached out and wiped it. After seeing that it was real human blood, his face suddenly became gloomy and even his voice was visibly lowered. Vabel, did this? You do it? Vabel's huge body trembled a few times involuntarily when facing this old woman who was even shorter than Iger. Not only that, but his face that could have been as fierce suddenly turned into a simple and honest face, and even a big snot was thrown from his nose, and his voice was no longer the same as before. Kind of ruthless. Become naive. Mom, you, listen to me. I didn't mean to. I was lying on the ground and this guy wanted to attack me. I just moved casually. He just flew away. It's all because he's too weak. A super brawny man who could knock hot-blooded men in the Navy to the ground at every turn, and even hit a Navy colonel with a hammer, was devastated in front of a petite little old lady. Iger didn't know what to say for a while. Rather than fighting, he would actually want to know what happened to this Vabel. Didn't I tell you? I can't hurt the lives of these little trash fish. Miss Barkin's voice was still low, and he turned around. His face darkened. Killing these guys will make you look weak. My silly son. Sorry mom, I really didn't mean to. Hearing that Miss Barkin was a little excited, Vabel was horrified at the time. The snot hanging from his nose stretched longer, and the cold sweat on his head was shaken down like raindrops. Before this, Iger really couldn't imagine the scene of such a strong man nodding and bowing at such a little old lady. Today I saw it completely. Not only did I see it, but Iger was directly shocked by Miss Barkin's rhetoric. Good guy. Co-authoring doesn't let him hurt the lives of these ordinary soldiers. Is it because he seems weak after killing them? What kind of logic is this? According to what she said, could it be that his attack on this challenge for so long was carefully planned? If that's the case, Igor can come up with a magical family from here. The father is a world-famous pirate, and the mother has also been in the pirate group. She is a ruthless woman, so her son's education is quite strict. But the father did not want to recognize his wife and children, so the mother clarified a path for her son to become famous and followed his father's footsteps step by step. True Nema dog blood. Just as Iger was complaining about the intricate and different family relationships of the Whitebeard family in his mind, the opposite Miss Barkin walked over and held his son's hand distressfully and said softly, "Son, mom, this is for your own good. You have to defeat those powerful and famous characters to prove your strength and finally get your father's approval. Look at you messing around here. Who are these people? Just this kid. What are you trying to do with him? Do you know his name? Do you know him?" Facing his mother's questioning, Vabel could only answer obediently, I don't know, but mom, believe me, he is really strong. Look, I'll tell you, this kid doesn't even have a name. However, before he could finish speaking, Miss Barkin's voice suddenly raised an octave. Obviously he's a Navy rookie who is not very good at all. What are you fighting him? No, mom, he really. Have pity on my good son. Vabel's words were still about to come out, but he was blocked by his mother before he said it. Tell me what your identity is. I'm Whitebeard's son. Vabel froze for a moment and replied, "That's right, you're Whitebeard's son. How can you fight such a nobody? Come, let's go home." After that, Miss Barkin grabbed Vabel's hand involuntarily and was about to walk outside the market. However, before he could take a step, step, a dissatisfied voice came from behind. Hey, old woman, I have no opinion on teaching your son. I can understand if you want to go home, but what do you mean by saying I don't have a name? Also, here, whether you can go home or not, I have the final say. Miss Badgen and Vabel suddenly stopped their movements to leave when they heard the sound. They turned their heads slowly and saw Iger standing proudly in front of a row of lying down naval soldiers. At this moment, Iger's expression was actually a bit unbearable, but when he saw Badgen and Vabel looking back, his expression immediately became serious, staring coldly at Badgen's eyes under the sunglasses. Badgen also frowned at the child who was less than 10 years old, and his expression was full of disdain. Little devil, tell you, we Vabel, that's Whitebeard's son. Do you know Whitebeard? Just swish. Badgen hasn't finished his bragging words, but suddenly he feels an extremely terrifying coldness. It was as if he was surrounded by a group of evil spirits in hell, each of them roaring wildly at him with fangs and claws. The pressure was so huge that it was impossible to bear, and it drowned Badgen in an instant. She rolled her eyes and fainted. Mom. Although Vabel was very afraid of Badgen, when he saw Badgen fainted, he was sweating profusely, and then his eyes instantly turned scarlet. The big knife in his hand turned, and the domineering all over his body exploded instantly, and the ground cracked and drilled out countless numbers. Red and black razor. Good boy, give me your life. Chapter 430. Let you see what is beyond the sky. God, look at how the old lady fell down. What's the matter? It's like I fainted suddenly. How could this happen? Look, that Vabel is angry. That kid must have done it. I wonder which of them will win. At this moment, although there are no ordinary residents or merchants in the market, outside the market, no matter which entrance or exit or the surrounding high platforms, are all crowded with people. This group of rogue town residents who like to watch the lively, one by one, densely packed into a group, each craned their necks to watch the situation in the market while chatting and discussing. As early as when Iggy fell from the sky and made an extremely gorgeous appearance and rescued the naval patrols, everyone already knew that this little navy brother and Vabel would have a battle. What everyone did not expect was that the old lady suddenly appeared beside Vabel. After so many days of observing the sky, the residents of Rogue Town also knew the identity of this old lady, Vabel's mother. The old lady suddenly appeared, so forget it. What surprised everyone the most was that this old lady actually pulled Vabel directly and was about to leave. What else to say? You must challenge some powerful guys who have become famous. How arrogant a pirate must be to say such a thing in front of the navy. However, although the words are arrogant, in fact everyone still somewhat agrees with this old lady's big judgment. After all, although they are ordinary residents, they have also seen many powerful admirals clean up pirates, and many famous admirals are familiar to everyone, like some naval hero Gar Blackwrist Zfot, Lieutenant General Crane, Warring States of Buddha Kuzan, and Sakaski, who have performed well recently, are also okay. But even among these people, someone has already been cleaned up by this Vabel. No one has even heard of the young navy who is here now. How could it be Vabel's opponent? And just when everyone tacitly felt that there was nothing wrong with what the old lady said, the old lady who was alive and kicking suddenly fainted. Hey, did you see that? A weapons merchant was relatively close, and he also felt the aftermath of Iger's domineering slightly. That kid, that overlord. This kid is amazing. Maybe he can fight Vabel twice. Where are you daydreaming? What are you having fun with? When I heard the words of the weapons merchant, the stick man was not happy at the time. Even if this young man is a navy, he can't talk nonsense. What's wrong with overlord sex? Can overlord sex be used as a swordsman? There are more people with overlord sex. Aren't there still young people who have been killed? I see. This young man is so impulsive. Hang. The words of Uncle Crutchy immediately won the approval of the people around him, and they nodded in agreement. The weapons merchant had a trace of confusion in his eyes, and then he thought about it and chose to believe the old man's words. Hey, come on, the market is open here. Just when the weapons merchant was entangled, there was a sudden noise from the high platform on the other side. The two of them trained the voice to look, but saw that the gambling table was already open on the high platform. Bet on who wins the battle between Vabel and Iger. Whenever there is a battle, there will always be a betting table, and today, the gambling table in Rogue Town is unprecedentedly one-sided. Almost everyone voted on Vabel's side without hesitation, and the old man with a stick was also rush to cast his share of berry on Vabel's side. The weapons merchant was a little hesitant in the raise area. He liked the overlord, but he couldn't believe that Iger would win. After thinking for a long time, he decided to place the bet on Vabel. However, just when he made up his mind to pull out his purse to raise, a strong blue palm grabbed his wrist and dragged him to place the bet on Iger. Hello, who are you? The weapons dealer turned his head in anger, but was surprised to see a wide blue whale shark face. Aren't you the one who blocked the fireball? Jinping didn't fight, but quietly put his purse into Iger's refill area, and then said deeply, I put $1 billion, and believe me, Iger will win. Che, what a joke. That's right. Who do you think he is? It's Vabel on the other side. Do you think he is the messenger of the sea god? Just wait for the money to be divided up by us. Jinpi's words fell in the crowd and a sarcastic voice suddenly aroused, but Jinpi did not defend or speak, just sat down quietly on the spot. People's ridicule didn't last long because immediately someone shouted again, "It's open, it's closed." With the fall of this shout, everyone became quiet, stretched their necks, and focused on the situation in the market. At this moment, Vabel in the market is already with hair and beard, and the big knife in his hand has been swung by the strong wind, tearing the surrounding ground into cobwebs. "Bastard Iggy, how dare you hurt my mother? I'm going to kill you today." It's really hard to imagine what kind of anger Vabel's simple and honest look looks like, but Iger feels his anger solidly. With his roar, Iger suddenly felt that everything around him, including the ground, the air, and even the sunlight, began to become heavy. When the overlord is angry, even the surrounding environment changes color. Iger felt that everything seemed to be aimed at himself. Everything seemed to be infused with soul, turned into shackles, powerfully bound his hands and feet, and nailed his body to the spot. "Suffer to death." A furious roar erupted from Vabel's mouth, and immediately after he stomped the solace of his feet, he was about to rush in the direction of Iger. However, just before Vabel's figure rushed out, Jin, who was lying on the ground like a corpse, suddenly hugged his thigh tightly and shouted, "No, son, your record can't be stained. You old woman, you really make you want to be beaten up." Iger said with a gloomy face, a stream of red-black liquid seeping out from his skin. "I'll show you today what is the sky beyond the sky." Chapter 431. The Angel of God Ig is here. Let you see what is the sky outside the sky. Iggy's roar resounded through the entire market, and even the gamblers watching the game heard it softly. But at this moment, even if he shouted such words, the gamblers only responded with just chuckle. Miss Bajin, who had not got up on the ground, did not even look directly at Iger, and said the first sentence he said to Iger with disdain. "Ha ha 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 ha, I'm laughing to death. What else is there in the world? Do you think you can learn to be an overlord if you can be a tyrant? Kid, you are still young. My Vabel doesn't want to kill you. You should go home quickly." "Hide. What are you kidding? Just such a navy kid who has no reputation at all. What did he say he wanted us to see? Is there a day out there? Give me a break. Is there a great king? Our Vabel's overlord color, I don't know how many times stronger than yours. Our Vabel, that is the man who just defeated Black Arm Zifa. How can you be like this, huh?" Miss Bajin's inner monologue has not been finished yet, and the feeling like being stared at by an evil spirit just now struck again. But unlike just now, this time she really felt her own. There is a cold touch on the neck. Miss Bajin looked in the direction of Iger. This newcomer kid in the navy was staring at him coldly. Obviously he didn't do anything, just looked at himself like that, but the surrounding air seemed to want to curry favor with him. "Grab your neck. It's a ghost." The air that usually flows repeatedly along with one's own breathing turns out to be condensed into substance in the air at this moment. With an icy cold touch, there is no way to make him not think that it is a pair of real ghost hands. The scenes all over his face were violently violent due to the freezing of the air. Miss Bajin's face that was covered with thick foundation was actually flushed red. His hands were pinching his neck, and his mouth kept saying ho ho sound. "Mom." Once again, seeing his mother being bullied by the tyrannical lust released by Iger, Vabel was so furious that his triangular eyes were about to bleed, and he burst into a roar, and all the tyrannical lust in his body erupted. Boom! The invisible and colorless domineering burst out from Vabel, colliding with Iger's overlord in the transparent air, and red and black snake-shaped lightning appeared out of thin air in the air. Chilling lightning bolts burst out, and the pressure of the overlords of different affiliations collided with each other, causing the air to be at a loss for a while. "I didn't know which side to obey, so I had to let go of Miss Bajin's hand again." Cough cough cough. The palm of which the air condensed suddenly loosened, and Miss Bajin, who was about to suffocate, suddenly saw the hope of living, and suddenly collapsed to the ground, leaning on his arms and coughing violently, and then breathing in fresh air. "It's good to be alive." A thought rose from her mind. "Hey," I said. Seeing Miss Bajin's tragic appearance, Iger felt somewhat more comfortable, and then he was too lazy to compete with her, and shouted at Vabel, "Would you like to put your mother in a safe place first? Otherwise, if there are any consequences if you miss it, then don't blame me, you bastard." Before Vabel could answer, Bajin, who was kneeling on the ground, roared, and then pointed to his son Dashin and said, "Good son, I have changed my mind. Only this guy, you have to beat him." After speaking, he hurriedly got up from the ground, and then used the fastest speed in his life to flee away from the gate of the market, while turning his head and shouting at Vabel, "Be sure to treat him hard for me." "Okay." The annoying guy is finally gone. Iger watched the back of Miss Bajin go away, with an angry smile on his face. The pores all over his body suddenly opened, and streams of red-black viscous liquid seeped out from it and condensed on his surface into a layer of cuticle. Whoops! At the moment when the keratin was formed, everyone suddenly felt a little numb on the top of their heads, and then they all noticed that the blue sky that had been emptied for thousands of miles was suddenly covered by large black clouds. The whole world became dark, as if in an instant the dark clouds all over the world were gathered over. The Rog Market, which had a good view at first, suddenly seemed as if someone had turned off the lights, and it became almost impossible to see anything. The two high-profile figures inside also became blurred shadows. Pat, Pat, the first person in the crowd, felt that something had fallen, and then raised his head to look, and he couldn't help screaming, and the others raised their heads when they heard the scream. When I saw it, my eyes suddenly popped out. I saw that in the sky, the dark clouds that covered everything turned up at this moment. Some red halos, not only that but also countless tiny red and black raindrops falling from the sky. What's even more surprising is that some people originally planned to take off their coats to cover the rain, but found that when those raindrops fell on their clothes, they immediately turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared as if they had never existed. Ah, look at the sea. Just when everyone was attracted by the raindrops, there was a sudden commotion on the high platform. There were dozens of businessmen and residents pointing in the direction of the port, their faces full of horror. Countless residents looked at the coast again, and they were horrified to discover that the sea surface that was supposed to be azure blue had turned into red and black as if it had been soaked by something. Moreover, the entire sea surface is like boiling water in a pot, frantically steaming up into the sky with red and black smoke, which quickly merged into the huge dark cloud in the sky. The sea is moving. It is true that the residents have watched a lot of pirates fight, and there are not a few people with various abilities, but they have never seen it before. What ability can they directly use the sea water as their source of strength? Those who can do this, I am afraid that in the past few hundred years, only in the past few months, there have been such incidents published in the newspapers. It's the sea god. The weapon merchant looked at the sea with awe in his eyes. It's the sea god who appeared in the Goya kingdom. It's absolutely not wrong. It was said at that time that the one who summoned the power of the sea god was a child. That newcomer in the navy is the envoy of the sea god. Chapter 432 Rain in the Sky vs Thunder in the Ground. Poseidon. Shouting out these two words, or the name taboo, suddenly brought everyone's memory back to what happened in the Goa kingdom a few months ago. At the beginning, the Tianlong man Chermakeshan came to the Goya kingdom to play, but he killed the king of the family when he disagreed. This move also robbed their country's most important treasure of the country, the gem Poseidon of the sea. That gemstone had brought a heavy disaster to the Goa kingdom hundreds of years ago, and it is definitely a forbidden area that humans cannot touch. As a result, the tossing of Saint Hammock directly angered the sea god, and immediately attracted countless sea kings, and directly swallowed Hammock and the officials of the espionage agency who protected him. This matter, even after all of you here have gone through such a long time, is still fresh in your memory. After all, this news is too hot. Tianlong people died tragically. Tianlong people are not gods. These 11 words echoed in everyone's mind for several months. They can even remember this for a lifetime. In fact, the focus of the whole incident was that besides the heavenly dragon man Hammock, the other one was the sea god, as well as the divine envoy child who was endowed with divine power by the sea god. In order to declare his will, sea god also found a child at the scene as a divine envoy, gave him his own power, and used his mouth to spread the thoughts of God. In fact, this matter has always attracted the attention of the broad masses of the people, but it was suppressed by the absolute tough attitude of the world government, so I have never heard any news about him. Unexpectedly, I actually saw his deity here today. Everyone looked at the magnificent scene at sea, and they were sure that this was the scene when the sea god landed in the Goa kingdom at that time. And now, the envoy of the sea god is in front of his eyes, fighting a vicious pirate who can compete with the former admiral of the navy. Hey, what if it's an envoy, not a child yet? Miss Bagin heard the people behind him discussing Iger's identity enthusiastically. He was startled at first, but he calmed down quickly and sneered disdainfully. My son is Edward Vabel. Even if the man who can defeat the former admiral of the navy has the power of the sea god, it is not the sea god who came here. The more Miss Bagin spoke, the more excited he became. He even put his hands around his mouth and shouted loudly, "Come on, my good son, never lose to that stinky brat. You will definitely win." Hearing Miss Bagin's shout, the residents behind him also had some inexplicable confidence in Vabel. After all, they had already bet on him, and they were naturally willing to believe that Vabel could win. Vabel, come on, never lose to that kid. The residents who blocked and pressed Vabel knew that they should support the navy at this time. Although they did not speak, they couldn't help but cheer for Vabel. And among the group of residents with different plans, only the original weapons dealer looked at the blurry figure in the market in the distance, and his eyes filled with fiery heat. Come on, Eagle. When the residents of Rogue Town were at odds about who was stronger or weaker, Iger Iger and Vabel, who were on the battlefield, were completely in no mood to listen to what they were saying. Both of them were staring at each other's movements intently, not daring to relax at all. "You bastard! How dare you treat my mother like that? I must tear you to pieces today." Vabel stared at Iger sternly, clenching the big knife in his hand a little tighter, and shouted without showing weakness at all. He looked up again at the huge dark cloud above the sky that completely covered the entire sky, and the ocean-like turbulent domineering contained in the limbs suddenly surged violently. Rumble boom. Everyone present, whether they are residents standing at the gate of the market, or businessmen standing on a high platform in the distance, or even Carp and others who are performing tasks on the other side of Rogue Town at this moment, all feel arrived. The ground shook violently suddenly. The whole of Rogue Town is like a big drum, which is being beaten frantically by a pair of huge drumsticks. The ground was shaking up and down, and the gap between the top and bottom could be more than 10 meters. The residents who were already crowded around the market suddenly became unstable, and they all fell together. It's like the residents who are densely arranged in the various streets and alleys of Rogue Town. In an instant they are like dominoes that have been pushed one by one in a decompressing state, radiating crazily to the outer edge. Go. There was a huge commotion in the crowd, and everyone fell into a ball from time to time. Men, women, old people, and children all screamed violently and became a mess. This is not over at all. When everyone fell to the ground because of the huge earthquake that spread throughout Rogue Town, even more terrible things happened. Click click. All the residents who fell to the ground could clearly hear that the inside of the ground, which was supporting their own body, suddenly began to sound burst after burst, one after another, terrifying huge cracks, like running through the ground like a black snake. It spreads everywhere in a completely unpredictable way. When residents encounter it, there is no way to escape at all, and they can only obediently be involved in the deep underground. When the building encounters it, there is no way to resist it, and it can only be easily shaken into a pile of rubble. Iger can be considered to know how the tragedy of Rogue Town was caused, and in the thick body of the black snakes, the red and black lightning bolts danced wildly, and they were also dispatched. Scoff. Chilling. Boom boom boom. The red and black lightning bolts drilled from the ground, whether they encountered residents or buildings, were all in peace. But when they intersected with the red and black raindrops falling from the sky, they suddenly caused bursts of violent explosions. It's like swinging wildly on the ground after igniting the hanging whip. The red and black rain flow is so dense that it is about to collide in the air, and the razor will throw a series of violent sparks with a slight movement. For a time, Rogue Town was caught in a thunderstorm. The weird thing is that it's not wrong that the raindrops fall from the sky, but the thunder and lightning smashed the ground and drilled out from the ground. And in this strange but murderous scene, Iger and Vabel's fists collided fiercely. Chapter 433. Fierce Confrontation. The Fist of the Rain God. Boom boom boom. Cheel la la la. In the almost endless rain screen, the red and black razors twisted their bodies frantically. Every time they twisted, the raindrops in the sky would burst into countless sparks on their bodies. Every time it exploded, between the violent and domineering and crazy collisions, there were terrifying fluctuations that could make the guys around watching the battle feel palpitations. The blasting sound in the rain curtain has become a continuous one, which makes the ordinary residents who have fallen to the ground feel as if their hearts are about to burst. Even the pirates who were among the residents felt uncomfortable all over, as if the scales that burst out from the red and black thunder snakes turned into poisonous snakes, opened their bloody mouths, and tightened their grip. Wrap yourself in tight. This bet is really exciting. I thought it was just an ordinary battle, but who knows, it turned out to be an earthquake and this kind of vision of heaven and earth. Of course, this difficulty is not difficult for these pirates and residents who have already made a bet. On the contrary, it makes them gamblers even more excited, and it is interesting to call such a battle. Immediately afterwards, everyone turned their sides in an unusually tacit understanding, first giving way to the compatriots under them, and then sitting up one after another, sitting up easily. After a while, the people who fell due to the earthquake all maintained their shape, and it was during this process that everyone's eyes were still fixed on the two blurry shadows that kept flickering and intertwining in the market. Bang bang bang. In the market, two figures, one big and one small, are waving their fists in the rain, shaking them frantically. Superior. The muffled sound of the fist to the flesh in this explosion of thunder snakes and raindrops not only was not drowned, but became clearer and clearer. Boom boom boom. A series of thunder snakes wrapped around Vabel's body, shielding him from the raindrops that fell from the sky. Every drop of raindrops fell on him, and a series of red and black sparks would burst. And in this dense rain, almost every moment of Vabel's body, there are crazy bursts of sparks one after another. But even so, when Iger's fist, which was covered with red and black horny, hit Vabel ruthlessly, the muffled sound of the punch to the flesh still made people feel bloody. finger guns and fists. A loud shout burst out from Iger's mouth, and then the rain curtain in the sky seemed to be blown by some strong wind, and the trajectory that originally fell vertically instantly tilted towards Vabel on the opposite side. Boom boom boom. The raindrops, which were already fine enough, were more like a torrential rain hitting the leaves for a while, causing Vabel's entire body to sink in the huge red and black flames. Blast punch. Facing Iger's blow, Vabel was also unbearable to show his weakness, and he roared immediately, and then the crack in the ground under his feet expanded by an unknown number of times, turning into a dark cave. Cheel la la la. In the pitch black cave, tens of thousands of red and black thunder snakes flashed and then entwined together in an instant, turning directly into a red and black beam of light more than 10 meters thick, slanting towards the rain curtain and the others in the middle. Iggy blasted away. Boom boom boom. The huge thunderbolt directly penetrated the sky above Rog Town, and even hit the sky above the outer sea, and slanted into the dark clouds in the sky, opening a huge hole in the dark clouds. The blazing sunlight poured down from the entrance of the cave, making the brewing terror oppression in the air dissipated a little, and the gamblers watching the game suddenly felt a lot better in their hearts. Compared with his own heart, the thing that people care about more is that Vabel's performance in this big collision is simply too strong. In fact, as early as when the ground began to collapse, everyone already knew that everyone underestimated the strength of that Vabel. I thought that although he could defeat the former general of the Navy, it was too much to catch up with Zifa-sensei's physical strength, which was severely drained. The actual strength, it's hard to say, but until he started to summon his dark cloud of kings, everyone felt that this Edward Vabel was definitely much stronger than he thought. That rookie in the Navy just now, oh no, he should be called the messenger of the sea god. The dark cloud of the king summoned by the messenger of the sea god is already very shocking, and it directly changes the afternoon of the clear sky into a cloudy midnight. But even so, the residents who were watching the lively didn't feel at all what the raindrops that fell from the sky meant to them, not even the slightest sense of oppression. On the other hand, Vabel, from the very beginning of his momentum, has already made such a huge momentum. The entire Rog Town trembled for him. The ground cracked and thunders emerged from the ground. This is something no one has ever seen before. Wang's Haiwuyun, as a resident of Rog Town and a fellow of the Pirate King, in this island that is often visited by all kinds of pirates, the residents have seen a lot of guys with the appearance of overlords, and they have never seen them before. Over this hidden under the hood, and the most important thing is that the pressure this Vabel brings to the big guy is a real horror. It was a feeling of directly facing the most terrifying natural disaster. When his dark cloud of kings was ready to go, everyone's perception of him as a person had disappeared. He is no longer human, he is the disaster itself. Looking at it this way, between Iger and Vabel, the judgment is high and low. This Navy rookie, isn't he still too immature? The crowd gradually spread such a statement, although it has long been believed that this Navy is impossible to defeat Vabel. But when I really saw the gap between the two people, I couldn't help being a little shocked. In the crowd of people who were horrified and sighed, Jinbei's eyes were filled with shock that was stronger than everyone else's. It's just that his horror was not because of Vabel's overlord color that grew from the ground, but because of the gentle-looking red-black rain that fell in the sky. Ige Kunhe. Jinbei looked at the scattered raindrops, and he didn't feel anything when he reached out and touched it. However, as long as he collided with the thunder snake, a violent explosion would occur, and he couldn't help muttering to himself, has it reached this level? Chapter 434. I want to lose too, but my strength doesn't allow it. In the market, under the thin and sloping rain, the fierce collision between Vabel and Iger continued, and just above the sky, a big hole was bombarded by Vabel's explosive fist, which also allowed the sunlight to tilt above the ground so that everyone could see the two figures in the market a little bit. At this moment, the two figures were covered in red and black light, and their domineering arrogance seemed to be seeing the enemy, and they frantically gnawed at the domineering arrogance exuding from each other. What is different from what the surrounding residents have observed is that around Vabel, the raindrops falling from the sky are not ordinary water droplets, but sea kings with bloody mouths. Yes, although the size is a little small, just like when Iger was summoned from the sea to the East China Sea, countless sea kings descended from the sky and fought with the razors on the ground. Bang bang bang. The teeth of the sea kings bit the scales of the razors, which would instantly cause a violent explosion on the razors. At the same time, the razors also opened their bloody mouths and swallowed the sea kings into their stomachs. Explode violent flames. When the snake army and the flying sea king army were brutally fighting, the fists of Iger and Vabel also slammed on each other's body mercilessly. No, Vabel was punched in the abdomen, and a sharp pain suddenly spread from the position of the navel to the organs in the abdominal cavity, and then directly swept his whole body, causing him to twitch with pain. He groaned in pain, but Iger's next punch came right away, and Vabel couldn't bear to show his weakness weakness at all. You bastard, I will never spare you. Vabel's entire body has been swallowed up by the red-black flames and the violent explosion, but his roaring sound is firmly spread throughout every corner of the entire market. Bah! Iger also punched on the cheek. Vabel's incomparably heavy and domineering, like a high-speed train, directly shook his head and made him dizzy, and there were even stars twinkling in his eyes. However, he didn't even snort but spat out. His fist clenched a little tighter and punched Vabel again brazenly. Nimadug, it's like you can beat me. Boom! The two people's straight fists slammed together, and the terrifying shockwave was mixed with the powerful domineering of the two, and in an instant it stirred from the opposite point of the fist. Boom boom boom! The shockwave that seemed to be able to destroy everything swept the entire market in a blink of an eye, and directly shook the ground that had been cracked with terrifying cracks into piles of rubble. Her la 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 la! Boom boom boom! The rock that was shaken into pieces at the moment of shattering swept away radially with a terrifying shockwave and shattered everything along the way in a blink of an eye. The raindrops that fell along the way exploded and shone into gorgeous flames. During the terrifying domineering agitation, the stones that were torn into pieces were completely ground into piles of powder. Immediately afterwards, the crushed stone powder continued to trend unabated. As the shockwave rolled up, it rolled into a circle of sandstorms tens of meters high, burying the gamblers at the entrance of the market directly inside. It was punched again, and sharp pains traveled along the joints and bones all the way back to the brain. Iger's whole body shook as if he had been electrocuted, and then the front of the fist again exerted force and smashed his body. The body is sent a few meters back. Damn! Iger secretly cursed in his heart, looking fiercely at Vabel, who was still not feeling well on the other side, silently thinking about the next move. This guy's domineering is really a bit perverted. Even with the domineering arrogance of Iger that draws the power of the sea god, it is difficult to obtain too many benefits in front of his domineering. Until now, Iger did not understand why Zifa at that time lost to this Vabel. There is no other reason. It is because of this guy's domineering, just like the earth, hard and heavy, just like mixing a lot of extremely hard crystal diamond andesite into the domineering. Summed up in one word, just fierce. Zifa, whose physical strength was not enough in the first place, faced the domineering arrogance of this tough school. As long as his body did not stretch once, he would be directly injured, and when it was Iger's turn to fight this guy, he really felt it. What is heart? Not only is the attack power superior, you can feel the pain of the heart after a collision, and the defense power is really powerful. His own domineering, it is reasonable to say that the strength of the ocean has been assembled, and the strength is already very strong, but when fighting against this guy, it is obvious that it is like encountering some hard rock, and the damage has been absorbed. No, if you fight like this, there will be no end at all. At this moment, Vabel on the opposite side is obviously not having a good time. He was breathing heavily, and every muscle on his body was trying his best to control it so that he would not tremble due to the severe pain. But even so, his body still couldn't stop trembling slightly, because it is so painful. Pain from the inside out. Hateful. Obviously, his domineering is as hard as the seafloor stone, and he should not feel pain, but this guy's domineering is as pervasive as running water, bypassing your own skeletal muscles and directly attacking your own blood vessels and internal organs. Now Vabel feels that the organs in his abdominal cavity are like being placed in a meat grinder, which can completely pass the colic pain of the weaker admiral from fainting. Not only the stomach, liver, and spleen, but even his heart and lungs, and even the blood vessels and nerves all over his body are colicky like an electric shock. This guy in front of him is really terrifying. If you can do this at this age, how about 2 years from now? No, we must find a way to let him die here. Vabel's face was fierce, and he looked at Iger fiercely, but it happened to meet the latter's equally fierce eyes. Vabel, although Iger, want to lose to you, but my strength doesn't allow it. Ig looked at Vabel steadily. The red and black horny on his body seemed to have melted and flowed, and the drops of rain hitting it no longer dissipated into light smoke but turned into part of the viscous liquid. Then I can only apologize to you. Chapter 435 long. Let's chat. Rogue Town Port. Just an hour ago, 3 entire naval warships were docked by the sea here, including the warships of Teacher Zifa, Lieutenant General Crane, and Lieutenant General Garb. Each ship is filled with Navy soldiers with guns and live ammunition. They have excellent weapons to deal with various naval battles. Most importantly, the officers of each warship are 3 people who can stand in the peak echelon of combat effectiveness. But now, these naval soldiers with guns and live ammunition, the 3 well-equipped warships, and even the 3 senior naval officers who led the team have completely disappeared. The entire port, as if no one had come over, all the traces disappeared dryly and quietly. Of course, this is only the surface. If someone observes carefully, they will find that the taverns, restaurants, and even the street stalls closest to the port are full of people when they they enter Rog from that port. And those people, whether they are haggling, cheering and drinking, or burying their heads in hard food, are looking for all kinds of angles, using their peripheral vision to scrutinize the wind and grass on the coastline. Yes, these people were disguised naval soldiers, and their chief officers, Lieutenant General Garp, Mr. Zifa, and Lieutenant General Crane, were hidden among the soldiers who acted as downtown residents. Even the orange-haired Nami was held by Lieutenant General Crane, pretending to be a pair of grandparents and grandchildren who came out to buy vegetables and stood on the street eating oranges. Lieutenant General Garp and Teacher Zifa were sitting on the chessboard on the side of the street playing games while observing the situation on the coast. At that time, a few of them landed in Rogue Town to deal with the pirates raging on the island, but now the toughest enemy in the entire Rogue Town has been handed over to Eagle to deal with. After that, under the urging of Vice Admiral Crane and Garp, Zifa told the secret mission given by the Navy: intercept the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. The Navy received news that today, the Revolutionary Army and his party, judging from the route, should pass through Rogue Town from here and even land at the port of Rogue Town. And Garp and the others received such a mission from the world government, and they had to wait here in advance to intercept the Dragon, who was the Revolutionary Army. Although the scene is lively, it looks like a real downtown, but in fact everyone's heart is hanging in the air, especially Garp. At this moment, from Zifa's position, although Garp on the opposite side was facing the chessboard, his eyes were not focused at all. His face was as black as charcoal, the corners of his mouth were grinning downward, the two rows of steel teeth were biting together tightly, and the muscles on his cheeks had swelled to the point that they were about to come out from under the skin. Drops of cold sweat seeped out from his forehead, neck, and even behind his back, almost soaking his entire suit, and he didn't even notice that the chess piece in his hand had already been pinched by him. Burst out, "Hey, Garp, you don't look like you're playing chess." Zifa reminded Garp and pouted at the chess piece in his hand. Garp was reminded by Zifa, and he also woke up from the daze and then looked at the chess piece in his hand, also slightly stunned. "Good guy, this game is really hard to understand. I'm afraid it's not a difficult chess game," Zifa said faintly, looking at Garp's expression. Garp smiled wryly, did not speak, just closed his eyes and pondered silently. "Yeah, of course it's hard to understand. That's his own son. He was a senior naval officer who fought countless times for the justice of the Navy. He did not know how many demons who murdered without blinking an eye, and this is how he is called a naval hero. But his son is a man called the most vicious criminal in the world. Such a family really breaks Garp's heart. Just today, I finally made up my mind and wanted to confront my son face to face. According to the intelligence of the world's official spy agency, Long will land here soon, but who knows, just at this great opportunity, a chance to ask clearly about his son's will." He backed away, even more nervous than when he was pursuing his wife. "What is this for?" Garp didn't know either. "Look, there's a boat coming." Just when Garp fell into entanglement and confusion and was about to be unable to extricate himself among the crowd, there was a Navy soldier who had been paying attention to the coastline and suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. Although the sound is not loud among a group of naval soldiers with excellent hearing, it is like a thunderbolt. All of a sudden, everyone was stunned for a moment, glanced at the coastline, and then returned to their normal appearance. Only Garp, as if his heart had been hammered by a heavy hammer, suddenly became tense. His face was still facing the chessboard, but his eyes were fixed on the sea, and the pieces in his hand had been completely crushed into powder. At this moment in the sea, a large sailboat with a huge blue dragon on its hull is heading to the port of Rogue Town at a terrifying speed. That one is the dragon boat. Although I don't know what the name of this ship is in the whole sea, the only ship that can be called a dragon ship is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. "The dragon ship, boss. We are about to land. I heard that the town of Rogue is very chaotic recently. Do you want to pay attention?" On the deck of the dragon boat, a tall bear, holding a book in his arms, walked behind the dragon in the bow and said softly, "Yes, be careful. We're going as fast as we can." Long nodded slightly, glanced at the lively port of Rogue Town, frowned slightly. "I always feel that this place is a bit strange. Be prepared at all times. If anything happens, leave quickly." Good. The performance of the dragon boat was quite good, and it landed in less than half an hour. A group of Revolutionary Army cotters headed by Long carefully stepped off the boat. Out of intuition, Long looked at the bustling downtown in the distance. For some reason, he always felt a little strange. There is a situation. However, before Long could figure out what was wrong, there was a sudden commotion on the boat behind him. Long looked back quickly, but saw that 3 naval warships completely blocked all the retreats of the dragon ship from 3 directions. "Dragon, after all these years, it's time for us to talk." And just when Long was surprised by the sudden appearance of the naval warship, a familiar voice came from in front of him. Chapter 436. In an instant, point to the gun. Blackwater, Rogue Town Grand Bazaar. bizarre. The big hole in the sky that was finally punched by the red and black thunder snake was covered up by black clouds at this moment, and the world once again returned to its original darkness. The figures of Iger and Vabel became blurred again, but at the same time, everyone was surprised to find that the electric sparks that were originally in the air caused by the collision of thunder snakes all over the ground and raindrops all over the sky suddenly died down. What's the matter? Isn't that newbie in the Navy dead? Look, there seems to be less rain falling from the sky. Is it possible that the winner is about to be decided? The gamblers around the market are pulling their necks and widening their eyes, trying to see clearly in the dark, but even the closest guy with the best eyesight can only see a little blurry outline. That's it. No one knows what happened inside, but what is certain is that the heavy rain that covered almost the entire rogue town before has stopped. Does this mean anything? That's right, it must be the rookie in the Navy. Not so good. The residents who bet on Vabel's side gleamed with excitement in their eyes. I knew it. That Navy kid, even if he has some of the power of the sea god, in the final analysis, he is not the sea god but a child, and a human child. As long as it is a human being, there is absolutely no way to escape that conclusion. Children can never beat adults. Hey. On the one hand is a fierce pirate who can beat the admiral of the Navy, and on the other is a child who has just joined the Navy. Even a fool should know which side to bet on, right? Even if you don't know, you should know by looking at the odds. 1 to 10,000. Almost everyone didn't think that kid would win. Of course, there will be those guys who want to get rich by being upset, but that kind of people usually only push a little bit. There are really fools who put $1 billion Bailey on the other side. $1 billion. This amount of money is enough for an ordinary person to live for decades. How big of a brain can this be done? But that's fine. It's not bad to watch a battle and win a big meal. Almost everyone, at this moment, has a frenzy about winning the bet on their faces. Although they can't see anything clearly, they are still staring at the market. In the crowd of spectators who were ready to cheer, a sturdy Murloc figure was staring at a certain place in the market without saying a word. Not because I feel like I'm going to lose, but because I feel that the gap between me and him is really getting bigger and bigger. Ige Kun, worthy of being a leader. In his sight, an extremely terrifying force is brewing in the darkness that makes people unable to see. If you come into contact with that power, you will definitely be penetrated directly. And a group of residents just outside the market were sure that this battle would end with Vabel's victory, but the situation in the dark was quite complicated. It is completely different from the situation outside. In the darkness, the raindrops are like water falling directly from a raspberry, forming a waterfall directly in the air, pouring down on the two people from top to bottom. Boom boom boom. A stream of water that was almost connected poured directly on Vabel's body, wrapped around Vabel's red and black thunder snakes, and suddenly burst into sharp mourning, and the twisted bodies festered directly, bursting into sparks all over the sky. An extremely painful roar burst out from Vabel's throat in an instant. He covered his cheeks and eyes with his hands, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. It hurt so much. It was like being poured on by magma, and he felt that all the skin, muscles, and skeletal blood vessels on his body were going to be burned to ashes by this red-black liquid. How could anyone have such a trick? Vabel wailed while gritted his teeth and insisted. His tyrannical foot strength burst out, and he wanted to run to the outside of this waterfall with the fastest speed. However, this piece of terrifying magma, but Iger has the final say. No matter where Vabel hides or how far he runs, the waterfall above his head is like a ghost that lingers, following closely. On the other side, Iger is indeed completely different from Vabel. The rich, magma-like red-black liquid poured down from the sky and poured on Iger's body, and Iger not only did not feel any discomfort, but he opened his arms quite happily and greeted them. The viscous red-black liquid was poured on Iger's body and hung on it like paint. After a while, Iger's whole body was covered with the viscous red-black liquid, and when the viscous liquid dripped the last drop, Iger's whole person has become an extremely rounded red-black water polo with a diameter of 10 meters. Well, this blow, I guess it's more than enough to clear you up. Iger looked at the red and black liquid that had been covered up on his body and nodded with satisfaction. I'll let you see it next. I just thought of a stunt that can kill you in seconds, Iger said, his half-open eyes suddenly opened. Gollum gollum. As Iger's expression changed, a gigantic will suddenly descended on the water polo. I saw the surface of the water polo, and suddenly dense bubbles appeared, and then the entire water polo began to collapse inward at an alarming speed. Quack 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 quack. It was as if there was a big hand in the dark squeezing the red and black water polo frantically, and funny liquid sounds splashed out one after another, and then the huge water polo with a width of 10 meters suddenly disappeared. At the same time that the water polo disappeared, the red and black waterfalls that had been chasing Vabel for water also disappeared suddenly. However, the unbearable pain all over his body suddenly disappeared, but it did not let let Vabel relax at all, because at the same time that the waterfall disappeared, his heart suddenly tightened as if it was tightly clenched by a big hand. On the opposite side of the darkness, something extremely dangerous was born. How can it be? Obviously, that boy no longer had the tough red and black horns he had just now, not even a trace of domineering, and the pure white navy uniform was dazzling in the dark. But why? He actually has a sense of danger that he is about to die. Hey, I only thought of this trick in a flash. I laughed and stretched out his right index finger. His index finger had turned completely black. If he didn't look carefully, he couldn't see it at all, and the feeling that made Vabel feel life-threatening came from there. Try it, I can kill you. Finger gun Blackwater. Chapter 437 Revolutionary Army and Navy. All-out war. Rogue Town port. Just as the dragon boat approached the port, it was surrounded by 3 naval warships that suddenly appeared from 3 directions, right behind, left and right. This made Long, Xiong, Ivankov and others who just wanted to get off the ship to investigate the situation suddenly like a bird in shock. The whole body was suddenly tense, and the domineering of the whole body were all released. This release doesn't matter. Long can feel that there is no ordinary person on the beach in the entire Rogue Town. Every breath is at least 5 or 6 times stronger than ordinary people. Looking at the naval warships behind him that surrounded the dragon boats, if Long couldn't even figure out what happened, then he would no longer need to be a Revolutionary Army cotter. A group of Revolutionary Army cotters led by him and a group of Revolutionary Army soldiers under him were ambushed by the Navy. Damn it, the guys in the world's official government will do this kind of sneaky thing. The spy who didn't know where they passed through grasped the traces of their group and then arranged for the Navy to come and ambush. I'm tired of seeing this dragon. After all, the Revolutionary Army's goal is to overthrow the world's official government. In any case, this armed force is definitely necessary. Basically, except for the gathering of the 3 generals, it is impossible to cause any threat of extinction to itself. However, what kind of characters are the admirals? Every day, people are busy with life and death, and there are tasks all over the world. Every day, they are either on the way to the task or on the way back to the headquarters to receive the next wave of tasks after finishing the task. The information power of the Revolutionary Army is definitely not lost to the world's official government. Just before he was about to land in Rogue Town, Long had already predicted that there might be an ambush by the Navy, so he deliberately checked the whereabouts of the general. Seeing this, there was no sign of the general moving at all, so I was relieved. Only then did he dare to land in Rogue Town. In other words, in the current situation, even if I am ambushed, I have absolute certainty that I can leave safely. I went to take the bear to find Vegapunk before, and went to talk to him about a cooperation, but the deal Vegapunk mentioned was unacceptable to the dragon. To make the bear as the object of his transformation experiment, the bear will eventually completely turned into a robot. This made the dragon unable to accept it, and had no choice but to find other methods. Fortunately, the intelligence department under his command found a hidden legend. According to legend, a hidden place in Dressrosa has the power to cure all diseases. And just when the big stone in the dragon's heart was put down a little, ready to easily deal with the Navy, and hurriedly prepared supplies to enter the great route, that old and steady voice suddenly sounded in front of him. Long, after so many years, it's really time for the 2 of us to talk. This sound sounded, but it directly caused the blood from the dragon's body to pour wildly. Originally, it should be an ordinary old man hidden among a group of ordinary naval soldiers, but in an instant he burst out with a super aura that could even faintly surpass himself. He didn't even react at all. This breath had already flashed in front of him. Long Fei felt that all the hairs on his body exploded in an instant, not because of anything else, but because this voice, even if he has been away from home for so many years, even if he has aged a lot after so many years, he is definitely a voice that he cannot forget. That is his own father. Carp. Long she never thought of it. He did all the calculations, checked the whereabouts of all the admirals and the marshals of the Navy, and came here after confirming that there were no problems, but he had forgotten the most powerful person in the entire Navy. My own father, a naval hero. Gar, but isn't it caput? He chose not to be promoted to lieutenant general because he didn't want to be controlled by the world's official government. Why did he come to ambush him? Because of the order of the world government. Old dad. The dragon's voice stuttered in response. No way. Even if he is the most vicious criminal in the whole world, he is actually acting for his own justice, and in the final analysis, he is a kind-hearted person. A kind-hearted guy facing his own father is still one of the few fierce people in the world who can beat him occasionally. After all, a few years ago, I ran away from home to practice because I didn't want to listen to him. As a result of this practice, he directly turned himself into the current leader of the Revolutionary Army. It would be a bit embarrassing to face his father at this moment. I can't remember when you ran away from home. Carp stared at the dragon covered covered in a dark green cloak with a dark face, and slowly said the second sentence. Did you know that Luffy will be 6 years old soon? Luffy. Speaking of Luffy, Long couldn't help but stun for a second. Since the boy was born, he seems to have left him to Garp to take care of him. It's been such a long time. Just as he was about to speak, Garp, who was on the opposite side, immediately opened his mouth and said, I don't care what you want to do, and it doesn't matter if you don't want to be in the Navy, but can you choose a job where your children can see their father? Well, Dad, what you said is wrong. Then I have been helping you watch Iger for so many years. Long's expression was a little strange. Besides, it is because of Iger that I have some needs. The reason for doing these things. Don't use kids as an excuse. Before the dragon could finish speaking, it was interrupted by Garp's violent roar. The muscles on Garp's face were already crowded into a ball, and the two iron fists were tightly clenched, and the domineering all over his body was surging. You wouldn't want to lead Iggy on your path, would you? I would never allow you to do that, Dad. Seeing that Garp didn't listen to himself at all, the dragon was also a little annoyed and raised his voice a few times. I can't explain this to you now, but you don't believe me, don't you? Believe in Eagle? Since you don't want to explain, there's nothing to say. Take it. Before the dragon could finish speaking, Garp raised his fist. Behind him, Zifa and Lieutenant General Crane also walked over with a bad look, their eyes locked on the bear and Ivankov, who were standing behind the dragon. It seems that we are going to have a serious fight with the Navy, Seong said lightly, and the next second his body shape disappeared in place. Chapter 438 Overlord Knife. Is it paper paste? Finger gun. Blackwater. Originally invisible domineering, it was concentrated thousands of times before it finally condensed into red-black lightning, and those lightnings were concentrated tens of thousands of times before finally condensing into that red-black viscous liquid, and now those viscous red-black liquids are concentrated hundreds of times and thousands of times, and finally they all gather on that finger. Condense all the domineering together to achieve the ultimate destructive power. There is no earth-shattering power, no swaying power to make everyone suffer, or even gorgeous special effects, but the terrifying sense of danger can't be hidden and makes the target's back feel cold. This is the most precious insight Iger got after meeting Doflamingo, Blackbeard Titch, and Zifa. That is, if you put everything together as much as possible, you can achieve the ultimate power, and the current cell can't carry such a large amount of domineering overlord, so he can only divide half of the overlord to attack Vabel first. But even if it's only half, it's definitely enough. Swish. Iger's figure turned into a blurry after image in an instant, and a distance of tens of meters was flashed in an instant. A pitch-black finger aimed at Vabel's body, bursting with a terrifying wave that seemed to be able to destroy everything. You bastard, don't underestimate me. Feeling the terrifying wave on Iger's fingers, Vabel's hairs stood up all over his body, and a huge terror gripped him tightly like a big cold hand. Frightened and angry, Vabel let out a loud snort, and finally recovered from the intense pain of being scorched all over his body under the water of the Overlord color waterfall. Surging out, rumble rumble, the ground began to tremble again. It was already broken ground that could not be broken more, and once again cracked countless dark and terrifying cracks. Scoff la la la. Thousands of thick red and black thunder snakes madly drilled out of the terrifying cracks on the ground, one by one, twisting their bodies crazily, making extremely sharp roars. In the blink of an eye, on the ground between Ig and Vabel, it was as if a virgin forest composed of red and black razors had been created out of thin air. Crazy biting towards Eagle. One after another, the razors opened their bloody mouths, and their sharp fangs were about to tear Iger apart alive. In the face of the crazy attack of a group of frenzied razors, Iger did not take any countermeasures, just stretched his fingers straight, aimed at Vabel's body, and rushed forward. However, the weird thing is that even if Iger didn't do anything, he just stretched out his fingers. As long as those red and black razors approached Iger's side, they would be instantly shaken by the terrifying waves that spread from the finger gun. Broken. Scoff la 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 la. No matter from any angle, any direction, no matter what posture the red and black razor uses, as long as it is within 1 meter of Iger, all of them will directly explode into clusters of electric sparks. In this forest composed of red and black razors, Iger is like a modern tank crushing the past inexorably, and the red and black razors along the way explode into brilliant sparks. And in that spark, Iger's figure was not slowing down at all, rushing straight towards Vabel. Seeing this scene, Vabel, who was already a little frightened in his heart, instantly tightened his pupils to the size of pinpoints. The breath in Iger's hand that could destroy everything. The closer he got, the more his heart accelerated. Non-stop. It's like being fitted with a tireless steam engine, and the blood flow frantically is pouring into the ventricle and atrium all the time, and his heart is about to explode. Damn it, do you think you are the only one who can condense the Overlord's color to this level? Don't look down on people. Vabel couldn't bear it anymore. anymore, he roared hoarsely. His tyrannical will broke out wildly and swept the entire market in an instant. In the market, tens of thousands of violent thunder snakes were inspired by the huge will, and they let out a sharp roar, and then all the thunder snakes turned into lightning bolts and quickly gathered in the direction of Vabel. The red and black razor is formed by Vabel's domineering, and it is essentially one with Vabel's body, so Vabel wants to summon his domineering, and his actions are almost like words. In an instant, all the red and black thunder snakes on the ground, no matter where they were, directly surpassed Iger, and in an instant they gathered on Vabel's big knife. Thousands and tens of thousands of red and black thunder snakes turned into thick red and black domineering in the air, directly condensing on Vabel's broadsword, and then, not knowing whether it was a broadsword or domineering, a loud humming sound came out. Whoops! The frantic wind pressure spun wildly around Vabel, and at this moment Iger's figure finally flashed in front of Vabel. Let you see my strongest strike, the Overlord sword. This time, holding his most beloved weapon in his hand, Vabel's heart was instantly full of confidence, and he looked down at Iger, who was rushing straight in, and the big knife in his hand slashed towards his fingers. Clang! The big knife made of brass and stainless steel collided with Iger's flesh and blood fingers, and there was a sound of gold and iron clashing, and after that crisp sound, it was obviously the most concise and domineering collision between the two sides, but there was no sound anymore, because the moment he touched Iger's pitch-black finger, the big knife in Vabel's hand had completely disappeared. Really disappeared. The huge blade of the big knife is obviously bigger than half of Iger's body, but when it touched Iger's tiny finger, it was like a popsicle thrown into the magma, and it collapsed layer by layer, and finally scattered into invisible particles. What? How is that possible? Vabel couldn't believe it at all. The big knife that condensed all his domineering power was even more fragile than paper paste in front of Iger's fingers, and just when he exclaimed, Iger's finger was already on his body. Hey, your Overlord sword, is it paper? Iger smiled, and then the terrifying energy that had been compressed to the extreme suddenly burst out. Chapter 439. With me, justice will never disappear. Rogue Town, the central market. At this moment, the central market is uncharacteristically empty, and all the residents and businessmen who were originally in the market gathered around the market, looking at the market with excitement. They were all ordinary residents of Rogue Town, but now they were all betting gamblers in the big game around the market. They are all paying attention to the outcome of the battle in this market. Vabel and Iger, a fierce and powerful pirate, and a rookie in the navy who is not even 10 years old. Obviously fools know how to choose, but in this world there will be some brainless idiots who want to use these impossible cold fields to make a fortune. There is actually someone who will bet on that navy rookie to win. Just when most people were joking and thinking about the sky-high bets placed by those idiots on the opposite side of the game, the battle in the market had already entered the stage of white-hot. In other words, Vabel is about to win the stage, because they found that on the sky, the huge dark cloud that could have covered the entire Rogue Town and even the sea around Rogue Town had never dropped a single drop of rain at this moment. At the same time, the terrifying force that could shake the entire Rogue Town erupted more violently. Everyone present had to stick to the ground tightly to ensure that they would not be harmed by the earthquake. It is this simple comparison, and the two sides have already reached a judgment. Obviously, the rookie in the navy has been exhausted, and there is no way to fight anymore, and Vabel has the remaining energy. The result of this battle will be revealed soon. Everyone stretched their long necks and stared at the market, which was covered by smoke and darkness. When everyone felt the raindrops falling from the sky stop, it seemed that the movement in the market also disappeared, but everyone's intuition was to tell them that something was brewing in this darkness and smoke. Right. It seems that this blow is a decisive blow. Everyone's eyes suddenly became excited, and they silently counted down in their hearts. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. Just like the most primitive explosion in the universe, everything is compressed at one point. That is the ultimate end of density and energy, and at a certain point in time, it can no longer restrain the violent power inside. Break out for the world in it. It is the creation of everything, and everything is born from that huge explosion. The high heat and pressure turn all the particles into matter, and life and stars are formed in it, and for the outside world, it is absolutely devastating destruction. Anything that dares to collide with this terrifying explosion, whether it is gas, liquid, or solid, whether it is skin, flesh, or bone, whether it is air, plants, or stone rubble, will all be annihilated in an instant. A true annihilation. Everything seems to have never been born in this world. From the macroscopic structure to the microscopic constituent particles, everything disappears completely. In the end, their mass turned into the purest energy in the universe, and then exploded. Specifically, the moment Iger's dark finger touched Vabel's body, the extremely compressed energy on it suddenly exploded. The red-black energy instantly engulfed Vabel's body, and then there there was no deceleration at all, and it spread directly around, covering the entire market directly. Immediately afterwards, everything seemed to be swallowed by a big mouth in the void. Except for IG, everything disappeared. The terrifying eruption of the creation of the world directly tore apart all the darkness, all the smoke, and all the blur, and even the violent fluctuations directly ripped apart the huge haze hovering over Rogtown. The clear sunlight once again fell from the sky in Rogtown, finally letting the many gamblers gathered in the big market in Rogtown see clearly what the market was like. And this doesn't matter, everyone present is completely dumbfounded. The place in between was originally supposed to be the big market in Rogtown, but at this moment there is nothing left. Everything was completely swallowed up by the huge explosion sound just now. It's as if there is a ruthless big mouth in the dark, snorting directly on the ground and directly swallowing the entire Rogtown Grand Bazaar. There was only a terrifying crater with a diameter of over 1,000 meters left, and a short figure standing in the center of the crater. Newbie in the Navy. It's that rookie in the Navy. Why? Those gamblers who placed their bets on Vabel were dumbfounded at the time, and their eyes quickly searched the market in a wide range, but they swept the entire market. Where can they see Vabel? Vabel? How about Vabel? No, 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 no. Was it blown up by the explosion just now? How is that possible? If Vabel can be blown up, why is that newbie in the Navy still standing there? Maybe it's because he has a hint of the power of the sea god. Almost everyone bet on Vabel to win, and almost everyone expressed that they could not accept the result. Everyone was full of surprise at the result of this battle, and they kept discussing it, and until the last sentence, "He has the power of the sea god," appeared, everyone stopped talking. Silence. Everyone looked at the short figure in the market center and fell into a long silence. As I said earlier, even if he possesses the power of the sea god, he is still a child and will not pose any threat to Vabel, who has dealt with many admirals of the Navy. And now, everyone said that this newcomer in the Navy was able to win the battle with Vabel, also relying on the power of the sea god. But in fact, no matter how powerful the devil fruit is, if the user is a waste, it still can't play a big role. There is never an external force of waste, only the user of waste. They just kept reluctant to admit that this rookie in the Navy who looked less than 10 years old had the strength to clean up Vabel. Hey, you residents of Rogue Town. Just when everyone fell silent, Iger, who was standing in the pit, spoke. Remember, Iger, the messenger of the sea god. As long as I am here, the justice of the sea god will never disappear. Chapter 440 Rogtown. I will protect it in the future. IG is the messenger of the sea god. As long as I am here, the justice of the sea god will live on the sea forever. It should have been the most prosperous Rogtown market in the entire Rogtown. At this moment, it has become a huge deep pit, as if it was bitten by a big mouth on the ground, and at the very bottom of that pit, where everything was destroyed, that short figure stood proudly. He just stood there with his chest up and his head raised, his eyes looking straight at the sun that had already slanted to the west, and he used all his strength to shout out these domineering words. Iger's voice echoed in the empty Rog market for a long time, and it reached the ears of the dense crowd outside the market. Obviously this guy looks like a child on the outside, and even the words he shouted out with all his strength seemed quite immature. However, no one dared to bet on which side of everyone present laugh at him, because everyone's eyes widened, staring straight at IGE in the deep pit. For some reason, they always felt that there was an inexplicable sense of divine coercion emanating from the child. Oppressed, they dare not speak. It was also until this time that the guys watching the battle really reacted. This battle between the Navy rookie and Vabel turned out to be the Navy rookie wins. I announce. The host of the game just reacted, his eyes still fixed on the slender figure in the deep pit. He raised his arms and announced, Vabel and Iggy, winner, eagle, winner, eagle. The host's words are like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart heavily. Wow. Everyone, whether they are ordinary residents, businessmen who are good at calculating, or pirates who are just watching the fun, as long as they make a bet, they are all in an uproar. How is this possible? Just kidding. He actually won my money. This guy is too exaggerated. Until this time, people finally woke up. Iggy wins. The rookie in the Navy, who was obviously less than 10 years old, won. What kind of role is he facing? That's Vabel. Oh, Vabel, the super ruthless man who killed 5 or 6 pirate groups alone on the first day he landed in Rogtown. Even later, he had no choice but to face the Black Wrist Zfot, who had been an admiral in the Navy and won the victory with absolute tyrannical power. Had a draw with Kuzan, a super genius who is rumored to be the admiral of the Navy, who is said to be the admiral of the Navy when the next admiral changes. What do these achievements indirectly indicate? This shows that the guy in the deep pit in front of you is already stronger than that Kuzan and the original admiral. This guy is only 10 years old. Is it possible to do such a thing? The most incredible of the crowd must be Vabel's mother, Miss Barkin. The old lady saw that the entire Rogue Town market was completely annihilated and everything ceased to exist, including his own son. son Vabel. Of all that was wiped out, only the little navy still existed, even alive. This just shows one problem: his own son Vabel has. Impossible, impossible. Miss Badgen shook his head numbly, denying his thoughts again and again. However, no matter how he denied it, the thoughts in his mind were like ghosts, constantly appearing in his mind. Vabel. In an instant, countless information flooded into her mind crazily, overwhelmed her will directly, and in the end she could only scream, and then rolled her eyes and fainted. Of course, the residents of Rogue Town are all immersed in Yig's stunning victory at this moment. Even if Miss Badgen fainted, no one came to rescue her. Among all the people who were overwhelmed by shock, there were two people whose expressions were completely different. Instead of being shocked, they were relieved and surprised. It was Jinpei who bet on Iggy just now, and the arms dealer. You have such a piercing gaze that you could see at such an early age that the newcomer in the Navy could win. The weapons merchant looked back at Jinpei and nodded gratefully. Don't say that. I don't have the qualifications to evaluate the strength of the Eiger army. Jinping waved his hands after listening to the weapon merchant's words and responded, very senior. Huh? The arms dealer was confused by Jinpei's reaction. Iggy. Jun. Yeah. Jinpei nodded. He's my leader. Leader? The weapon merchant immediately exclaimed. Is he your leader? Are you not a pirate? However, this time Jinpei didn't answer him anymore. Instead, he flashed his body and appeared next to Eiger in the next second. He turned to face all the people watching the game, and his loud voice slowly spread throughout the entire audience. Tower, the residents of Rogue, please listen to me. Well, Jinping. Seeing Jinpei suddenly appearing beside him, Eiger was also taken aback for a moment, and then he cried out in surprise. Ignatius and Jinpei haven't seen each other for a long time, since the last time they parted. Igga was also a little surprised when they met again on this occasion this time. However, Jinpei's words at this time have attracted everyone's attention. He did not answer Eiger, but looked around the audience with firm eyes, and his sincere and loud voice slowly came out of the market. I saw with my own eyes how the person next to me carried the power of the sea god and protected those innocent people. The first kingdom protected by the sea god was called the Goya kingdom. Now in this world where pirates are rampant, sea god is already a little tired of seeing it. He pities those who are suffering, so he sent this messenger to let him spread sea god's will to the end of the sea. After finishing speaking, Jinpei looked back at Eiger quietly and gave him a wink. Eiger was stunned when he heard these words, but after seeing Jinpei's wink, he immediately understood, cleared his throat, and then said Jinpei's words. I am the spokesperson of the sea god. In the future, this town of Rog will be protected by the sea god. If anyone dares to violate the majesty of the sea god, I will clean them up with my own hands. Pirate I, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 441-460. Chapter 441. Your father and father are fighting. In the future, the safety of this rogue town will be guarded by Eiger. In fact, the reason why Eiger said this was that he didn't think of anything, and he didn't have any special purpose. It was just that Shaipan had already given himself a head, and he naturally couldn't show his cowardice. After all, it is necessary to expand their intimacy ideas and let more and more people join their intimacy ideas. For this purpose, of course, you have to be a little more domineering so as to facilitate the next preaching. But this simple sentence fell into the ears of the densely packed residents, but it was completely different. Eiger's words, every word is loud and clear, and the words are connected together like a heavy hammer, one after another, hitting everyone's heart heavily. Eagle. This newly recruited Navy rookie actually declared that he wanted to protect the safety of Rogue Town. In history, no Navy has ever dared to say such a thing, and no Navy has ever dared to say that a certain town on a certain island will be handed over to him for protection from now on. If this kind of behavior is put on pirates, wouldn't it be an announcement? This place will be my territory in the future, and all people will pay me protection fees in the future. Does that mean? It's like planting a flag directly on this town, announcing to the pirates all over the world that this is my territory, and none of you can make an idea of this town. This Nima. From the beginning of the Great Voyage age to the present, only the 4 emperors of the sea who traverse the Great Sea route, the 4 emperors, can do this kind of thing. Directly announce to the whole world that from now on, the town of Rog, which is the only way to go to the Great Route, will be covered by him. Anyone who dares to violate this place will definitely be retributed by him. This is something that Roger, the Pirate King, never did. Even if this is Roger's hometown, even if Roger once stood at the pinnacle of the entire world's combat power, even if he has reached the final island that no one has ever been to, and obtained a great secret treasure no one has ever seen before, he never said that he wanted to turn this town into his own territory. And after that, even if there were 4 emperor-level characters who came to this town, they just went to the execution platform where Roger was executed to cherish the memories of fighting each other. After that, he just left quietly. There was no one at all, and he had the confidence to say that he would turn this town of Rog into his own territory. territory. This is the case with the 4 sovereigns. Those pirates who are not in the mainstream are naturally not qualified. And just today, a rookie who just joined the Navy, right in front of their eyes, said something that even the Emperor of the Sea, the Admiral, and even the Marine hero Carp dare not say it. However, even if the person who said this is just a rookie who has just entered the Navy, even if he looks like a child under 10 years old, no one dares to question what he said. There is no other reason, just because the person who said this has the strength and identity. What he said did not only represent himself or the Navy, but also the sea god behind him. That is God. God. In what round did these commoners question the words spoken through the mouth of the divine envoy? Who is the sea god? Maybe everyone had only heard of it in myths and stories a few months ago, and even in the last few months when the sea god's affairs have been raging, everyone's understanding of the sea god is only at the level of hearing. However, just hearing about it made everyone feel in awe of the title of sea god. Who is the sea god? That was hundreds of years ago. Just because an ignorant human stole a gem he liked, he directly summoned countless sea kings, and the ruthless character of a country was swept down in a mighty way. Today, hundreds of years later, there are already humans who claim to be gods, but they are still not accustomed to the disease, and they have summoned countless sea kings to tear the stupid humans into pieces in front of people all over the world. Fragmented temper. Just these 2 things alone are enough to show that the sea god definitely doesn't care about anything among humans. He does things purely based on his preferences, and a single word of disagreement can destroy a country or even the entire world's terrifying existence. Even the highest power class in the world, the life of the Tianlong people, can be taken away if they say it is taken away. What do you think the sea god still cares about in this human society? Don't care about anything. He just cares that human beings should keep their duty and don't always play the idea of his gems. Moreover, he specially authorized the child who had just joined the Navy to be his god, and in such a mixed place, he directly declared his will loudly. This shows what? This shows that no matter what the naval system or the authority of the so-called world government, his sea god doesn't care. He is obviously a child, but if you dare to attack him, try it. Let's see if it will cause the downfall of a country or even the world's official government. It is so mighty, it is so domineering. Anyone who dares to destroy the security of Rogtown is challenging the authority of the sea god. Even if it is a Tianlong person, the time to talk is gone. Such a god, do not worship him. For a time, even Iger never thought that what he wanted to pretend to be a little bit would actually create a mighty, arrogant, and daring image of a sea god in the hearts of these residents and pirates. Long live Lord Sea God! Long live Lord Sea God! Long live Lord Sea God! At this time, there is no one who cares about the stakes in the game. Immediately, he knelt down on the ground one after another, kneeling one after another, and in a few seconds, all the people watching the battle turned towards Yi kneeling down in the direction. Iger obviously didn't expect this to happen. Seeing so many people kneeling down in his direction, he couldn't help but feel a little dazed, and just when he was stunned and didn't know what to say, a figure covered in snow suddenly ran over from a distance, and a childish shout came from far and near. Brother Iger! Brother Iger! Nami! Iger looked back and was happy. The person who came was Nami, who had been taken away to practice by Admiral Crane. Brother Yi. Nami ran through the crowd and ran through the deep pit, and finally stopped in front of Yi, panting, "Quick, your father and your grandfather are fighting." Chapter 442 Dragon vs Carp. Your father and grandfather had a fight? Yi faced the direction Nami ran over, raised her with open hands, and turned around in place, but Nami was not in the mood to play, but said to Yi anxiously, What? Hearing this, Iger's mind was a little down at the time, and he asked with wide eyes, "What the hell is this? Your own father?" The figure of a certain great pirate flashed in Iger's mind for the first time, but on second thought, didn't Roger die as early as the year he was born? Then the father that Nami mentioned should be the leader of the Revolutionary Army who raised her for 7 years. Dragon. But the last time we parted in the Goa Kingdom, the guys in the Revolutionary Army should have gone directly to Vegapunk to treat the bear. Regarding the inside story of the Poseidon incident, the Revolutionary Army is also considered to be insiders, and it will not come back because of this news of the Poseidon. So why is the Revolutionary Army that should have reached the Great Route long ago returned to the East China Sea? And the most important thing should be, Nima had already noticed each other in the Goa Kingdom at that time, but Garp and Dragon, who were at peace with each other, why would they fight this time? Iger's mind was running fast trying to find the reason for this kind of thing, but countless possibilities flashed through his mind, but they were all ruled out by him one by one. He still didn't understand why the two would fight. Good guy, these two got into a fight in Rogue Town. It's really lively here today. Iger put Nami on the ground. His face was a little weird, and he started talking to himself. If you say you are worried about the safety of these two people, that must be impossible. These two people are super fierce people who are powerful enough to tear the sky apart. Not to mention that Garp can't beat the dragon hard, so the possibility of someone getting hurt is not high. What Iger was thinking about was how to make the two stop fighting. After all, one side is his future career stage and the other side is his big plan. If you want to realize the necessary assistance, if you want to let the affectionate idea spread steadily and reconcile the contradiction between the two people, it must be done. Hey, difficult Iggy-kun. When Iggy was worried, Jinbei next to him spoke, "Go and deal with Mr. Long and Mr. Garp, just leave it to me here." After such a reminder from Jinping, Iger finally reacted, nodded, took out stacks of small black books from his pocket, and the base was 10 meters wide and 10 meters high on the ground. "Then I'll leave it to you here and give those people a good talk about intimacy ideas." Okay, leave it to me." Looking at the pile of small black books on the ground, Jinbei couldn't help feeling a little ashamed, but he still agreed somewhat stiffly. After handing over those little black books to Jinbei, Iger hugged little Nami and rushed towards the beach in Rogue Town, leaving only a distant back and little Nami's blushing cheeks. Watching Iger leave, the residents gathered around were also stunned. They didn't know what happened at all. The god envoy, who was still worshipping just now, disappeared from everyone's sight. Only the tall Murloc remained. "Then, everyone, since the envoy of God has entrusted this matter to me, let me explain it to you." Jinbei also looked around at the densely packed residents and said daringly. After he finished speaking, he waved his big hand, and the little black books on the ground were wrapped in balls of water balls and flew to the hands of the residents. Rogue Town Port. The setting sun has already slanted westward, and gradually the yellowish skylight, like a faint flame in the air, illuminates everything on the ground. At this moment, on the port of Rogue Town, there is possibly the most bizarre battle in the entire naval history. I saw both the Revolutionary Army and the Navy, the lowest rank of Navy soldiers and the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army, all standing quietly in a line on both sides, silently watching their leaders and cotters fight with the other generals. The eyes of the two men and horses met awkwardly in the air, and they could see the helplessness of the other party. After all, I have never seen it before. The two sides fought. The boss rushed up and started to work, and his subordinates stood quietly beside him. However, even if it was like this, the generals of the Navy and the leaders of the Revolutionary Army did not feel anything wrong at all, and the fight was quite lively. "Dragon, you bastard, come and punch me." In the center of the beach, Garp let out a loud roar. His beard and hair all spread out, and his fist was covered with a hard black iron domineering figure. "Go with the hammer above the dragon's head." "Dad, can we stop fighting and have a good talk?" In front of his father at this moment, Long no longer has the mysterious and cold feeling of the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Instead, he seems a little cramped and nervous, and wants to propose a reconciliation. However, Garp on the opposite side did not listen to what he said at all. The domineering in his hand not only did not weaken, but instead increased a bit, and then his strength became a lot stronger, and he fell down even more fiercely. The superb seeing and hearing color erupted, and Long Fei immediately felt his father's firm will to beat him hard, and now he stopped talking nonsense. Whoa. Almost at the same time, Garp's hard iron fist also slammed down with a fierce wind, just hitting a blast of air, and then blowing out the green wind that the dragon turned into. Whoa. The green hurricane was smashed by Garp, and hurriedly slipped along the ground, and then slowly condensed into a human shape a few meters away. At this time, I looked at the dragon again, and there was already a trace of blood seeping out on his forehead. It was obvious that he just hit the flowing air, but Cap's fierce domineering, just with that little bit of strength, directly shocked the dragon's head and injured it. But even so, the dragon just looked at Garp opposite him with some annoyance. His mind was full of pictures of himself being beaten when he was a child. He didn't think about how to fight back, but how to appease Garp's emotions. After all, this is his own father, not to mention that this guy is an old and strong man who can crush 99% of the world's men. Even if he is a bad old man, he is his own father. I have always only beaten my son, and I have heard of the reason why my son beats me. Chapter 443. I want to see if you are male or female. Rogue Town Beach. A group of Navy soldiers stood around, watching the three leaders of their own family fight fiercely against the three leaders on the opposite side. Laugh. The air was cut in an instant. Zifa's arms had turned darker than ink, and the terrifying destructive power gathered on his fists, smashing towards the bear's face angrily. The distance of half a meter came in an instant, and in an instant Zifa's fist had already deceived the bear's face, and even the fierce fist style superimposed with countless layers of armed color and domineering directly cut through the bear's cheek. In the face of such a quick and terrifying punch, the bear had no special expression on his face. He just waved his sturdy arm very calmly, and a few cute-looking meatballs bounced off his palm. Silently greet Zifa's fist. At the moment when the bear's palm and Zifa's black fist collided, a rather elastic sound sounds suddenly sounded, and then Zifa felt a huge force that was almost impossible to resist burst out from the bear's palm. His pupils shrank suddenly, knowing that the huge force had completely erupted, and Zifa finally realized that it was the punching force he just punched. It just so happens to be the power of punching yourself. There was almost no time to react. Zifa punched out just in time to unload his body, and at this moment the huge force that rebounded had already erupted. By the time he reacted, it was already too late, and a huge force had sent his entire body flying out. Call out! Just when his fist cut through the air, it was his body's turn. Zifa's body turned into a blurred after image and shot straight behind. It was like a cannonball that had just been fired from the cannon, or a cannonball that had been fully strengthened by domineering. Zifa's body instantly smashed the archway in Rogtown, and then the trend continued, crashing all the way. Hundreds of buildings can only be stopped. Cough, cough, cough. In a cloud of smoke, Zifa slumped on the ground, coughing and grinning. He. I really can't imagine this state. I'm down. Is my punching still so amazing? While smiling, Zifa also raised his pair of sunglasses that had been broken by a corner, looked at the bear a few hundred meters away with admiration, and said with admiration, "It's a really powerful ability, but that's what makes people want to be subdued. Ha 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 ha. You are really a fighting maniac." Xiong did not deny Zifa's evaluation. His voice was still cold and flat, and then there were bursts of elastic voices from under the solace of his feet. "Next, it's time for me to fight back." Right before he finished speaking, his figure had disappeared in place in an instant. Almost at the same time, Zifa, who was sitting on the ground, instantly shrank to the size of a pinhole, and the pores all over his body opened. Without any hesitation, he jumped straight from the ground, and the black iron domineering instantly covered his entire body. In the next second, Xiong's tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of Zifa. A steel-cast right hand was covered with steel-colored domineering, and then condescendingly, he punched Zifa fiercely. Clang! A resounding sound of gold and iron clashing exploded, and then the two of you slapped me and punched me, and fought passionately. On the other side, Ivankov and Lieutenant General Crane. Compared to the fierce and passionate clash between Xiong and Zifa, the battle between the two seemed quite calm. "Embryo estrogen," Ivankov shouted, then flicked his finger, and 5 purple spikes extended from between them, and then without any hesitation, Ivankov directly pierced the 5 spikes into his own skin. Oh, it's really a wonderful feeling. It can be seen to the naked eye that Ivankov's face, which can hold 2 eygers, becomes smaller under the action of hormones, and as the face becomes smaller, his voice becomes thinner and softer. In the end, it changed from a rough male voice to a delicate female voice. Not only was the faceplate shrunk to the size of a normal woman, the face shape changed from a domineering square face to a soft melon face, and even the figure was quickly adjusted by the hormones that penetrated into the body. The neck that was originally flat on the chest had been swelled up without knowing it, and the fishnet black stockings on the legs were gradually less violating. In just a few seconds, Ivankov has changed from a big man with a super square face to a slender beauty with long legs and beauty. Well, it's really a very wonderful change. In the process of this change, Lieutenant General Crane did not interrupt him, but observed with great interest, and finally commented with admiration, Hey, is it right? Would you like to try my hormones too?" Ivankov's voice suddenly became clear and sweet. Even Lieutenant General Crane had a hard time getting used to it. "Can you restore your previous appearance and figure? Will that have side effects on the body?" Lieutenant General Crane asked with his head tilted. "It's a little, but forget it." Lieutenant General Crane waved his hand, interrupting what Ivankov was about to say. "I'm past that age of beauty, and I want to see you more than restore your beauty, male or female." After speaking, Lieutenant General Crane waved his palm, and a series of bubbles were formed out of thin air from the air, and then slowly drifted towards Ivankov with a breeze. "Hey, I'm male or female, it doesn't matter to you, Galaxy Wing." Hearing Lieutenant General He's words, Ivankov also snorted disdainfully, and then the pretty face suddenly shook with a super high frequency. With this shaking, his handsome face suddenly threw countless after images in the space. Immediately afterwards, Ivankov's big eyes suddenly blinked. It doesn't matter this blink, a terrifying shockwave erupted directly from his eyelids. The first shockwave burst out from his eyes, and then more shockwaves burst out from the after-image eyes he created in the space. Bang bang bang. For a time, countless shockwaves were sprayed out, facing the foam that he Zhongjian swayed out. Clap 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 clap. The shockwave and the foam intersected in mid-air, bursting into groups in the air for a while. The seemingly light and easy to break foam, but at the same time it was shattered by the shockwave. It also disappeared with the shockwave. While everyone was fighting fiercely, the real center of the battle, Garp and Dragon, fell into a strange silence. Chapter 444. I care what justice you do. Dad, are the two of us really at the point where we have to fight? Long quietly looked into Garp's eyes, letting the blood flow down down his face and drip onto the ground. Even if he is already a man standing at the peak of the world's combat power, perhaps even one of the strongest men in the world, when facing his father, Long is still a little guilty. After all, at that time, I just had a lot of blood, and I wanted to prove that the justice in my ideal was right, so I ran away from home on impulse. He even left behind his newborn son. Even after the father gave Roger's child to himself to raise, he only completed the handover of the series of things through the middleman who did not know how many turns. These things made my father worry. Every day, I have to be busy with large and small affairs within the Navy, worry about the future of my children, and even use various relationships to raise children who are basically thrown away by myself. Even secretly resisted countless attacks and plots from the world's official government. The dragons knew what Garp did. Just looking at the wrinkles on his father's face that deepened every year was enough to fill the dragon's heart with guilt. He knew that Garp actually disagreed with his dreams all the time, but he had been supporting him in secret and silently all the time. But for the sake of his own ideals, he has been incognito, hiding in dark corners around the world, quietly planning his own big plans. Therefore, Long has always felt guilty about Garp, but at the same time, through the wonderful tacit understanding between father and son, he also felt his father's support for him. It is precisely because of this that before landing in Rogue Town today, Long did not think that his father would rush over to beat him up so aggressively. It can be said that this battle is a sturdy fight that beats himself a little bit. Hasn't your father always been more supportive? How could he suddenly lie in ambush where he must pass, and then make a surprise attack on his revolutionary army? And the words he said just now express the doubts in his heart. Long stared into Garp's eyes, waiting for an answer from him. However, Garp didn't want to explain it to the dragon at all. His scarlet eyes were full of anger, the blue veins on his head were bursting from the roots, and the sound of blood flow could be heard by the dragon even if he was far away. At this moment, Garp's face and his fist are the same color of black iron. Half of his face is buried in the shadow of the setting sun, giving people a feeling of oppressive suffocation. After being silent for half a minute, Garp's clenched teeth finally opened, and a hoarse voice spit out from the depths of his throat. Don't say anything. It's been so many years. I haven't seen you for a long time, and I haven't beaten you for a long time. My fists are so itchy. After speaking, Garp's mouth was tightly sipped into a line, and the domineering as deep as the sea surged wildly in his body. My own son. It really broke my heart. Many years ago, this bastard ran away from home, left Luffy who was just born, and left without saying a word. Back then, for the sake of these few children, I was looking for people everywhere, looking for connections everywhere, looking for reliable and quite secret people everywhere, and asking them to help with the children, and it took a lot of effort to get Ace and Iggy and Luffy separates. This is the grandson, and this uneasy son. He left without saying a word, leaving behind such a mess for himself to deal with. You said that if it's just Luffy's business, it's okay. After all, Roger also entrusted his two children to himself, so it's not that difficult to deal with. But the problem is, this guy not only left himself a mess like his own grandson, but even his own affairs can't be handled properly. Although it is said to be developing in secret, it has been developing for so many years, and where did it make a name for itself? The world's official government more or less heard some words, but it just didn't take it seriously. So just send a few people to investigate and deal with him, and they can definitely easily wipe out the germ of their entire revolutionary army. If it weren't for me, I would follow them closely, while erasing the traces of their actions, while prescribing the side of the world's main government. My son, who has already died countless times, how could he have grown to such a level? Garp gets angry when he thinks of the things he has done silently over the years. What is your identity? Heroes of the Navy. The most admired existence in the entire Navy. Once galloping on the sea, all the pirates have to stay away when they see themselves, and they have never been afraid of anyone. If his son Long obeyed his own arrangement and entered the Navy, then he would really have no weakness in the sea. But he didn't. This bastard, who obviously has a talent but is going to make a great revolution. It was because of him, because he did those strange things, that he had to follow behind him and deal with the mess he left behind one by one. Begging for help everywhere. Even if you are naturally thick-skinned, you are somewhat embarrassed to ask for so many times. But this guy has no intention of coming back at all. I don't even plan to meet myself at all. This is absolutely unbearable. Garp doesn't want to hear about national justice and revolutionary feelings at all. He just wants this guy to come over and call him dad, and then say that you have worked hard. This ignorant bastard. I have to beat him up today. Garp really got angrier the more he talked, and the blood vessels all over his body were about to explode. Apart from fighting, Garp couldn't think of any way to vent this evil fire. Boom. The domineering surging all over his body like a river. A huge wave burst into the sky, and the explosive force erupted directly in his body. Garp stomped his feet and the whole person turned into a blurred after image, blasting towards the dragon. Rush away. However, just when Garp's fist was already swung high and he wanted to hit the dragon's face straight, an extremely shining thunder light suddenly ripped apart the space. Immediately afterwards, a thin figure stood in front of the dragon like a ghost. Chapter 445 You unfilial father, I will beat him. Iggy. Garp's furious body shot towards the dragon like a rocket, but when he was halfway through, a thunder light instantly surpassed him and blocked the dragon. And that figure is the IG who was sent by everyone to deal with Vabel before. Damn it, how could this kid be here at this time? When Garp saw Iger, he immediately wanted to stop his punches, but the arrow had to be sent on the string and he couldn't stop it at all. If Iger didn't dodge, he would definitely be beaten by himself. As a last resort, Garp could only shout anxiously at Iger, "Get out of the way, Iggy." In such a short 6-word effort, the air between a few meters has been pierced by the sound of Garp's body, and a series of sonic booms erupted behind him, and the surrounding air was rolled into a violent wind, which was instantly close to in front of Iggy. The ferocious wind even tore Iger's navy uniform into openings. Iggy, get out of the way. Seeing Iger suddenly qualifying, Long was also taken aback. After all, this guy just rushed towards him, and he almost thought he was going to sneak attack on him. Who knew that this guy was in front of him, and he turned around and turned his back to himself, which made him stunned for a moment. But when he heard Garp's shout, Long suddenly woke up like a basin of cold water on his face, and then screamed. Of course, worrying about his son's safety was etched into his genes, and when he realized that this guy was Iggy, his body moved before his mouth. There was a sudden violent roar in the depths of the air, and then everyone was keenly aware that the air that enveloped the entire Rog Town shook violently. It was like the wildly vibrating air contained in a huge bottle, and all the air became extremely violent in an instant. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why does the air seem to turn green? Among the Navy soldiers watching the battle, some guys with keen eyesight were surprised to find that the air in front of them seemed to be inexplicably dyed with a faint green. Is it an illusion? The Navy soldier couldn't help but doubt his eyes, and rubbed it lightly, but it didn't matter. After rubbing it again, the green in the air became thicker. At the beginning, it was still the same kind, and it would be misunderstood as a light green reflected by green leaves, and then it became a light green that was visible to the naked eye like a mist. Not only that, just as the Navy soldiers opened and closed their eyes, the mist-like light green suddenly turned into a dark green that was so thick that it could hardly be melted. This is not an illusion. This is the power of the dragon. Everyone's pupils were constricted, realizing that this was the devil fruit ability about the wind that dragon showed in the fight with Lieutenant General Garp just now. Even Teacher Zifa, Seong, Ivankov, and Lieutenant General Crane, who were fighting fiercely on the other side, stopped what they were doing, frowned, and looked at the green air around them, their faces a little ugly. When he turns his body green, the whole body becomes a wind under his control. Then when he turns all visible air green, the same idea appeared in the minds of all the Navy soldiers by coincidence, and they all looked in the direction of their companions, and at the same time they all saw the horror in the eyes of the other. Run. Everyone made the same judgment for a while. The muscles of the waist and legs were activated at the same time, and they ran away frantically in the direction away from the dragon. However, before they could run out of their bodies, the Navy soldiers were horrified to discover that their bodies were hanging in the air. Compared with the Navy soldiers, the generals of all parties showed their magical powers. The bear immediately stepped on his foot, and his body disappeared in place in an instant, appearing beside the dragon almost at the same time, while Ivankov shouted growth hormone, and then stabbed himself in the head. Needle. With a bang, Ivankov, who was originally a pretty face of melon seeds, suddenly turned his head into the size of a floor-standing air conditioner, and slammed heavily on the ground. Teacher Zifa frowned and glanced at Long, and then his whole body condensed on the soles of his feet, stomping heavily, and his legs plunged directly into the ground. And Lieutenant General Crane was also quite calm. With a wave of his palm, pieces of foam suddenly appeared out of thin air, directly wrapping his entire body in, instantly isolating the green hurricane from his body. Even Iger felt the power of the wind that was faintly condensed in the air, and immediately waved his palm, directly condensing 5 transparent barriers deeply inserted into the ground, and fixed himself on the ground above. Among all the generals, only Garp, who threw a heavy punch at Iger, was still in the inertia of rushing forward, and there was no way to make any defensive measures. Immediately afterwards, just like the other Navy soldiers, Garp's body was directly suspended in the air. Boom! It was as if a nuclear bomb exploded, and all the air above Rog Town turned into a servant of the dragon in an instant. Following the dragon's will, it erupted wildly towards the top like a volcanic eruption. Whirring. It is absolutely a disaster like a scene. The huge and frantic hurricane is like a crazy giant, rough, picking up everything on the ground, dust, rubble, trees and than even human bodies and then throwing it at the ground. High altitude dust is sucked back into waterfalls, rubble is encased in turbulent air, and trees are uprooted and torn to shreds by the force of the hurricane. Even the tall buildings around are like toys. They were picked up by a big hand and then fell to the ground and smashed to smithereens. In this scene of natural disasters, for the first time, the Navy soldiers felt what is called utter despair, and there was absolutely no way to fight against it. And among the white figures that were swept up into the sky, there was one figure that was particularly special. Even in the air, he was always head up and feet down, and he didn't receive the slightest bit of damage at all. Influence. Garp. It was Garp who had no way to overcome the tyrannical inertia just now and was accidentally or deliberately swept into the sky by a dragon. He looked down at the dragon on the ground condescendingly, and he breathed a sigh of relief just now, and suddenly rushed up again. This bastard dared to beat his father. Go as far as you give me. Today, you unfilial father, I'll beat him. Chapter 446. Give me face. Don't fight. You unfilial father, I made up my mind today. The person I want to beat has never been beaten. The anger on Garp's face was about to turn into flames, and the surging domineering all over his body was like a burning flame, and it fluctuated wildly. At this moment Garp stood in the sky menacingly, clearly in the terrifying wind field created by the dragon, but it was as if he voluntarily stood in the void and suspended in the air, looking down at the people above the ground. Ye beard and hair are open. Originally he was a powerful soldier who could face thousands of pirates, and he had the majesty of a soldier. At this moment he was furious. With the dragon's wind field there was an inexplicable oppression from the wrath of the gods. Even if Iger had the will of the sea god behind his back, facing Garp's terrifying power accumulated after decades of tempering, his scalp was numb. But the situation is like this: even if Iger bites the bullet, he will never be able to let the dragon and Garp fight. After all, both of them are the world's leading peak combat power. If this fights, I am afraid that the entire Rog Town will be destroyed. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that in a battle of this level, if you really want to win or lose, you will definitely have to use the ultimate move. By that time, not to mention the loss of both sides, the result will definitely not be much different. This is something Iger absolutely does not want to see, because in Iger's idea, to join the Navy, to be a general or even higher, will be able to have an upright and absolutely safe identity, and be able to implement his own plan to rectify the naval system, and without knowing it, he can use his perfect affectionate idea to infect his subordinates silently, and then let his subordinates infect their own subordinates. In the end, all the Navy soldiers who belong to him have spread the lofty belief of intimacy. This is only a vertical transmission route. You must know that in the Navy, the generals and the Navy soldiers under the generals are also related to each other. This will lead to horizontal spread, starting from the lowest level of naval soldiers from their own faction to the faction of the warring states next door, and first let the lowest level of naval soldiers convert to the idea of intimacy. After successfully infecting the naval soldiers at the bottom, it can continue to infect the non-commissioned officers above, and then go up layer by layer, all the way retrograde transmission, and finally spread to the ears of other generals such as warring states. This is how it spreads from top to bottom, spreads to the side, and then retrogradely spreads from bottom to top, forming a serpentine chain of transmission, which finally allows the idea of intimacy to spread throughout the entire Navy. The Revolutionary Army also has a very important role for Iger. The world ruled by the Tianlong people is definitely an extremely bad world. There is no doubt about it. And in this world where the people are oppressed and countless ordinary people are tortured, the Revolutionary Army is very important. The pirates and man-made disasters brought about by the era of the great pirates, the various damages caused by natural disasters to national construction, and the suffering of the common people, no one cares about these things. And this is how the Revolutionary Army quietly gathered people's hearts in many invisible places. This is exactly the revolutionary line recognized by Iger. When more and more suffering people are gathered by the Revolutionary Army, the seeds of the friendly ideas carried by the Revolutionary Army will take root in the hearts of the people all over the world. And this seed, which is buried among the people and does not seem to have any power, is actually much more important than relying on Iger to rectify the Navy, because the power of the people is infinite. Only a solitary navy may be able to set off a huge wave that overturns the river, but in front of the entire government agency, it is still a crisis that can be overcome by gritting its teeth and stomping its feet. It cannot be shaken at all. On the contrary, when the people all over the world are rising up, all the Navy has to do is to make way for them, and they can take over all the dens of the Tianlong people themselves. Therefore, Iger cannot lose the two waves of the Revolutionary Army and the Navy, and it can be said that the last thing that can happen is that the Revolutionary Army and the Navy are tit for tat. So no matter what the reason is, this battle, Iger will definitely stop it. So, even if Iger was facing the sky, the figure that made one's heart tremble just by looking at it still had to bite the bullet, urge his overlord color, and stared at Karp. It's really been a long time since I used this ability. There is no the king's dark cloud, nor that viscous red-black liquid, but the invisible aura emanating from Iger's whole body, which forcibly resisted the terrifying oppression of Karp, who was like an angry god. Iger's face became as black as iron for some reason, and his expression became as hard as iron. His eyebrows seemed to be squeezed into a lump of iron, and his eyes as hard as steel stared straight at Karp's eyes. The silent staring at each other lasted for a few seconds, and Iger, who was standing on the ground, finally opened his mouth slowly and said the sentence in a low voice, "Grandpa, give me a face. You don't hit me." As soon as the sentence came out, it was like a big mountain pressing on everyone's heart. Although I don't know what's going on, I feel inexplicably that I should do what Iger said. If I don't do it, it's like violating some heaven and earth principle, and I've made the most serious mistake in the world. Not only those Navy soldiers and soldiers of the Revolutionary Army, but also Mr. Zifa, Lieutenant General Crane, Ivankov, and Seong. These people all had similar thoughts in their hearts. There were even many Navy soldiers and soldiers of the Revolutionary Army who helped Iger, and shouted at Karp above the sky, "Yeah, Lieutenant General Garp, stop fighting, stop it." What's more, even the Navy soldiers who were swept up by the dragon's wind field and drifted around Garp all the time like ghosts kept repeating these words in his ears. This time Garp, who was already furious, was so angry that his whole body was about to explode. "I was originally angry for you, but now you have to protect this bastard." Karp exploded at the time, pointed at Iger, and roared in exasperation, "Iggy, just get out of the way for me. Otherwise, believe it or not, I'll beat you up." Chapter 447. How about I let you beat for 10 minutes? Believe it or not, I even beat you. Get out of the way, you bastard. Garp's voice could almost be called hysterical, and it exploded in the sky like a raging thunder. Even the violent wind field of the dragon could not disrupt his voice. This thunderstorm-like roar directly dissipated the power that Iger had finally condensed, and then the people who were still talking to Iger came to their senses. While their eyes widened, they covered their mouths, marveling at how they could say such a thing just now, and there was a hint of horror in their eyes at the same time. How could this Iger have such a tyrannical, domineering, just a sentence, give me face? Everyone is like being hypnotized. Do they want to act according to his will? If it weren't for Lieutenant General Garp's violent drink, I'm afraid I still don't know what happened. But then again, Lieutenant General Garp was so angry for the first time. The sailors looked at Lieutenant General Garp in the chaos, and couldn't help but think of the last time he was angry. It was because he was so angry with the Tianlong person that no matter how much General Crane and the Warring States General tried to persuade him, it was useless. He rushed up and beat the Tianlong person violently. As a result, the Tianlong man was too terrifying to see Lieutenant General Garp angry, leaving a very serious psychological shadow. So even if someone later found out that it was Garp who did it, the Tianlong Gren immediately denied it like a bird in shock and said that he just fell by accident. The angry Lieutenant General Garp is a ruthless man who even the Tianlong people dare to beat up. So everyone has no doubt that if Iger persists like this, he will definitely be beaten up. This reason, the dragon who was blocked by Iger naturally knew it, so he also persuaded behind Iger, "Ige, your grandfather is targeting me. Don't come to meddle. Get out of the way. You will be hurt." While persuading Iger, there are actually many mysteries in Long's heart that have not been solved. The most urgent thing to solve is his father's attitude towards his revolutionary cause. So he was going to protect Iger's safety first, and then personally ask Karp about it. For him, only knowing what Karp's attitude towards himself can he decide whether to continue sailing. But Iggy didn't think so at all. In his concept, Mr. Zifa, Lieutenant General Crane, and Kuzan are not outsiders, and even if they are acting, they don't need to do such a complete set. So Garp must be really angry, no doubt. Since he was really angry, he must have fought without ruthless hands. This scene felt quite dangerous just thinking about it, and it was impossible for him to watch the development of both the Navy and the Revolutionary Army. He must try his best to stop it. Then we must eliminate the possibility of Dragon and Garp fighting. Didn't you see the dragons blow out just now? It just made Garp furious. If you hadn't come forward, the Navy and the Revolutionary Army would have been impossible. So Iger didn't even think about it and answered the dragon directly and loudly, "Don't worry, Dad, I will never let Grandpa beat you. There must be some misunderstanding here." Misunderstanding? When Garp heard Iger's words, the blood vessels on his forehead almost didn't explode. Misunderstanding? You fucking said it was a misunderstanding. After all these years, I have been busy cleaning the butt of the stinky boy, and I have asked a lot of people to find a lot of talents to finally settle the three boys, Ace, Luffy and Iggy. That's okay. Even when the world's official Imperial government is targeting the Revolutionary Army. It secretly protects them and eliminates the traces of what they have done. These things are completely of their own free will. Long this stinky boy didn't even send a letter to himself after he ran away from home, and he has been busy all these years. In exchange for this guy's return to himself, when Iger just turned 7 years old, he left without a word, and not even a fart. Even the neighbors have to tell the neighbors of the neighbors. The neighbors of the neighbors will tell the neighbors of the neighbors, and finally find their own side. Your own father did this kind of bastard, and your mother told me it was a misunderstanding. I just want this kid to admit his fault. Is it that hard? Carp let out a long roar in the sky, really speechless for the father and son. I originally thought that my grandson was smart and sensible at a young age, but it turned out to be really suffocating in some aspects. Carp took a few deep breaths, forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, and kept telling himself that he was still just a child, still just a child, still just a child. Little by little, Carp finally reluctantly resisted the urge to beat this kid up with Iger. However, Carp finally overestimated Iger, or rather, his own endurance. After saying those words too long, his good grandson turned his head to face him again, and said seriously, "Grandpa, let's make a bet. In 10 minutes, if you can beat me to the ground, then I don't care if you beat Dad. But if you can't, let's sit down and have a good talk. How about it?" Iger's original intention was to let Garp relieve himself in the process of beating himself, and also to buy some time for the dragon. Let this guy think about how to eliminate his grandfather's anger, and even turned back and winked at the dragon. However, he did not expect that after listening to his words, Long's expression suddenly became very strange, completely ignoring the wink he gave him, and just staring at himself so blankly. Not only the dragon, but Iger looked around again, almost all with the same expression, looking at himself with that weird look, including those naval soldiers under Carp, including Teacher Zifa and Lieutenant General Crane. At the same time, even the two cotters of the Revolutionary Army, Ivankov and Seong, and the bunch of Revolutionary Army soldiers behind them, it's the same expression. Looking at Carp at this moment, the old man's face even had a murderous look, and the muscles in the corners of his eyes and mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. "I can't stand it anymore. No matter how hard it is, I can't stand it anymore." "Well, did I say something wrong?" Iger was stunned for a moment and asked. No one dared to answer the sentence. Everyone carefully looked at Garp, who was already exuding black energy. Hey, no. Carp laughed fiercely. Then just wait and recuperate. Chapter 448. I don't know whether to live or die. It's not. Quack quack. Above the sky, the corners of Garp's mouth were already raised, and his whole face was filled with a grinning expression, cracking the joints of his fists. Everyone on the ground shivered involuntarily when they looked at Garp's expression in the sky, and some of the companions looked at each other and smiled bitterly. This Garp has almost completely lost his mind, and is completely mad at his son and grandson. Listen to what Iger said just now. Let you play 10 minutes? Isn't this provocation? Isn't this provocation? How could someone actually talk to their grandfather like that? All the onlookers held their foreheads for a while. This family is really weird. Since Lieutenant General Garp was promoted to Lieutenant General, no one has dared to provoke him on the sea, because all the pirates who provoked him were beaten down by him with one punch. That's it. When Lieutenant General Garp had a better temper. After all, it is a pro-grandson, and provocation is quite time-consuming, especially when people are angry. No, it's no longer burning with anger. Even if they are so far apart, they can see that Lieutenant General Garp has already burned out smoke. I'm about to be pissed off by this guy. However, compared to Iger's provocative behavior, what everyone admired more was the content of what Iger just said. 10 minutes. Let Lieutenant General Garp beat him for 10 minutes without getting down. Is this Nima what someone said? Let Lieutenant General Garp, who is standing in the Navy or even at the peak of the entire sea, beat him for 10 minutes? Or in this furious situation, is this guy serious? Didn't you see the punch that Garp sent Vabel away just now? It was just that one punch that directly sent Vabel, the tall man who overturned countless terrifying pirates with infinite strength, and flew several kilometers away. With such terrifying punching power, does Iger want to hold on for 10 minutes? Are you kidding me? This is simply not knowing how to live or die. Who is Lieutenant General Garp? That's a Navy hero. The man who once solved the most vicious pirate group in history, the Rocks Pirates. Except for the legendary pirates like Locks, Roger, and Edward Newgate, who can make him play for more than 10 minutes, there is no one who can compete with Garp in the sea. Will fight for more than 10 minutes. Even considering that Lieutenant General Garp may keep his hand, it is definitely not something that Iger can deal with at his current level. The problem that the Navy soldiers can see, as the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the son of Garp, Long naturally understands it, and immediately persuaded Iger worriedly. Ige, don't be fooled. You don't know what kind of strength your grandfather is. Even I'm going to be beaten down by him. him. What a joke, let alone Iger. Even if I go up by myself, I can only guarantee that I will not be injured. Iger wants to take the initiative to challenge Garp. Isn't that nonsense? However, Iggy didn't even look back, just shook his head very calmly. Seeing that the stubborn boy Ig couldn't listen to at all, the dragon was also a little anxious and shouted at Garp above the sky. Dad, hit me if you want to. Don't hit this kid. What if something goes wrong? Something happened. Garp has been completely irritated by this man, and he doesn't care about any consequences at all. If something happens, you will know how outrageous what you have done in the past few years. The last few words were almost shouted out by Garp, an old and thick voice resounding through the sky like a thunderstorm. Immediately afterwards, the voice just fell, and Garp's domineering flames swirled violently. The next second, Garp's figure suddenly disappeared from the sky, but everyone knows where he is going. Rumble boom. Obviously I didn't see any thunder light, but above the sky, there was a roar like thunder. Boom boom boom. Bunch of air exploded in an instant, and the air over the entire rogue town was shaken by Garp's anger and domineering. In less than a second, the dragon's wind field had been shaken away. Chi chi chi. Originally a green storm, suddenly in the bursts of explosions, like a cloth, it was torn into soft pieces after another. Then, in the frenzied vibration of the air, all the green fragments turned into bursts of nothingness. Help! The moment the green storm field was torn apart, the ferocious coercive force disappeared at the same time, and the Navy soldiers who had been coerced in the wind suddenly lost the support of the wind and fell from the sky. And among this group of free-falling Navy soldiers, there was such a vague afterimage that cut through the air in an instant, like a meteorite from outside the sky, smashing towards Iger at an absolutely terrifying speed. Boom 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 boom. It is really like a real meteorite. It only takes 5 seconds to fall from a height of 10,000 meters. The distance of a few hundred meters only took a blink of an eye, and Garp's punch had already cut through the sky and landed on the top of Iger's head. All the air was trembling with fear because of him, and there was a huge shock after another, and the red and black domineering all over his body rose up, burning like a flame around him frantically. Everyone's scalp was numb, and they stared blankly at the fist that fell from the sky, and their hearts were beating wildly with the frequency of the air vibration. Dong dong, dong dong. It was as if someone was on the battlefield. When the drums were beaten, his heart began to beat uncontrollably. Iger also felt his heart contract violently, but that's fine too. Gollum gollum. Just when everyone's eyes were attracted by Kapu's angry punch that fell from the sky just outside the beach, in the vast sea, countless bubbles suddenly appeared like boiling clouds of white water vapor evaporated continuously as the bubbles rose, but this time they no longer rose up but swarmed frantically around Iger, condensing into a pale milky white water ball. The weird thing is that when the big milky white water polo condensed on Iger's body, a stream of red and black colors suddenly spread from Iger's body. After a while, the water polo on Iger's body turned into a rich and sticky red and black. Grumpy. And almost at the same time, when the red and black water polo was generated, its surface also waved frantically. Looking up, Garp's iron fist from the sky is already on the verge of overhead. Without even thinking about it, Iger immediately raised his arm, aimed at Garp's punch, and bravely greeted him. Boom. Chapter 449 Eagle vs Garp. The furious Garp, who was burning like red and black flames that fell from the sky, and the red and black Ig who rose up from the ground so thick that he was like glue, were like a huge collision between heaven and earth. Collide. Iggy, the dragon standing behind Iger, seeing that this stinky boy didn't listen to his words at all, met Garp's iron fist of destruction with incomparable stubbornness, and immediately cried out anxiously. However, Iger couldn't hear the dragon's sound after all, because when the fists of the two Koplug collided, a huge sound wave that was enough to annihilate everything broke out in an instant. Boom boom boom. Although Garp's domineering looks like a huge flame, and Iger's domineering is like a quiet deep pool, in fact the domineering of the two is extremely violent from the moment they collide. Explosion. Whether it's a shooting star that spews out fire, or a viscous pool of quiet water, as soon as they collide together, a terrifying force bursts wildly. The wave that seems to be able to destroy everything, centered on the place where the two fists meet, suddenly erupted. It was like a bulldozer crossing the border along the way, and the hard rock ground was lifted layer by layer without hindrance. The rocks on the ground seemed to be shoveled up layer by a large shovel in Ming Ming. The terrifying cracks were intertwined into the shape of spider webs, and then the huge pieces of gravel were directly smashed by the sound of huge force set off. Immediately afterwards, the huge boulders that were lifted up were torn into even smaller boulders under the extremely terrifying destructive fluctuations, and finally were directly crushed into small pieces in the violent shocks. Powder. Whoops. The terrifying shockwave created by this punching collision is even more terrifying than the power of the huge bee farm summoned by the dragon just now. Completely crushed. Not only that, But after reaching the edge of Rogtown, the scope of the shockwave is still the trend wave. Whoa whoa whoa. The first thing that started was the water surface near the sea. From the start of the terrifying shockwave, it was immediately rolled up into a terrifying wave that was more than 10 meters high. And this terrifying wave, after traveling dozens of meters, was once again caught up by the impact of the wave and was once again raised several times by the terrifying energy. In this way, layer by layer, until dozens of nautical miles away from Rogtown, the surrounding ocean directly exploded a ring-shaped 100-meter water wall in a place that everyone had never noticed. A merchant ship was being attacked by a group of pirates. When the pirate ship was about to approach the merchant ship and start brutal killing, everyone suddenly felt that the sun suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the people on the merchant ship were horrified to find that right in front of them, a high wall made of sea water suddenly rose up from the sea, just like a super fountain, directly piercing the sea. The pirate ship rushed to the sky. Click click. The huge high wall surged up, and the pirate ship made of wood had no way to resist the huge kinetic energy of the sea water, and was instantly smashed into pieces by the heavy sea water. The pirates on the pirate ship didn't know what happened at all. They could only scream in horror, and then flew out from the disintegrating hull and finally smashed into the endless sea water. It was just the collision of this punch, and even the sea that was dozens of kilometers away was devastated. The people on the merchant ship also looked horrified. They stared dumbly at the pieces of the pirate ship that were directly washed up into the sky, and they muttered in their hearts, "Could it be that the sea god that I recently wrote to has appeared? How did he know that he was now being threatened by pirates?" Especially the merchant ship owner, who usually believes in the god of the sea, is the most devout. Originally, he was ready to go bankrupt when he met a pirate today. As a result, this sudden wall of sky and sea instantly solved that group of pirates. If this is not a miracle, what else can be called a miracle? The boss was crying with joy at that time, and immediately knelt down in the direction where the high wall of sea water was rising. But it didn't matter when he bowed down. The moment he bowed down, he was horrified to see that on the other side of the high sea wall, in the distant sky, there was a huge dark crack that directly penetrated the entire sky. It is definitely not the so-called dark clouds, because there is nothing in the sky at this moment, only the clear blue sky mixed with the yellow sunset, and it is in this absolutely clear sky that dark crack is like a broken computer screen. Split. The sky is cracked. Is this God's blessing? How does it feel like a huge disaster has happened? Indeed, some great catastrophe happened. When Garp and Iger's punches collided, the entire island of Rogtown shook violently. It's different from Vabel's shaking that summoned the Overlord. If Vabel's shaking was a motor installed in the ground at that time, then this time there was a big hand shaking the whole island frantically. The large market in Rogtown, which is quite a distance from the port, was not spared, and at this time Jinbei's preaching class also happened to mention that the power of the sea god can shake the island, and all the residents were shaken in the next second. A trace of horror immediately emerged from the eyes of the residents. All of them were amazed that this was the most miraculous miracle in the world, and then one by one they knelt down in the direction of the ocean and shouted, "Long live the sea god." However, even if the current sea god knew that countless people were kneeling in his direction, he would not be happy at all. There is no other reason, just because the punch that he hit with the peak of this human being was just a punch, and he almost broke his arm. Iger now finally understands what is the ultimate power. What is that, Vabel? Why did he do so much protection? But he was knocked unconscious by Garp's punch and flew out for several kilometers. The reason is that Garp's overlord color. His overlord color is absolutely pure overlord color. Chapter 450. Garp pure overlord color. Since going to sea, Iger has also experienced all kinds of opponents, big and small, and there are not a few people with overlord colors, and all the guys with overlord colors that he has encountered are more or less with some individuals' features. For example, when facing Doflamingo at that time, Minga's overlord color was purple-black, a kind of overlord color with quite powerful erosive power. Another example was when he faced Blackbeard at the time. His overlord color was like his heart, twisted and twisted like red and black poisonous snakes. As for Vabel, who has just been solved by himself, his overlord color is integrated with the attributes of the earth, with the heaviness of the earth, the hardness of rocks, and the power of being able to lift everything. Even a character of the level of Shanks has some special attributes, as if he is a tyrant, incomparably strong and domineering, with a strong suppression force, and can cause terrifying physical attacks. Almost all the opponents who can use the tyrannical look they have encountered before have their domineering more or less their own characteristics, but the tyrannical look of his grandfather Garp makes Iger unable to find any adjectives to describe it. His characteristics, there is no other reason. It is because of Garp's domineering. It is pure to the extreme overlord. There is no bells and whistles of erosive power, no sinister character characteristics of dormant and wandering, and there is no such thing as a breath of earth's heaviness, just the purest baby-like domineering born from the human body. When human beings gave birth to domineering from the very beginning, more or less because of their own habits or personality, domineering will be contaminated with different characteristics. Different characteristics often bring changes in domineering in different directions, and many times at the beginning, domineering will become more powerful. But this kind of power is limited. It will limit the upper limit of the user's promotion of domineering. Too much emphasis on a certain characteristic will only lead to his domineering going astray, and eventually he will be confined to a dead end, and there will be no further evolution. And if you want to get out of the dead end, the most important step is to wash away your domineering characteristics. Although the strength will weaken slightly for a period of time, when this transformation is completed, the domineering will regain its plasticity. The next step is to carry out the process of constantly giving domineering attributes, and constantly washing away various attributes, and finally can let his domineering look to the peak. Therefore, Garp's domineering color is definitely not the kind of boring domineering without any characteristics, but the kind of domineering that has been washed out countless times and is as pure as gold. That is a kind of domineering that removes all impurities and leaves only the purest source power. Absolutely pure and powerful, although there are not so many fancy special attributes and characteristics, but it gives people a kind of power that has no way to resist the characteristics, and has no weaknesses. The strength without weakness can naturally deal with any kind of domineering, including Iger. That's what made Iger suffer when he faced Garp. You said facing Doflamingo, it's like facing a dark pit. As long as there is light, anything can be said. You said facing Blackbeard Titch, it's like facing a bunch of poisonous snakes, swallowing them all, not afraid of what they will do. Or, against Vabel, it is even simpler. The earth is always qualified to speak when the sea recedes. But facing Garp, it's like facing the whole world. When Garp fell from the sky and wanted to beat himself up with his fist, Iger felt as if the whole world was beginning to collapse. Absolutely that kind of feeling of shattering. When he faced Garp's fist, Iger felt as if he was fighting against the power of a whole world. You are simply fighting against everything in the world. That is the tenacity of the branches of all the trees in the world superimposed on everything. That is the surging of all the sea water in the world coming together, throwing up a monstrous wave. That is also the destructive power of all the volcanoes in the world erupting monstrous flames at the same time. That is what all the beings in the world burst out after being gathered together, and it is not an absolute force that any individual can resist. In contrast, although Iger's domineering is said to be a collection of the power of the sea god, possessing one of the rarest divine powers, but even the sea god, there is no way to deal with the collection of gods of all things. Crunch. In the violent collision, Iger could even hear clearly in his ears, and there was a crunching sound from his body, and his bones seemed to be unable to withstand the huge force, and he was about to die soon. Burst open. All the muscles and bones all over the body were exuding a kind of severe pain that could not be endured at all. Under the suppression of the power that gathered the whole world, Iger felt that his whole body was being forcibly squeezed out of his body. Iger's teeth were about to bleed, but his body still sank a little bit, and he couldn't bear the huge force of Garp at all. Bang bang bang. The ground beneath his feet shattered, and terrifying cracks spread wildly from under Iger's feet, sweeping the entire beach in an instant. Click. Boom. In less than a few seconds, Iger could no longer bear the huge force from above, and his whole body was driven into the ground like a stake driven by a pile driver. Seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but take a deep breath. This Lieutenant General Garp actually made such a ruthless attack on his grandson. Really pissed off. Although everyone expected such an ending, everyone really did not expect that Iger would be beaten so miserably by Garp. That's my grandson. It seems that you still need to practice, Iger. Garp muttered with a dark face. He didn't even look at Iger at random. He looked straight at the dragon, and an infinite murderous light was released from his face. Then dragon, it's your turn next. Who said that? Just when Garp was about to punch the dragon directly, a young voice suddenly came from behind him. Looking back, Iger, who had just been nailed into the ground by himself, actually supported the ground with both hands at this moment and pulled his body out of the ground little by little. You didn't see that I didn't get down yet? Chapter 451. Grandpa, it's been 3 minutes. Grandpa, I haven't gotten down yet. It's 10 minutes as promised. You can't be rude. Iger slowly moved his body from the pulled out from the ground. Sharp rocks cut through the navy uniform on him, revealing the skin he hid under the navy uniform, and the thing that made everyone's eyes widen was that Iger had no scars on his body. It was clearly nailed into the ground by such a terrifying fist, and in such a state of embarrassment it was not even the slightest injury. Wow, Brother Yig is amazing. Come on. Seeing this scene, Nami, who was originally worried, immediately smiled and even jumped up from the ground happily. No way. The punch that Garp wanted just now was too scary, and when the punch came down, Nami didn't dare to say a word for fear of affecting myself. So when I saw Yige being nailed to the ground just now, Nami was shocked, and now I saw Iger crawling out intact. I don't know why. I was relieved, and then I was happy. Of course, except for Nami, who was still a child, who unconditionally stood in line with Iger and expressed that he was very happy that Iger was not injured. Everyone else had the same eyes and mouths that swelled to the maximum, and their tongues were sticking out 3 laps. How is this possible? Ivankov's heavy head was still on the ground, a pair of big eyes staring straight at Iger, a big face full of horror. Plath. That was Garp's punch. That iron fist. Garp. That punch wouldn't do him any good even if the dragon was tough. He wasn't injured. Could it be that Garp kept his hand? Beside him, even Lieutenant General Crane, who has always been known for his calmness, opened his mouth wide as if seeing some incredible monster. He has always been known for his calmness because Lieutenant General Crane's intelligence is superior and his analysis of various things is quite accurate. The most important thing is that Lieutenant General Crane has worked with Garp for so many years and he knows Garp's strength and fighting habits well. So when Ivankov asked himself whether Garp had left his hand, Lieutenant General Crane immediately shook his head slightly and said that such a thing was impossible. After all, I am really familiar with Garp. Lieutenant General Crane knows all about Garp's emotions and what kind of strength his actions mean. So just now, Lieutenant General Crane looked at Garp with his own eyes. He really didn't even think about keeping his hand, and he punched it completely in a state of anger. But it's because he didn't want to keep his hand and hit the punch that made the scene in front of everyone's eyes even more terrifying. This kid named Iger is obviously a newcomer to the Navy, and even at the age of 10, he was able to withstand Garp's anger. Although the process seems a little embarrassing, it has not even suffered any substantial damage. Isn't that what a monster is? This is completely different from the discussion with Zifa just now. At that time, Zifa had already consumed a lot of physical strength in the battle with the pirates, and he also suffered a lot of injuries from the battle with Vabel. What's more, Zifa has this habit when he is sparring and likes to control his own power, especially when he fights with students. It will definitely make the battle tend to open up. That's the sparring. But now this is a real battle. The angry Garp had already lost his rational blow. If this punch hit the ground directly, I am afraid that with this punch, the entire rogue town would sink to the bottom of the sea. In the face of such a terrifying punch that Iger was able to hold on for so long, and in the end he was not hurt. Isn't that what a monster is? Compared with Lieutenant General Crane, the surrounding Navy soldiers thought the same as Ivankov, wondering if Lieutenant General Garp deliberately kept his hand, which gave Iger a chance to breathe. And when a curious Navy soldier quietly asked Lieutenant General he and got a negative answer, everyone was restless. Yige, is he already powerful to this extent? It's amazing. In addition to Lieutenant General Crane, Long Xiong and teacher Zifa also looked at Iger with a ghost-like expression. Everyone pondered in their hearts at the same time when they faced the punch from Garp just now how much they could do. In addition to the dragon with the overlord color, the other two people got it. If they don't use their special abilities to fight, I'm afraid they won't feel good about this punch at all. Even the level of embarrassment is not worse than that of Iger. And at the same time when this idea came up, several people had a deep horror in their hearts at the same time. That is this Iger, who is still a rookie in the Navy, and his strength can already stand in the same echelon as himself. This is so scary. The dragon and the bear glanced at each other, and both of them invariably remembered how much he was when they saw Iger and fought with him a few months ago. At that time, even if he wanted to use his strongest devil fruit, the barrier fruit, he could only barely resist Bear's lowest yield air nuclear bomb. After resisting, his physical strength was not much left, and the dragon just attacked casually, and the barrier was instantly shattered. At that time, Iger was just a child, a genius child who was far from the two of them, but now he already has the qualification to be equal to the two of them. How long has it been since? Has this guy changed so much? Can he even be tough with Dragon's father, the naval hero Garp? Iggy, to be honest, even Garp didn't think of the scene at all. He stopped in place as he walked towards the dragon, and then looked back at his grandson with horror in his eyes. This Nima, what kind of monster did Roger give birth to? Just now, I didn't intend to keep my hand at all, and I even wondered if I would hit and injure my grandson with one punch, but this guy didn't do anything wrong. This Nima is too mysterious, isn't it? It was only now that Garp finally truly felt how evil his grandson was. But just when everyone fell into a silent shock, Iger had already repositioned and smiled at Garp. Come on grandpa, it's been 3 minutes. Chapter 452 Must Kill Blackwater Fist. It's been 3 minutes. There are 7 minutes left and I'll win. Iger's tone was somewhat relaxed, as if Kapuna's shocking punch that directly shook the entire island just now to him seemed to be be nothing at all. When everyone heard Iger's words, the horror in their hearts suddenly became a little thicker. Even Kuzin, who was paddling on the side of the whole process, looked at Iger with surprise and muttered at the end, "Is this kid a monster? Really is a monster." Back then, when I had just entered the Navy, even if I had eaten the frozen fruit, gained the powerful power of nature, and had been carefully taught by teachers EPUB, I couldn't think of going to challenge Karp. The result was quite unforgettable. At that time, he was already an 18-year-old boy, tall and strong. As a result, standing opposite Lieutenant General Karp, his legs began to tremble unconsciously. And after that, even if he mustered up the courage to clench his fists and tried his best to use all his abilities, he wanted to try his best to win against Lieutenant General Garp. But Lieutenant General Garp on the opposite side gave him a fluttering punch and directly knocked himself out. One punch, just one punch, and it's still a very more casual punch from Lieutenant General Garp. At the age of 18, he was already strong and fully developed, yet he was knocked unconscious by a punch. And now Iger, who is standing on the court, is only less than 10 years old, but he can already be tough with Lieutenant General Garp. And after being tough, not only does he have no scars on his body at all, but he even behaves pretty easy. You can also continue to challenge Lieutenant General Garp. Kuzin has always felt that he can be regarded as an unparalleled genius no matter what, but in front of this Iger, in terms of talent alone, it seems that he is not even qualified to carry shoes. If this is not a monster, then what is a monster? This was the case with Kuzin, and the shock in Karp's heart was even more intense. He, who had just passed by Iger, heard Iger's voice suddenly coming from behind, and his whole body was shaken. And looking back, this guy was not injured at all, and he was even able to say such provocative words in such a relaxed tone. This kid, has it reached this level? Garp stared blankly at Iger, almost completely forgetting the matter of beating up the dragon. There is only one thought in his mind now, and that is how this kid could bear himself a punch without dizziness. This Nima is really a monster. However, Iger didn't give Garp much time. After all, the bet was only 10 minutes. If it wasted too much, then it would be meaningless to challenge Garp by himself. "Grandpa, if you don't plan to shoot, then please take a punch from me next." Just when Garp was still staring at Iger's unscarred skin, Iger opened his mouth eagerly. As soon as Iger's words came out, the surrounding spectators were stunned, and then they were dumbfounded. "You said it's okay to be punched. Won't it be over if you squint? Besides, even if you're fine, don't you know how embarrassing the punch you just collided with Lieutenant Garp was? Just now, you were all punched to the ground by someone. What's the use even if you launch a counterattack? Wasn't it still directly smashed into the ground? Isn't this just asking for trouble?" Not only the Navy soldiers, but even the dragon thought so. So when I heard Iger say that sentence, the dragon immediately shouted at Iger, "Ige, don't make trouble. Grandpa is still angry. Don't be angry with him." However, before long's words of dissuasion were finished, Iger, who was in front of him, did not hesitate, and the domineering arrogance all over his body began to swell again. "Eat me a nirvana." Finger spear black water fist. Iger gave a high sigh, and every pore on his body was spewing out a thick red and black mist. Everyone is enveloped in it. Then, all the dense fog sprayed out like water vapor sprayed on cold glass, condensed into tiny droplets of liquid droplets, and as the droplets became more and more, they began to crazily all over him. A thick liquid condensed. Groups of viscous liquids, like shikigami, were suspended around Iger, exuding heart-pounding fluctuations. Whoa, whoa. The sea surface, which had just calmed down for a few seconds, was once again penetrated to the deepest part by the power of red and black, like a boiling red and black soup pot being boiled by a big fire. With the red and black bubbles on the sea surface of dozens of kilometers around Rogtown, it rose wildly, and the red and black water mist directly enveloped the entire Rogtown like a fog disaster. The range of all eyesight was filled with thick red and black fog. Everyone was horrified to find that not only their eyesight was limited, but also the domineering of hearing, touch, and even seeing and hearing. Can't feel it. I was imprisoned by this red and black thick fog to imprison all perceptions, and I was alone and imprisoned in this dense fog where I could see nothing. An emotion of panic suddenly came to everyone's heart, but before everyone could scream in horror, the red and black thick fog was suddenly swept away by a huge force. This kind of catastrophic thick fog came and went quickly. It had just filled the air in Rogtown, and suddenly there was a huge suction force from the sky, whining all the dense fog was sucked into the sky. It's like there is a huge vacuum cleaner in the sky. All the red and black smoke on the ground, in just a few seconds, all surged upwards and then condensed, and the car gave you a red flower. Black clouds. This red and black dark cloud seems to be only a few dozen square meters in area, but no one dares to question the terrifying energy contained in it. No one dared to question it at all. If all the terrifying energy contained in it burst out, the entire Rogtown would be wiped out. In the terrifying terrified eyes of people. The dark cloud floated to the top of Iger's head, and then drop by drop of red and black rainwater suddenly poured on Iger's body. Chapter 453 Terrifying Trick. Overlord Color Liquefaction. Whoa, whoa, whoa. In the sky, drop after drop of red and black raindrops poured on Iger's body like a splash, and then adhered to every part of Iger's body. It was said to be rain, but the red and black droplets were as thick as pine oil hanging on Iger's skin, and they wouldn't even flow down. Drop by drop the splattered red and black pine oil wrapped Iger from head to toe in a matter of seconds. For a time, Iger changed from a handsome Navy guy who was clean, but the Navy uniform on his body was a bit tattered, to a dirty man with red and black viscous liquid hanging all over his body. However, although Iger's appearance became quite strange, the people watching the battle were more concerned about the dark cloud floating above his head. That red-black dark cloud that seemed to have no sense of oppression at all was exuding successive waves of terror all over the body, causing everyone present to experience numbness in their scalps. All of them, including the dragon standing on the sidelines watching the battle, and Garp who was standing opposite Iger. Drops of cold sweat flowed down the foreheads of the two to the cheeks, and then converged on the tip of the chin, falling to the rock, and the pores all over the body were all angry for some reason. This was a feeling that the two of them had never experienced before, and the two of them couldn't help but recall that the last time they felt this way in their bodies, it had been many years ago. At that time, Garp was basically in his teens and early 20s, facing the top combat power in the Navy at that time. He also felt this way. As for Long, he recalled that when he was just a fledgling facing the members of the top intelligence agency in the world's official government, he seemed to have felt this way when his life was hanging by a thread. But it wasn't until later, when the two came into contact with more and more masters, that they finally understood that this feeling was only produced when their breath was suppressed. In other words, the red and black thunderclouds that Iger summoned this time could actually make him feel quite oppressive, and even his neck and knees became a little heavy. It's like he can't raise his head in front of this guy at all, and even has the urge to kneel. The most important thing is that the two people's sights and sounds are telling them that although the breath on this dark cloud obviously belongs to Iger, the irresistible sense of vicissitudes is like live for thousands of years. This thing is really outrageous. This kid is obviously a child under 10 years old. How could he have such an accomplishment in the Overlord's color? If you say that you can make those ordinary Navy soldiers watching the battle, or ordinary Revolutionary Army soldiers feel a sense of suffocation and oppression, or even have the urge to kneel and worship, it is quite reasonable. But who are Dragon and Garp? One is the current officer to Vice Admiral, but the prestige is a naval hero who is in full swing, and the other is the leader of the Revolutionary Army who is rated as the most dangerous revolutionary army in the world by the world government. Both of them are definitely men standing in this world with the absolute pinnacle of their combat power. They can both feel a sense of suffocation and oppression. How terrifying is this dark cloud? Whoa, whoa. Just as everyone held their breath and looked at the red and black dark cloud above the sky, the raindrops falling from the dark cloud suddenly became extremely dense. Originally it was just a scattered drop of rainwater, but now all the raindrops are glued to each other. It is obviously raining, but people have the feeling of taking a huge bucket and pouring it down. And as the profusion progressed, the aura that spread from Iger became more and more terrifying, until at the end, when Iger's whole body turned into a big liquid ball, everyone felt that now Iger was going to launch a ruthless attack. Come, you can destroy the entire rogue town. And this isn't over at all. I saw Iger's eyes condense, and the red-black viscous liquid ball rippled on the surface, and then the entire liquid ball suddenly collapsed towards the inside with a doon. The red-black liquid ball disappeared instantly in the eyes of everyone, but the feeling of oppression was several times stronger, because everyone knew that the center of the collapse of the liquid ball was Iger's right fist. At this moment, Iger's entire fist turned pitch black, and a red light emerged from the surface of the fist, slowly spreading with fluctuations that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Garp, who was closest to him, had a pair of gray eyebrows tightly bunched together at this moment, and layers of cold sweat wetted his Navy uniform from the inside out. This punch, even he felt quite powerful. Just when the black fist appeared in his eyes, he had unconsciously used his tyrannical color to resist and suppress it. However, just when his arrogance just touched it, it was like falling into lava, like the remnants of snow just disappeared. Just like that, it turned into a puff of blue smoke and disappeared. Do you condense all the Overlord colors together? Garp looked at Iger, and then looked at Zifa, who was watching the battle. His heart suddenly became clear. Zifa really taught a good student. This kid obviously got his inspiration from the battle with Zifa, and condensed all his domineering into a condensed liquid, and finally condensed into a rather viscous liquid. This trick, even Garp, who has seen countless masters from the previous era to this era, has never never seen it at all. If there is a name, it should be called Overlord Color Liquefaction. What a horrible kid. Carp felt fortunate from the bottom of his heart that Long he himself took him on the right path. Otherwise, if he went to be a pirate, it would definitely be a huge disaster for the whole world. When he grows up, there will never be anyone who can be worth his full effort. Even if it is to single out the entire naval headquarters, there should be no problem. But now, you can still take care of him. Carp was determined and then straightened his back. As his body became taller and straighter, his aura was like a volcanic eruption, and it exploded wildly. Whoa! It seemed like an endless stream of red and black gas erupted from every pore on Garp's body. In just a split second, the red and black smoke instantly drowned his entire body. Chapter 454 Black Water Fist vs Iron Fist. Whoa! Endless red and black gas erupted from Garp's body, so rich it was far more powerful than Iger's liquefied red and black domineering. Buzz buzz. The moment the red-black mist emerged from Garp, the entire rogue town trembled like a beast that had encountered a natural enemy. The ground, air, and ocean all vibrated crazily in an instant. The world was trembling, and a cataclysmic momentum instantly drowned all the people watching the battle. The Navy soldiers and soldiers of the Revolutionary Army who were still terrified because of Iger's dark cloud immediately threw Iger away. Behind the head, Lieutenant General Carp is about to make a move. Everyone felt their hearts as if they were being pinched by a huge palm in the middle, and the blood all over the body was stagnant. The trick that Iger is playing now. Garp has tried it more than once, and there is no difficulty. Immediately, the whole consciousness turns into one tentacle, pulling the red and black domineering around him towards him own body surface. Chi chi chi. Countless red and black domineering, under the control of one after another, covered the surface of his skin layer by layer. At first, it was just a thin layer of gas, but after a few seconds, it was amazing. A reddish-black cuticle. And when all the red and black domineering was compressed by Garp, the surface of his body was completely wrapped in layers of red and black hard armor. And this is not over at all. After the red and black armor wrapped Garp firmly, a layer of black iron-like color began to spread in the red and black armor. And when the black iron color finally covered Garp's entire body, an absolutely terrifying aura suddenly swept the entire rogue town. Swish. Originally, the island was still filled with Iger's terrifying and suppressing aura, which made everyone present find it difficult to breathe and even stood unsteadily. And almost in an instant, the momentum that Carp had suppressed for a long time burst out, and in a blink of an eye, the pressure on everyone was washed away. Two overlords that could easily make ordinary people faint fought against each other on the beach in Rogue Town, each occupying half of the beach. In this confrontation, the Navy soldiers and the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army felt that their breathing became smooth again, their waists were straightened again, and they could finally raise their heads and watch the battle between the two. However, the disappearance of the pressure does not mean that the atmosphere has become calmer. On the contrary, in the collision of each side, the entire rogue town is in a huge trembling buzz. An unknown sound resounded from the air, and Lieutenant General Crane felt the most sensitive. He immediately felt a wave after wave of undulating air hitting his skin one after another. Obviously the sun is gradually sinking, but the temperature in the air is rising rapidly, and then like boiled water, it boils frantically. At this moment, everyone felt that they were like a fish thrown into boiling water. The air that could have allowed themselves to swim in it at this moment seemed to be crazy, and it swelled like a lifeless. This is just the beginning. As the air rioted, a sound like thunder came out from the depths of the ground. Then, everyone was horrified to find that terrifying cracks suddenly appeared under their feet. Click click. The cracks, accompanied by violent shaking, spread wildly on the beach of Rogue Town. Wherever they went, the strong winds that seemed to be able to shatter steel violently spurted out, causing everyone to flee in a hurry. Wow! The Navy soldiers fled in a hurry, hurriedly avoiding one crack after another, but still a considerable number of Navy soldiers and revolutionary troops were thrown out, drawing a parabola high and then smashing hard on the ground. The ground shattered, and even near the coast, countless rock pillars broke off from the island and drifted into the sea. With this fierce collision, the sea water is boiling with crazy fluctuations. The red and black colors have all faded away. Groups of huge bubbles rise from the sea water one after another, and the waves are surging like crazy. Dragon boats, dog-headed warships, including those of Lieutenant General Zifa and Lieutenant General Crane, all made a creaking sound in the vibration of the sea water, as if they were overwhelmed and would fall apart at any time. In this huge shudder in the air, the ground, and even the ocean, Iger and Garp's eyes collided with each other. Looking at Iger, whose eyes were calm, but there was no timidity in his eyes, and even a little excited, Garp was filled with emotion. It's hard to imagine that just a few months ago, this guy was still a fledgling kid. Even against a guy like Aaron, it would take some effort, but who knows, today, a few months later, this guy has the qualifications to challenge himself. When Garp looked at Iger's face in a daze. The opposite Iger smiled at him and said, "Grandpa, it's been 3 minutes again. Now that we're all ready, let's get started." Before he finished speaking, Iger's feet immediately burst into bursts of silver light. Silver-white lightning flashed through the muscles in his calf, and then the power of electric current exploded, and Iger's whole body instantly exploded. Disappear in place. Call out. An almost faint invisible blurry shadow crossed a distance of more than 10 meters in an instant, and then the fist that was as black as a black hole emerged first and slammed down at Carp. Carp's eyes narrowed, and the fluctuations above his fist told him that if the punch hit him directly, it would definitely be a serious injury. Without any hesitation, Garp also raised his red, black and iron gray fist, and the power of seeing the color burst out, aiming at the fist that flashed out of the void, and slammed into it fiercely. Boom boom boom. At the moment when the two fists collided, the air and sea water that had been boiling suddenly exploded wildly. The frenzied strong wind swept the entire beach in an instant, and the people who were hurriedly avoiding the cracks in the ground were not spared this time, and were directly blown into the sky. And the 4 large ships that stayed at sea were also dumped in the frenzied tumbling of the sea. Chapter 455. The shore is more dangerous, idiot. Boom boom boom. Among the stormy waves, huge waves, one layer higher than the other, slammed fiercely on the hulls of the dragon boat and the 3 naval warships. Flip over. Quick jump boat. Otherwise, the ship will turn over and can't run. My god, this is a warship. How could it be overturned? Hell. The hull of the ship was making a creaking and wailing sound, slowly falling to the surrounding sea. Everyone on the ship, the Navy soldiers and the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army, were all holding on to everything that could be grasped around them. They were terrified, watching the sea surface magnify in the ice. Seeing that the 4 large ships were about to flip directly into the frenzied waves, Kuzan, who was standing on the sidelines watching the battle, finally couldn't bear it any longer. In 2 steps ran to the beach. Without any extra consideration, he directly stepped on the solace of his feet on the sea surface and drank softly. Ice Age. Swish. The words followed, and before Kuzan's voice fell, an extremely icy aura had spread wildly from under the solace of his feet, and clumps of icy white mists rose crazily, almost instantly, spread over the entire sea. Immediately afterwards, everyone felt a flash in front of their eyes, and then they saw that the whole world in their eyes had turned into an ice blue, with Kuzan as the center. Within a few kilometers, all the waves of the sea, including 4 large ships, all were frozen into ice sculptures. The waves that were surging in layers were all frozen into ice at the same instant, retaining their most active state, and they were frozen in place. And the 4 big ships in the huge waves are also in the process of being dumped, and they are forcibly fixed in place. Except for the people on the 4 ships, everything in a radius of several kilometers was frozen. The boat stopped dumping, and the people on the boat were protected. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and then raised their arms and shouted, "Long live Lieutenant General Kuzan! That's amazing! We adore you so much!" The sailors cheered for a while, but Kuzan was quite impatient, frowning and urging the guys on board, "Come down, I can't last long." Although the real sea surface has been frozen, Kuzan's perception ability is much more sensitive than those of ordinary naval soldiers. In his perception, in the ice layer with a depth of dozens of meters down, the sea is still shaking wildly. And not only is the sea water shaking, the vibration even spread to the ice layer, and it became even more violent, like a group of carnival saboteurs carrying a bunch of drills and frantically destroying the ice layer. He can already feel one huge crack after another spreading wildly under the ice layer. A few seconds ago, it was only a few dozen meters below. After just a few seconds, it rushed directly to the sea. Click. Boom. The people on the boat were still cheering wildly, but they heard a crisp cracking sound, and then everyone saw that the originally frozen sea surface cracked open cracks and then burst directly. Come on. I thought I had escaped the tsunami, but who knew it was safe for a few seconds and caught up with the earthquake again. The guys on the boat suddenly panicked again, rushing to get off the boat that was temporarily frozen into a lump, and then desperately ran towards the shore frantically. These idiots. Kuzan looked at the group of Navy soldiers who were running towards the shore, also raised his forehead and frowned again and shouted, "Hey, the shore is even more dangerous. Just stay at sea in peace." Really, is this kid a monster? To be able to attack at that level and even to fight with Garp? Kuzan turned his head and wanted to see the result of the collision between Iger and Carp, but he didn't want to. But he happened to see the most intense scene. Iger's pitch-black fist and Carp's red-black fist collided fiercely, and strands of domineering madness were released and then intertwined with each other in the air. Immediately after that, it exploded like a powerful dynamite encountering Mars. Boom boom boom. The red and black flames instantly engulfed the bodies of Iger and Garp, spinning directly on the beach into a violent tornado that shot straight into the sky. Click click. There was a faint sound of glass breaking in the air. I don't know if it was an illusion, but everyone felt that the space that should have been a whole piece suddenly shattered into small pieces. Immediately afterwards, everyone was horrified to see that fine dark cracks spread out from the depths of the air, tearing anything that came into contact with it mercilessly to shreds. The group of Navy soldiers at sea were about to flee to the shore, but the dark cracks had already spread, and the huge ice blocks on the sea suddenly looked like ice blocks that had been shattered, completely shattered. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The fine and dense pitch black cracks are like lightning, constantly tearing apart the pitch black in the air, but unlike the lightning, those pitch black cracks will not disappear at all, but accumulate more and more. The dark cracks kept spreading, and soon they had spread all over the beach of Rogtown, as if they were messy cobwebs, almost filling the entire space. Lieutenant General Crane frowned as he watched all this, and sighed involuntarily, then stretched out his hand to wipe out a series of bubbles to smooth out the cracks in those spaces. However, no matter how much the Crane Admiral repairs, the speed will not match the speed of the spread. In a blink of an eye, the entire space of the beach in Rogtown is like a broken mirror covered with dark cracks. Then, in the midst of the tyrannical drumming, it shattered. Click. The terrifying strong wind swept the audience in an instant, and the air, land, sea, water, and even the sky were directly cut off by black cracks crisscrossing each other. If this continues, the entire Rogtown will be silent because of this. I couldn't help it anymore. Lieutenant General Crane finally waved his hands, and countless bubbles flew out one after another, adhering to the cracks, and then merging each crack. And when all the shocks and all the destructions were quiet, the people lying on the ground didn't care about the pain, and immediately turned their attention to the battlefield in the floating smoke. Chapter 456. Do you know how hard it is to raise a child? Ooh la la la. An unknown breeze blew, and after the disaster that day, the smoke and dust that was enough to cover everything slowly dissipated in the eyes of everyone, and gradually revealed the two figures inside. I don't know why. It's obviously a battle that has little to do with them, but they seem to have unusual expectations for the outcome of the battle, expecting some miracle to happen. Although I knew that this kind of thing would never happen, I couldn't help but look forward to it. After all, no one dared to challenge Carp like this for so many years. In the eager eyes, the battle situation hidden in the smoke finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Two figures, one standing tall and straight, the other half kneeling on the ground, knees smashed deeply into the ground. That tall and straight figure, dressed in the uniform of a vice admiral, with silver hair fluttering gently in the breeze, his complexion still as iron-like, his two iron fists clenched tightly, and the blue veins burst out. The other half kneeling figure was completely tattered and tattered. The pure white navy uniform had long been covered with dust and mud. However, after careful observation, it can be found that the wounds are just skin injuries, as if they were rubbed on the rough ground. Seeing this, everyone is clear, and then the vague expectation in his eyes slowly returned to reason. Standing was Lieutenant General Garp, and half kneeling on the ground was Iger, who had just challenged Lieutenant General Garp. Ha ha ha. Of course it is. How can anyone be able to fight with Garp at this level without losing? There really isn't much to explain other than monsters. Although he said that the little expectation in his heart was shattered, he still breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing out of the ordinary happened. If this kid can really not lose under this punch, then he will really be ashamed. Just the aftermath of their fist fight, they were about to stun these ordinary naval soldiers, let alone receive Lieutenant General Garp's punch. It is no exaggeration to be killed directly by Lieutenant General Garp. Not only ordinary Navy soldiers and soldiers of the Revolutionary Army, but even Mr. Z fought. Lieutenant General Crane, and even Long next to him, quietly breathed a sigh of relief. An idea that flashed in my mind just now is also logically left behind. That's right. How is that possible? A Navy rookie who is less than 10 years old is facing the naval hero Garp. Even if he thinks with his toes, he knows the result of this punch. This kid must have been KO'd by a punch. At this moment, the dragon has completely forgotten that Garp is going to beat him, and his mind is full of thoughts such as, sure enough, this kid IG is still no match for dad. For a while, the atmosphere on the beach in Rogtown suddenly seemed a little weird, and everyone had an expression that was trying to get the idea out of their heads. Lieutenant General Garp should have directly punched that kid Iggy. Why bother so much? What are you looking forward to? Whispering sound. How is that possible? Obviously, Garp thought so too. He looked down at Iger, who was half kneeling on the ground with his eyes closed, but nodded in approval, with deep appreciation in his eyes. In the blow just now, Iger's power, Garp felt solid, and that kind of power, even if he used a considerable amount of power to suppress him. For him, today's performance has been quite good. The next thing he should do is to have a good rest, and it is time for him to clean up his own son who is useless. Garp, whose expression had softened just now, turned as black as iron for a while, and stepped over Iggy's body again, looking at the dragon with a bad face, thinking that I finally got a chance, and raised my foot, just ready to walk towards the dragon. However, once again, again. Just when Garp could finally calm down and prepare to take care of the dragon, Iger made another annoying sound behind him. Caw, caw. He really deserves to be a naval hero, Grandpa. Iger's eyes slowly opened and then he coughed softly, but it's still a little bit closer. It's been 9 years. Minutes. Iggy's voice came over and Garp, who was about to clean up the dragon, stopped his footsteps again, but this time Garp's voice seemed calm. Don't be brave, you kid. You have no strength at all now. This is not Garp's imagination, but he feels it through his own experience and domineering. At this moment, Iger's breath is like a candle in the wind, and it is quite weak. In this state, let alone fighting against himself, even against the weakest Navy soldier in everyone, it is quite difficult. However, Iger didn't buy it at all, interrupting Garp directly. It doesn't matter if I have the strength or not. The good thing is to beat me to the ground, but now, I haven't gotten down at all. As soon as these words came out, Garp suddenly felt his blood pressure rise. You stinky boy, don't go too far. Garp finally couldn't bear it any longer, and when he turned back, he roared at Iger. You kid, do you know how hard it is to raise a child? Not only do you have to worry about the safety and growth of the child, but you also have to keep wiping the butt of the older child. If I can't get out of my bad breath today, I'm about to explode. After a few words, the entire beach of Rogue Town fell into silence for a while. No one expected that Lieutenant General Garp, who had never spoken his heart to anyone, was forced to be like this by his grandson today, and it was completely different from everyone's astonishment. When Long heard these words, it was as if he had been hit with a heavy hammer, and he was directly covered by the hammer. At that time, the whole person seemed to be petrified, and he didn't move at all. His eyes stared blankly at his father, and his whole body was numb as if there was electricity flowing through him. It will be 10 minutes soon. 10. The Navy soldier was amazed, and the dragon was shaken. Only Iger, like a willful child, stubbornly began to count down. 9, 8, 7. I really can't handle you. Garp sighed deeply, then raised his fist. Since you are so looking forward to being beaten by me, then I will satisfy you. Before he finished speaking, that iron fist smashed towards Iger fiercely. Chapter 457. Dad, you have worked hard all these years. 654. Ignoring Garp's self-talk at all, Iggy's wayward countdown continued. Garp has slowly raised his fist. 3, 2. It was obvious that Garp had raised his fist, and a layer of black iron had spread from the tip of his fist, but Iger was still indifferent, mechanically reporting the time like a machine. At this time, Garp had already raised his fist and smashed it towards Iger fiercely. 1. Garp's fist has pierced through the air in an instant and smashed towards Iger's cheek fiercely. He didn't even mean to stop at all. Almost in the next moment, Iger's face would be smashed directly. Dad, it's been really hard for you these years. Just when Garp was about to knock down Iger with a punch, the dragon, who had just stood there in a daze, suddenly roared. Swish. Cap's unstoppable fist stopped in the same place strangely, and even the terrifying strong wind that had just brewed was instantly dissipated and invisible. In the end, there was only a little bit of breeze blowing gently from behind Garp's fist and gently fluttered on Iggy's face. Pat. It was the seemingly insignificant breeze, but it directly blew Iggy's body, which did not tremble even when facing Garp, to the ground. Iger also didn't make any insistence anymore. He just fell to the ground softly with the strength of the breeze. The back of his head slammed heavily on the rock and a severe pain spread, but Iger was happy from the bottom of his heart, and every cell in his body seemed to stretch out and cheer. This feeling of comfort is not only a hearty battle with Garp, but even persisted under Garp's men for a full 10 minutes, but also because I finally let Dragon and Garp tell me about themselves. The truth is coming. Of course, compared to the comfort in Yiji's heart, the hearts of the guys watching the battle were filled with horror. This little guy named Ig. There are so many who can withstand Lieutenant General Garp's explosive hammer for 10 minutes. Although there were only a few punches in these 10 minutes, every punch was filled with Lieutenant General Garp's anger, and his terrifying domineering strength was enough to break through the sky. This kind of fist, the pirate in the legend, the leader Green Pepper, was smashed down by one punch. Even Vabel, who was raging in Rogue Town just now, and almost everyone had no way to do it, was punched by Lieutenant General Garp until he was seriously injured, and the few punches that collided with Iger just now obviously used more force than the punch that hit Vabel, and it was not even a little bit stronger. With such a powerful fist, even Kuzan was full of amazement, saying that if he was present, he would only have the chance to escape. Even in the heyday of Teacher Z fought, he was only able to barely keep up. Is this guy really a monster? One of the sailors counted, and they all cast their eyes on Iger, and their eyes were full of astonishment. This guy, at such a young age, has been able to survive in Lieutenant General Garp's hands for 10 minutes, and he can even collide with a few moves. In a few years, will it still be great? I am afraid that even the current admiral cannot take him. But just when the Navy soldiers were too frightened to speak, Iger was immersed in his own little world. As early as when he was still on Earth, Earth. Iger already knew that the 3 generations of Garp, Dragon, and Luffy, although they look careless, are actually very delicate. If it is not delicate, how can it be possible to become the leader of the Revolutionary Army, or to go back and forth at the top of the Navy with ease? But this family is awkward, and these people rarely speak honestly about their emotional feelings. Self-medication is difficult. These guys have rescued many of their companions from their misery, but when it comes to their own turn, they always have trouble. It is because of this that these strange obstacles always appear when the family communicates with each other. Iger didn't know about these things at first, but when Iger looked at Cap's angry appearance, it was not sad at all, but rather a bit angry. He understood. No matter how carefree Garp is, he is an old man after all, and he will care about his children. In other words, this is Garp expressing his unique miss to the dragon, and the dragon did not get to Garp's point. That's why Iger made a bet with Garp to be beaten for 10 minutes, and deliberately stalked them just to stimulate the two people thoroughly and let them speak their minds. It's not easy. Iger looked up at Garp, who slowly closed his fists but said nothing, and felt a great sense of accomplishment in his heart. Just after Long shouted that sentence, the entire beach of Rog Town fell into an even more eerie silence, especially the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army, each of them staring at their boss on the coast in stunned eyes. Brain blank. Everyone never imagined that the man who seemed to be the most vicious criminal in the world, the most vicious criminal in his own family, who was preparing a great plan to overthrow the world's official government, would say so in front of his own face. Embarrassing words. This is absolutely unexpected, but I have to say that I really deserve to be my boss. I must be embarrassed to do this kind of thing. The soldiers of the Revolutionary Army thought so, but saw Garp move suddenly. I saw this Navy hero, although he said that he had experienced a war, but his figure was still tall and straight, and the terrifying oppression like mountains and seas still radiated faintly. His face was like iron. He didn't say a word. He just walked quietly in front of the dragon, and then clenched his fists tightly. The color of black iron covered his entire fist. Immediately afterwards, under the surprised gazes of everyone and Long, he slowly raised his iron fist again, and then slammed into Long's face at a speed that could not cover his ears. Long didn't even react at all, and immediately fell to the ground with a nosebleed. Boss! Ivankov and Seong called out at the same time. This sudden change made all the revolutionary troops stunned for a moment, and then the fighting state that had just loosened up instantly became tense. However, just as everyone was clenching their weapons and preparing to fight again, Garp, who said nothing, suddenly opened his mouth. You bastard, you finally said something human. Chapter 458. Who asked you to be my son? You bastard. I finally said something human. Garp's words echoed in the quiet air for a long time, reaching the ears of everyone. For a time, whether it was a Navy soldier or a soldier of the Revolutionary Army, they were all stunned. Just didn't Lieutenant General Garp punch the dragon hard? Looking at that punch, there is no politeness at all. Look at Boss Long's face. It is so swollen and tall. There is even a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. But listening to Lieutenant General Garp's tone, he didn't mean any blame at all, but rather a sense of relief, as if his hard work for many years was finally recognized and understood by the children. There is actually a joy after depression. This feeling, everyone knows. Lieutenant General Garp's anger has been dissipated in the dragon's words. Even Lieutenant General Garp's burning arrogance slowly dissipated, and no trace of oppressive power emanated from him. On the other hand, the dragon opposite him, although he was directly beaten to the ground by Garp's punch, even his cheeks were swollen and blood was running down the corners of his mouth, but he was in a state of no fighting at all like Garp. He just quietly wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and then slowly stood up from the ground and walked in front of Garp step by step, and then raised his fist to Garp's cheek. One punch. Boom. A muffled sound rang out, and Garp spat out a mouthful of old blood, and his body fell straight to the back. Lieutenant General Garp. When the Navy soldiers watching the battle saw this, they shouted in unison, followed by the sound of swords unsheathed. However, just as the Navy soldiers were about to make a move, they were interrupted by the wave of Lieutenant General Zifa in front, who shook his head at the Navy soldiers, signaling them not to move. The Navy soldiers were suspicious and looked at each other. Although they didn't understand it very well, they still stopped the body that was about to be dispatched. Good guy. The son dares to beat the father. Isn't this the horn of battle? Maybe for the current Navy, but for Zifa, who knows Garp so well, it really isn't. For some of them, the older generation of the Navy, there are many good times when a punch in the face of the other party represents a kind of greeting, a blessing, or a kind of acceptance. As for the punch Garp gave the dragon just now, Zifa's explanation was that he forgave himself for being a little self-willed, but he still had lofty ideals in his heart, and even upheld the son of justice who was greater than the Navy. On the other hand, the punch that dragon had just punched Garp was also a greeting. Sure enough, he was punched in the face, but Garp was not angry at all, just stood up quietly, then looked at his son, smiled slightly, and patted his shoulder. What? The Navy soldiers were stunned and screamed one after another. This Nima, this is reconciled. This is the exchange of hearts between men standing at the top of the world. This is really incomprehensible to everyone. But when all this fell into Iger's eyes, it made him show a gratifying smile. This is the result Iger wanted. Garp and Long were reunited. Even if they only said a word to each other, their emotions were conveyed to each other's hearts through each other's punches. The dragon looked at Garp, and Garp looked at the dragon. Both of them knew each other's psychology. Garp originally thought that he would never give up until he beat the dragon to the ground today. There was no other reason, just because he had been angry too much for so many years. Since the dragon started quarreling with himself, he kept talking about strange and great justice, but when he was discussing with him, this guy couldn't say why it started. After arguing with him, he was severely beaten by himself, and then he ran away from home. After arriving, he secretly watched what this guy had done at sea. Later, until this guy got married and had a child, he didn't receive any news from this guy at all, and even licked his old face to get up and took the initiative to send someone to pick up the toll. Over the years, this kid Long has really put a lot of effort into himself. If he didn't come here by chance today, he took the initiative to stay to intercept the stinky boy, and he might not know when he would see him next time. Based on these crap, Garp thought he would definitely beat this bastard so hard to calm down, but who knows. Just when he was about to stun Iger, and then plan to repair the stinky boy Long, he actually spoke, and it's a lore to say the least. Although the whole sentence is only 9 words, it is more effective than Lieutenant General Crane's washing fruit, and it directly washes away the anger that has been filled in his heart. The short 9 words directly evoked all of my memories. The bits and pieces of these years flooded into my heart, and an inexplicable sourness suddenly filled the entire chest. The fist softened. Hey, Garp sighed in his heart. He was really getting old, and his heart softened after hearing only one sentence. At the same time, Long's heart was filled with emotion. Just now he watched the battle between Garp and Iggy, and he knew in his heart that the cause of everything had nothing to do with Iggy at all. It was all because of himself. But after thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't figure out why Garp was so angry. It wasn't until Iger forced Garp to say that sentence that the dragon finally understood Garp's mind. Raising children, it's really hard. The bits and pieces of these years also flashed uncontrollably in Long's mind, but in his heart he remembered the various dangers he had experienced since he ran away from home. Every time he was approaching a desperate situation, but he was always able to survive in the end. He couldn't help but think of the figure who had beaten him hard at home many years ago. His heart was even clear and pure. It was his own father who was helping him secretly, but he was stubborn by nature. If he hadn't made a career, how could he be so embarrassed to go back home to see his own father? In this way, he can only drift out halfway. But he didn't say a word to Garp. Chapter 459. The first step to the conquest of the Navy by the intimacy idea. But stubborn and stubborn, so many years have passed. Even if the official government of the world has defined himself as the most vicious criminal in the world, and his strength is also in the echelon of the world's peak combat effectiveness, but that's how he finally understands how big the Revolutionary Army is. Difficult, including the cadres of the Revolutionary Army under his own hands. Even with Long's super strong personal charm and great ideals that are enough to shake the world, he has absorbed tens of thousands of revolutionary troops, and even established a revolutionary base. But with such a small amount of military power, let alone in front of the world's official government, even if it is only facing a navy, it is a bit dwarfed by comparison. With such a development, let alone the overthrow of the world's official government, even the capture of a naval base is quite difficult. It is because of this that the dragon never dared to appear in front of Garp, because even if it appeared, it would only prove that he ran away from home in the past, but it was just a willful nonsense. That's why he didn't dare to appear in front of Garp no matter what. But today, he never imagined that his own father would take the initiative to intercept him in this rogue town. And when he heard the hysterical words of Kapu, the dragon's heart was also deeply touched, and pictures flashed in his mind, and then an idea was born in his mind. Even if my current career has not been successful, my father will always be my father. I don't know when my revolutionary career will be completed, but my father is really getting old day by day. On the beach in Rogue Town, the atmosphere of tension between the Navy and the Revolutionary Army was quietly eased by the smiling faces of the father and son Garp and Long. Seong and Zifa, Ivankov and Lieutenant General Crane loved you, and they looked at each other helplessly and nodded slightly. Ha 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 ha. Zifa, who has been outspoken all his life, even laughed a few times straight up to the sky and thumped the bear's arm with his own fist. It was really fun to fight today. Let's fight again when you have time. Although it sounds very good, it is estimated that we should not have that chance. Seong responded in a cold voice. The relationship between Long and Garp has long been no secret in the Navy, so when he received the news, Zifa had already decided how to deal with this matter. After all, Garp has not seen these things since joining the job until now, and Long's revolutionary army is not a pirate. If they let them go, Zifa has no burden in his heart at all. At that time, I just need to say that these guys in the revolutionary army are cunning by nature and strong, and if they are not careful, they will let them escape. Lieutenant General Crane also shook his head helplessly. As sensitive as she was, he had long known that things would develop like this. With a wave of his hand, Lieutenant General Crane summoned a group of Navy soldiers under his hand, told them about the next itinerary, and then directly pulled Nami onto the boat and drove away. She just received a temporary mission and came to Rogtown to help Zifa. By the way, she also has a mission to escort Doflamingo. Naturally, she has to go back to the naval headquarters as soon as possible. Seeing that Lieutenant General he left without any nostalgia, Teacher Zifa also repeatedly instructed Kuzan to handle the next affairs, and absolutely cannot let other people know about the last thing today. After he finished speaking, he also took a group of instructors from the naval training base and left in the direction of the naval training base. For a time, only the Navy led by Garp and the Revolutionary Army led by Long gathered in Rogtown. At this time, Long and Garp had long since passed their lust for love, and with Iger, they hid in a corner that no one else could see and discussed about Long's career. This was also what Long wanted to mention to Garp the most when he saw Garp this time. That is, the Revolutionary Army, which he had planned for many years, finally made a qualitative leap when he met Iger. That is, through Iger, I came into contact with a theory called intimacy idea, and directly regarded him as a model and used it as a theoretical guidance tool for the Revolutionary Army. Iggy. Garp pointed to his grandson, took a sip of tea, and exclaimed in disbelief, "You mean, Iggy, I told you about the theoretical guidance tool of the Revolutionary Army? Are you kidding me? If you can't make the revolution, I won't tell you anything, but you, Iger, will block the gun. Is it too much?" But even though he said this, Garp couldn't help but remember that when he was in the Goa Kingdom, Iga Sea God possessed himself and directly absorbed many believers, many of whom were enthusiastically cheering "Long live Sea God." At that time, what those believers were muttering in their mouth seemed to be some intimacy ideas. This thing can actually be used as a guiding theory for the Revolutionary Army. Wrong. This is basically, Iger first let Long grasp the idea of intimacy, and then applied the idea of intimacy among the crowd to absorb the Revolutionary Army. This kid, it turns out that he has been helping the Revolutionary Army in secret. Garp glanced at Iger with a bad look on his face, and said without a smile, "Good guy, you really can't hide it." Iger was also a little embarrassed when he heard the words, and just wanted to explain with a dry smile, but Garp on the opposite side changed his style, and his tone was full of curiosity. "But then again, is your intimacy idea really that powerful?" Although his son Long has not made any achievements yet, Garp is still very confident in his ability. The theory he approves is definitely the top in the world, so he is curious. But when I heard Garp's question, Iger's heart was filled with joy. Intimacy and occupation of the Navy that I had thought about can finally start the first step. It's not that Iger is unwilling, but because of his age, even if he stays by Garp's side every day, he will definitely treat himself as a child, and he has no chance to speak at all. And today, this opportunity is here. Iger's eyes were bright, and he was not hypocritical. He took out a small black book from his arms and handed it to Garp, and then he talked non-stop. Eagle speaks, Garp listens, and the dragon is responsible for controlling the wind outside the house, preventing the sound from inside the house. In such an environment, Garp listened, and Bai Huahua's beard gradually trembled. Chapter 459 Intimacy Ideas. Conquer the first step. But stubborn, so many years have passed. Even if the official government of the world has defined himself as the most vicious criminal in the world, and his strength is also in the echelon of the world's peak combat effectiveness, but that's how he finally understands how big the Revolutionary Army is. Difficult, including the cadres of the Revolutionary Army under his own hands. Even with Long's super strong personal charm and great ideals that are enough to shake the world, he has absorbed tens of thousands of revolutionary troops, and even established a revolutionary base. But with such a small amount of military power, let alone in front of the world's official government, even if it is only facing a navy, it is a bit dwarfed by comparison. With such a development, let alone the overthrow of the world's official government, even the capture of a naval base is quite difficult. It is because of this that the dragon never dared to appear in front of Garp, because even if it appeared, it would only prove that he ran away from home in the past, but it was just a willful nonsense. That's why he didn't dare to appear in front of Garp no matter what. But today, he never imagined that his own father would take the initiative to intercept him in this rogue town. And when he heard the hysterical words of Kapu, the dragon's heart was also deeply touched, and pictures flashed in his mind, and then an idea was born in his mind. Even if my current career has not been successful, my father will always be my father. I don't know when my revolutionary career will be completed, but my father is really getting old day by day. On the beach in Rogue Town, the atmosphere of tension between the Navy and the Revolutionary Army was quietly eased by the smiling faces of the father and son Garp and Long. Seong and Zifa, Ivankov and Lieutenant General Crane loved you, and they looked at each other helplessly and nodded slightly. Ha 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 ha. Zifa, who has been outspoken all his life, even laughed a few times straight up to the sky and thumped the bear's arm with his own fist. It was really fun to fight today. Let's fight again when you have time. Although it sounds very good, it is estimated that we should not have that chance. Seong responded in a cold voice. The relationship between Long and Garp has long been no secret in the Navy, so when he received the news, Zifa had already decided how to deal with this matter. After all, Garp has not seen these things since joining the job until now, and Long's Revolutionary Army is not a pirate. If they let them go, Zifa has no burden in his heart at all. At that time, I just need to say that these guys in the Revolutionary Army are cunning by nature and strong, and if they are not careful, they will let them escape. Lieutenant General Crane also shook his head helplessly. As sensitive as she was, he had long known that things would develop like this. With a wave of his hand, Lieutenant General Crane summoned a group of Navy soldiers under his hand, told them about the next itinerary, and then directly pulled Nami onto the boat and drove away. She just received a temporary mission and came to Rogue Town to help Zifa. By the way, she also has a mission to escort Doflamingo. Naturally, she has to go back to the naval headquarters as soon as possible. Seeing that Lieutenant General he left without any nostalgia, Teacher Zifa also repeatedly instructed Kuzan to handle the next affairs, and absolutely cannot let other people know about the last thing today. After he finished speaking, he also took a group of instructors from the naval training base and left in the direction of the naval training base. For a time, only the Navy led by Garp and the Revolutionary Army led by Long gathered in Rogue Town. At this time, Long and Garp had long since passed their lust for love, and with Iger, they hid in a corner that no one else could see and discussed about Long's career. This was also what Long wanted to mention to Garp the most when he saw Garp this time. That is, the Revolutionary Army, which he had planned for many years, finally made a qualitative leap when he met Iger. That is, through Iger, I came into contact with a theory called intimacy idea, and directly regarded him as a model and used it as a theoretical guidance tool for the Revolutionary Army. Iggy. Garp pointed to his grandson, took a sip of tea, and exclaimed in disbelief, "You mean, Iggy, I told you about the theoretical guidance tool of the Revolutionary Army? Are you kidding me? If you can't make the revolution, I won't tell you anything, but you, Iger, will block the gun. Is it too much?" But even though he said this, Garp couldn't help but remember that when he was in the Goa Kingdom, Iga Sea God possessed himself and directly absorbed many believers, many of whom were enthusiastically cheering "Long live Sea God." At that time, what those believers were muttering in their mouth seemed to be some intimacy ideas. This thing can actually be used as a guiding theory for the Revolutionary Army. Wrong. This is basically, Iger first let Long grasp the idea of intimacy, and then applied the idea of intimacy among the crowd to absorb the Revolutionary Army. This kid, it turns out that he has been helping the Revolutionary Army in secret. Garp glanced at Iger with a bad look on his face, and said without a smile, "Good guy, you really can't hide it." Iger was also a little embarrassed when he heard the words, and just wanted to explain with a dry smile, but Garp on the opposite side changed his style, and his tone was full of curiosity. "But then again, is your intimacy idea really that powerful?" Although his son Long has not made any achievements yet, Garp is still very confident in his ability. The theory he approves is definitely the top in the world, so he is curious. But when I heard Garp's question, Iger's heart was filled with joy. Intimacy and occupation of the Navy that I had thought about can finally start the first step. It's not that Iger is unwilling, but because of his age, even if he stays by Garp's side every day, he will definitely treat himself as a child, and he has no chance to speak at all. And today, this opportunity is here. Iger's eyes were bright, and he was not hypocritical. He took out a small black book from his arms and handed it to Garp, and then he talked non-stop. Eagle speaks, Garp listens, and the dragon is responsible for controlling the wind outside the house, preventing the sound from inside the house. In such an environment, Garp listened, and Bai Huahua's beard gradually trembled. Chapter 460 Lord Sea God, Long Live. With Iger's narration, Garp's heart gradually burst into waves, and even slowly turned into a storm. In the tea in his hand, the liquid level was just a series of shallow ripples at the beginning, and at the end, it spilled out directly with the vibration of Garp's palm. The more he listened, the more excited Garp became. A pair of eyes that were obviously over the age of the heirs, but at this moment they were glowing like flames. No way, what Iger told himself was really shocking. Only Karp knew that although the child in front of him seemed to be 12 or 13 years old, in fact it was just that his body was better. In fact, this guy's age is only about 8 years old. How exactly did he do it? Just using his tender voice to talk about this unreliable thing with a name that sounds unreliable, he was able to slowly unfold a magnificent and solemn picture in his mind, from a few cents per pound of eggs to where the pirates are going, from whether the Tianlong people should still exist to how the internal system of the navy should be changed. My grandson speaks much more clearly than himself. For a time Karp felt a sense of shame. I feel as if I have lived for so many years, and I have all lived in vain. Having spent so many years in the sea, having a relationship with the Tianlong people, being a high-ranking naval official, and having experienced various major events for decades, Cap originally thought that he was already an old goblin in the sea. He originally thought that there was nothing in this world that could impress him, but who would have thought that just today he was deeply shocked by a story told by an 8-year-old child, and this man is his own grandson. Where can anyone argue with this? And the most terrifying thing is that not only was he shocked, but he also used his brain, which had been baptized for decades, back and forth frantically searching for loopholes in intimacy ideas. Stunned. No weakness at all. This theory is perfect. Not only is it perfect, but every step, every part of this intimacy idea is truly achievable. This is horrible. This is simply a guide that pointed out the direction for the Revolutionary Army. It seems that as long as the action is carried out according to the goals mentioned above, the ultimate goal will definitely be achieved. Is this really what Iger told you? Garp stared at the dragon blankly. The pores all over his body opened up because of the shock. Are you sure you didn't make this yourself? To be honest, even if it was said that it was made by the dragon himself, Garp couldn't believe it. After all, this thing, in his opinion, it is not something that humans can think about. It seems that if this book was given to Iger by the sea god, there would be a trace of credibility. Sure enough, after listening to Karp's question, Long shook his head slowly and swore back. I definitely didn't do it. These things were all told to me when I was in Goa Kingdom. Although it is quite incredible, since this thing has appeared, it can only be admitted that it exists, right? What? When Karp heard this, he didn't say much, just gave Iger a deep look so that the latter could only scratch the back of his head twice with a dry smile. He didn't ask where Iger came from. After all, for such a powerful thing, even if he asked Iger, he couldn't get the real answer, so he might as well just let it go. Cough. Thinking so, Karp put his fist to his mouth, coughed twice, and then said something meaningful. I think this thing is very powerful. It is really useful for the revolutionary military. Just right, huh? Hearing Garp say that, the dragon's heart was suddenly relieved. It seems that this intimate idea his father also approved. Before killing him, he never thought that he would have to rely on his own son to solve the relationship between him and his father. If this matter spread out, it would be shameful enough. However, Long's heart just let out a sigh of relief, but Karp changed his words. Do you think I will recognize your revolutionary army in this way? Hearing Captain's remarks, he was also a little stunned. Co-authoring what he just said, doesn't he recognize his own meaning? You don't even look at your revolutionary army. It's been almost 10 years now, right? Seeing the confused expression on Long's expression, Garp continued. Have you exceeded 100,000 people now? You have 6 no number. What kind of revolution do you want to make? Even if you have that kind of sex idea, can you make it? Will it make you grow to 1 million people in 3 years? Well, Grandpa. Just as Karp finished his difficult words, Iger's strange voice suddenly came, and the voice was full of disbelief. He stared at a place outside the window, swallowed, and said, I think 1 million people. It may not take 3 years. After he finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand and pointed to the street outside the window facing the port of Rogue Town. The other two looked in the direction of Iger's finger, but they were surprised to find that in the street, a crowd of people walked in unison in the direction of Rogue Town. Taking a closer look, the streets and alleys of the entire Rogue Town are crowded with people at this moment. The residents of Rogue Town are one by one crowded with people, and the dark crowd strode out from the intersection, and in front of everyone is the figure that Doig is familiar with and can't be familiar with, Jinping. This guy is still holding the little black book he gave him. Iger almost forgot. At that time, because he was anxious to solve the problems of his father and grandfather, he rushed over in a hurry and handed over the group of residents who were surrounding the big market in Rogue Town to Jinping. This result really surprised Iger. He couldn't believe it when he was killed. This Jinping brought all the residents here. This is. Iger was all taken aback, and Garp and Long must have been even more shocked, staring blankly at the crowded scene with horror written all over their faces. Garp knew the Murloc who walked in front of everyone. His name was Jinbei, and he was the one who escaped from the Sun Pirates and followed Iggy. But when the three of them were all in shock, Jinbei took so many people and walked straight to the window where Iger stuck his head out out and then knelt down on one knee in unison. Long live Lord Sea God. Pirate I, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 461-480. Chapter 461. What Hancock got caught. Long live Sea God. Long live Sea God. Long live Sea God. On weekdays, the flow of people in the big market in Rogtown is less than 6 figures. At this moment, all of them have turned into dense crowds filling the streets and alleys of Rogtown. Shake 3 times. And this earth-shattering shout was facing Garp, Long, and Iger, who were sitting in a secret tea house. At that time, the 3 of them were shocked, especially the father and son of Garp and Long. They were stunned at the time, and their eyes were full of shock. The 2 stared blankly at the overwhelming crowd, and for a while they were a little confused about the situation. What did they just say? Cop Hunter turned his head to look at the dragon with a "Who am I? Where am I? And what have I encountered?" They seemed to be talking just now. Long also stared at the crowded heads in the recent alleys through the windowsill and swallowed spit. Long live Lord Sea God. Lord Sea God. Lord Sea God. The 2 people's keen knowledge and color told them that in this tea house, apart from an ordinary person like the owner of the tea shop, there are only 3 generations of their grandparents, and among the 3 of them can be called the god of the sea. Only a few months ago in Goa Kingdom, I took out the little black book and passed it on to the local priest, and through the priest's mouth there was a vision of the coming of the sea god, and Ig, who passed on his affectionate idea to a large number of people in Goa Kingdom. In other words, these residents who crowded all the streets and alleys are all believers of Iger's affectionate idea. Not only Garp but also the dragon, the soldiers and cotters of the Revolutionary Army who stayed on the beach, as well as the Navy soldiers, were also startled by the sudden greeting. This time, everyone's eyes were drawn to the group of devout residents. All the Navy soldiers and the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army did not understand what happened. Shouldn't these be ordinary residents of the island who were bullied by pirates? It looked like he was here to thank him, but when he came to the Navy or the Revolutionary Army, all of them knelt on the ground and shouted, "Long live the sea god." Even thought it was impossible. When the Navy soldiers and Revolutionary Army soldiers on the beach were all in a strange situation, the bear, and Ivankov among them, seemed to be hit in the head by a heavy hammer, and they were stunned. This Nima, what is going on? Although the 2 of them, like the others, have experienced the incident in the Goa Kingdom, they know a lot more as the cotters of the Revolutionary Army than the lower level personnel. Lord Sea God shouted by these residents is the son of their eldest, Iger, but Yigawi Yig, who can explain to them why this kid is fighting with Boss Long and Lieutenant General Garp here, and a group of people will gather over there to worship him. This Nima is too outrageous. At this point Garp, who was in the tea house, was also curious. He looked at Iger with some meaningful eyes and asked curiously, "Iggy, I remember you went to Rogue Town just now to arrest Vabel." It was only at this time that Garp finally remembered that the purpose of sending Iger out just now was to let him arrest the Vabel who had beaten Zifa up. As a result, he was so busy fighting with the dragon that he completely forgot about it. Thinking that this guy had cleaned up Vabel, Kapur more or less sighed about Iger's strength, but on second thought he was now able to punch himself directly, and it seemed that there was no problem with solving a Vabel. The real question should be, what did this guy do to get so many people to gather here, bow down to him, cheer for him, and cheer for the sea god behind him? He wasn't even there at all just now. Garp's question also asked the question in the dragon's heart. As the leader of a revolutionary army, it is also within the scope of his duties to operate various actions in front of the masses, and the purpose of these operations is to win people's hearts and absorb strength for the revolutionary army, because the support and recognition of the people is the key to the ultimate success of the revolutionary army. However, even in the country where the war was the worst, in the city where the disaster was the worst, and in the village where the Tianlong people oppressed the most cruel, their people told their so-called intimacy ideas and could accept them. There are very few people. This made Long feel very puzzled. This little guy, Iger, is really terrifying, and he can absorb so much power without even being there. For a time, endless question marks also poured into the dragon's eyes, staring straight at Iger with Garp. Iger was simply taken aback by his father and grandfather. Trembling all over, he had to smile bitterly and explain to the two the cause and effect of his fight with Vabel. I just fought with that guy at the time, and then these residents made a bet that there were quite a lot of people. I saw that there were quite a lot of people and there was a chance, so I did it. By the way, Garp and Dragon looked at each other as if they didn't quite accept Iger's explanation. Oh, by the way, Nami came to me later and said that the two of you had a fight, and I handed over the matter to Jinping. As for what he said after that, I don't know. Jinping, Garp repeated, and there was a hint of clarity in his eyes. It turned out to be the case. Ige-kun. Speaking of who will come, when Garp was about to figure out how Ig and Jinping could directly absorb so many people into the big family of intimacy ideas with just two people Jinpei had already shouted appeared in front of the tea house window. Jinpei, you're really amazing, aren't you the ones who conquered all these people? Iger was quite surprised to see Jinpei. After all, no one thought that he could bring everyone into the intimacy idea. This is really a happy event. Not only can it improve Iger's own belief level, it can even provide a hotbed for the selection of Revolutionary Army soldiers in the future. However, compared to Iger's happiness, Jinpei's expression was a little serious. Ige-kun, these people have been dealt with, so it's time to talk about the business. Huh? Business? Yes, Jinpei nodded. Hancock got caught. Chapter 462 The Beast Pirates. Kaido. What? Hancock got caught? What's the joke? Hearing Jinpei's words, Iger exclaimed at the time, and then involuntarily glanced in the direction of Carp, who was also confused and shook his head at Iger. Carp doesn't know. Yes, Carp shouldn't know either. After putting Hancock back at that time, Carp also quickly got in touch with the naval headquarters and said to pay attention to this Hancock and not to catch her as an ordinary pirate. I also specially emphasized that this Hancock is his future granddaughter-in-law. In fact, not only Hancock but also Jinping, who appeared in front of everyone to report the situation at this moment. Carp also contacted the headquarters to let him know, and every reply from the headquarters is quite clear. They will pay attention, and they have frozen their wanted orders. In this case, the possibility of Hancock being arrested by the Navy is almost impossible. So, this was caught. What happened? Iger looked at Jinping again, with some doubts in his eyes. Who was he caught? Jinpei saw the doubtful reaction of Iger and Garp just now, and immediately shook his head and explained, she wasn't caught by the Navy, but by the pirates. Pirates? This time, Iggy and Garp couldn't sit still and screamed at the same time. Iger screamed because he was surprised. After all, he really couldn't believe that the pirate queen, Hancock, who had crushed countless pirates as soon as she was born with a powerful .s, would be caught by pirates. With her terrifying arrogance and the sweet fruit that can charm all men, she can basically run wild and domineering on the sea. What kind of identity does the person who can catch her have? Who is Hancock? It was only the first time he went out to sea that he was directly offered a reward of 80 million. It was even directly named Kaiwahei by others. To be able to capture Hancock alive, no matter what, he must be a figure at the level of the 4 emperors or generals. But now it is clearly 12 years ago in the timeline. Hancock is just a fledgling girl, right? It's definitely not the Navy, so why are those 4 emperor level characters arresting them? One after another question marks popped up in Iger's mind, but he couldn't think of who took Hancock and why. Iger just wondered, but with Carp things weren't so simple. The moment he heard what Jinpei said, a volcanic eruption-like momentum erupted directly from him, and the terrifying aura directly swept the entire beach. My granddaughter-in-law. Carp's face was gloomy. His face seemed to be covered by a dark cloud, and then his voice broke out like lightning and thunder. Which bastard is that? Which bastard dares to take my granddaughter-in-law back to be Mrs. Yazai? This old man will definitely let him go without food. No, this old man will definitely kill him. Really pissed off old man. Someone dared to attack his granddaughter-in-law's idea. This is absolutely unbearable. Although he said that he and the little girl Hancock had only met once, but since then, Garp has liked this girl quite a bit. Of course, thinking of a top powerhouse like himself, he doesn't have any thoughts about a good-looking skin at all. He just likes this girl's good character. So from that time on, although no one had admitted this at that time, Garp still questioned and defined Hancock as his future granddaughter-in-law. So when he heard Jinpei say that Hancock was taken away, Garp couldn't sit still, grabbed his clothes and was about to rush out of the tea house, asking everyone to set off on a boat. Hey, daddy, you wait. Seeing Garp's action, although the dragon didn't know what was going on or who Hancock was, he still grabbed Garp. Sit down and listen first. Who caught that girl, and where did it go? Besides, where did the pirate come from? The cottage lady. Do you think you're a gang of bandits? I don't know if it was the dragon's dissuasion or the dragon's complaints that hit Garp's heart. At that time, Garp was stunned, and then he scratched the back of his head lightly and suddenly realized, oh yes, that's true. Crack. Except for Garp, the other 3 held their foreheads in unison. Hey, so who took Hancock? Iger looked at Jinpei and asked. Jinpei is also at the level of Kaiwahei. If he joins forces with Hancock, few opponents can defeat them. And now that Jinpei came to him for help, Iger was somewhat worried about what the identity of the guy who captured Hancock was. An ominous premonition came to Iger's heart. He intuitively felt that the identity of the guy who captured Hancock must not be simple. After all, in the setting of pirates, he could be stronger than Hancock. There are not many. Sure enough, when he heard Iger's question, Jinpei also sighed helplessly and replied in a low voice, hey, it's because I didn't protect her well. My strength is not good. It's really embarrassing for Iger-kun. The guy who kidnapped Hancock is the Beast Pirates. 100 beasts. 100 Beast Pirates. Jinpei's answer shocked IG and Garp again, and this time, even even the dragon who was sitting on the sidelines screamed along with the grandparents. No way, this answer is too shocking. Beast pirates. Who once served as a combatant in the Rocks Pirates by Beast Kaido? Sure enough, it was really the four emperors. As Kaido, the beast known as the strongest creature in the world. Hearing the words Kaido, Garp's face also darkened. As a main force in the navy who was crazy with the Rocks Pirates in the last era, Garp is quite familiar with the members of the Rocks Pirates, and he is not just familiar with Kaido. Among all of them, Kaido left Garp with the deepest impression, except for Rocks. In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, he really felt it. What is a monster-like body? This guy is a real monster. Chapter 463 Faith Upgrade Flood. When Garp himself was still very young, he really didn't even blink an eye against Rocks, Kaido, and these people. However, with the passage of time and the disbandment of the Rocks Pirates, Kaido and Lingling, who were originally super perverted in combat power, went from young to prime, while Garp himself went from prime to old. After all this, Garp doesn't know if he can still fight Kaido now. Maybe. The current Kaido may be stronger than himself in the front line. Maybe. And it's not just Kaido's own super strength. Under his hands, there are also quite powerful three disasters. Those strengths are also monsters among monsters, and they are only weaker than generals in the navy. It's not over yet. According to the navy's information, this guy even has a lot of animal abilities under his hands. The entire 100 Beast Pirates is a Jurassic Park filled with all kinds of ancient animals with strong fruit abilities. And then did you meet Kaido himself? Garp asked tentatively. No, with Kaido's identity, it's impossible to go to sea directly. Jinbei shook his head. What we encountered was the drought and fire, the second of the three plagues. Jack and Yin. Really? Garp's heart sank, and he silently measured in his heart. Jinpei and Hancock, the little girl, obviously have the strength to be comparable to Kaiwahei, but in the face of the second of the three disasters, it is still a bit unsightly. Being able to capture Hancock alive must be based on a considerable gap in strength. Such a team, even if it is developed directly with the navy, is not under any pressure. Four emperors, are they finally starting to move? Garp looked at the sea and pondered meaningfully. Four emperors, this is not easy to deal with, but even if it is the fourth emperor, can he snatch his future granddaughter-in-law? Absolutely. Right. Do not. Can. Come on, let's go to sea. Garp stood up directly, picked up his cloak of justice, pushed the door and walked out. Grandpa, where are we going? To find Kaido directly. Seeing that Garp pushed the door and left without saying a word, Iger also stood up in a hurry. His eyes were full of excitement, and he asked Garp with shining eyes. Jinbei looked at Garp's back with a little surprise, and he couldn't imagine that Lieutenant General Garp was so stubborn. He would beat up anyone he said. However, everyone in the room thought that Garp was already furious, and when he was about to go out to sea and beat Kaido for his granddaughter, Garp turned around with a strange expression and said, "What are you talking about? How could it be possible to fight Kaido on this trip? Of course it's going to the central prison. Go and hand over these guys on our ship." Hearing Garp's answer, everyone was stunned and then began to hold their foreheads. If that's the case, then don't put on an expression that you're going to go straight to the sea and beat him. Then what about Hancock? Iggy asked eagerly. To be honest, he is not very worried about Hancock's safety. According to the urine of Kaido's group, it is estimated that the purpose of capturing Hancock is to negotiate with the daughter country. After all, although Kaido looks ferocious, in fact this guy is a fairly traditional pirate. He is a type of Doflamingo. He is business-oriented and does not talk about dreams. It's just that Kaido's strength is stronger than Doflamingo, and his means are more tough. So thinking about it this way, there is no need to worry about Hancock's safety. What really makes Iger feel urgent is his strong desire to collide with the Beast Pirates. Ever since he arrived here, Iger has always dreamed that one day he will be able to stand in the second half of this new world, compete with the four emperors on the same stage, and finally go to the final island of Ralphbel and put the inside the secret is made public. This can be said to be Iger's biggest wish after joining the navy as an admiral. But after hearing Garp's words, the passion in Iggy's heart cooled down a little. After all, if you really want to stand in front of Kaido and fight his one-on-one battle, there must be someone else who can contain the three disasters, the high-end combat power such as the Six Sons of the Sky. This requires Iger not only to be able to match Kaido's combat power, but also the team behind him, whether it is the navy or the Revolutionary Army. In short, he must match the Beast Pirates at all levels. Just a group. Of course, this is just what Iger thinks. Because Garp was about to leave in a hurry, Iger didn't say anything to the newly converted residents of Rogue Town, but just found the priests in Rogue Town, explained some things to them, and followed the navy. The team of soldiers boarded the dog-headed warship and set foot on the road to the central prison without any delay. Jinbei, on the other hand, was temporarily placed in Rogue Town by Iger, leading a group of priests to continue to learn the spirit of intimacy. The whole action was very fast. just like Zifa and Lieutenant General Crane left Rogtown. It didn't take half an hour from the gathering to the sea, and Iger had already set off under the starlight of the sky. Ding, dear master, congratulations on completing the new achievement. The reward has been distributed. Please pay attention to check it. Ding, congratulations to the master for unlocking the new achievement, the war between the god Sun and the pro Sun, and obtaining the new title True Whitebeard 2. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained the achievement reward Innate Divine Power LV10 Power of Faith *10000000. Well, at the moment when the system broadcast appeared, Iger's eyes first condensed, and then he directly ignored the innate divine power in front of him. His eyes fixed on the number behind the faith power, and he counted silently in his heart: a 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros, 9 zeros. Iger looked at the past carefully one by one, counted it carefully several times, and finally resisted the excitement in his heart and confirmed that the number behind the power of faith was a full 9 zeros. 9 zeros. Billion. A billion. Even if this number is replaced by Bailey, it is still a huge number, not to mention the power of faith. You must know that when there are only tens of thousands of figures, it has already reached the level of light rain, and when it is hundreds of thousands, it has already reached the level of moderate rain. So this time it has increased by a billion. Iger couldn't imagine how his own strength would rise with the addition of this billion points of faith. Iger was so excited that his whole body was trembling, and he opened his belief panel tremblingly. When he entered the door, he saw two big characters. Flood. Chapter 464. Little Sea God, take your place. As soon as the faith panel was opened, a strong smell of fishy and salty air rushed towards my face. Not only that, but the oncoming monstrous water waves shot straight towards the top of Iger's head. As far as the eye can see, everything is submerged by the cocky water, and thick water waves spread, and it seems that the ruins of the city can be seen in the turbid water. Disaster. The power of one's own belief has reached the point where it can cause disaster. This is as early as when the belief system was opened, and the system quietly told itself something, and until today, this thing has finally come true. In fact, in the belief panel, there are 7 levels: light rain, moderate rain, heavy rain, flood, tsunami, major flood. The first 4 are basically called quasi-gods, which can affect the weather in a small range. Of course, in fact, this ability basically has no effect except to restrain some special abilities, so Iger at that time also I didn't care much. But when his belief level reached the last 3 levels, this ability suddenly ushered in a qualitative change. At these several levels, he can be called a god. As the level increases, the 3 levels of flood, tsunami, and great flood correspond to minor gods, great gods, and true gods respectively. At this level, Iger will gain the ability to create disasters. As long as his mind moves, there will be almost endless water riots, drowning everything on the ground. Flood. And according to the system, if you reach the highest level of great flood in the future, you will be able to submerge all the land in the entire world with just a few gestures. Even the red earth continent that isolates all the sea areas has no way to resist this violent flood that falls from the sky and can drown everything, and everything on the entire planet will become a vast ocean. This is the true power of the title of Sea God. Iger didn't know what was wrong with the system at first, and he gave himself so many raindrops at this juncture, but after thinking about it, I also understand a little. After all, my opponents in these battles today are quite fierce. Whitebeard 2, Edward Vabel, the former admiral and rookie instructor of the Navy, Black Wanzafa, and even the Navy hero, the legendary Navy in the outside world, had several tricks. To be able to have these rewards, it should be Yiji's heart is about to bloom with joy, and it's not only a reward. You must know that the power of faith for believers who convert to oneself is growing by leaps and bounds. Looking at that posture, it is clear that it is a speed of spreading from 10 to 10. You don't need to look at others, just look at your own vote today. Fight with Vabel and send Jinping directly to subdue all the residents gathered around the big market in Rogue Town, at least tens of thousands of people. During this period of time, I still have 2 missionaries who are deliberately helping me preach, working day and night every day, and they are still wandering around the world. The speed will definitely not be bad. Iger once made a small calculation that upgrading from moderate rain to heavy rain will cost almost 100 times the price of raindrops, and if you want to upgrade from heavy rain to heavy rain, you need to at least turn it over again 100 times, and if you want to upgrade from heavy rain to flood level, you have to turn it over 100 times. In other words, if you want to rise from moderate rain to flood, at least billions of raindrops are needed to do it. Even if you get 1 billion raindrops in today's mission, you will still be missing nearly 4 billion raindrops when you upgrade to the level of flood. Then it means that in just a few days, with the efforts of these 2 missionaries, his followers have expanded thousands of times. This is simply a miracle of speed. These 2 missionaries, but really, it's so capable. visible absorb button next to the flood screen. Iger repeatedly aimed at it many times but still couldn't click. After dozens of tries, he finally clicked the button accurately. The moment he pressed it down, the terrifying flood that drowned the earth instantly evaporated into pieces of water vapor and then madly gathered towards Iger's body. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Large swaths of water vapor madly drilled into the holes in Iger's body. As the water vapor penetrated, Iger could clearly feel that all aspects of his attributes had been comprehensively improved. From the original fair skin, a touch of light blue swelled up and it felt as flexible as whale skin, and with the squirming of his muscles, the skin instantly turned into a layer of horny that was harder than domineering shaped object. Not only the skin but in the lower layer of the skin, although Iger did not feel any change in the circumference of his muscles when he touched it, it became as hard as a seafloor stone. Iger even had an illusion that every muscle on his body and the muscle fibers inside it had changed from the original flesh and blood to 10,000 years of mysterious ice. Not only is it hard but the connection between them is still quite smooth. This is muscle. The blood vessels, nerves, and various organs under the protection of his muscles and fascia layer by layer were also quickly strengthened by a mechanical transformation within just a few seconds of the influx of water vapor. Every part of the body is not only tougher and tougher than before, but its performance is several times stronger than before. This is not the end. In addition to the strength of various musculoskeletal organs has been greatly strengthened, Iger also feels that his body is now like a melting pot with a steady stream of power flowing from his heart. Move out. Dong 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 dong. In the strong and powerful bouncing sound of his heart, Iger really felt that everything around him was very clearly mapped in his mind. Every particle of dust in his field of vision, as long as he wants to, can instantly understand its trajectory. He can even feel the thousands of air movements in the air with different directions and speeds through his skin. Although it seems that there is no change at all, Iger feels that he has completely changed from the inside out. Chapter 465 Kaido. I can hit 10. Boom. Feeling the terrifying power flowing in his body, Iger was deeply intoxicated by this feeling as if it could shatter everything. He gently punched in front of him, but he directly blasted the air in front of him. Just a light punch. No arrogance is used, no ability is used, just relying on the strength of the physical muscles. The invisible air can be blasted to life. This muscle strength, I am afraid that even in the heyday of Whitebeard, it will be crushed by Iger. Damn it, I'm so strong now that I'm already. Iger lowered his head and stroked the not strong muscles on his arm, exclaiming in a low voice, "This power is really too terrifying. What kind of attribute panel can have such an effect?" It wasn't until this time that Iger remembered that there was another item in the system reward: innate divine power. Skill attribute passive skill. Skill name innate divine power LV10. Skill rating SS. Skill description: the super talent that has been passed down from the blood of ancient human beings has appeared in a completely random way in all human beings who have appeared in the world since ancient times, and even between parents and children may not be inherited, and only those chosen by the gods will receive this gift. Even if they are adults, their bodies will undergo super changes. Not only the structure of the body, but even the composition of the muscles will undergo earth-shaking changes. Those who have this gift will have a mechanical-like violent force born from their bodies. Remarks: the strength attribute of the attribute panel is tripled. Triple. It has tripled. This is simply magic. No matter how much your strength attribute is, with this skill, it will be doubled directly. And not only the basic attributes will be doubled, but even your own growth value will be doubled. The higher the value, the more exaggerated the power of growth will be after it has tripled. Even if it was the previous self, when the strength attribute was only a few hundred, the strength could already smash rocks with one punch. Even if it tripled at this time, the strength would definitely be quite powerful. What's more, the current self is a man who has been strengthened by the title of Sea God. This value is absolutely quite exaggerated. This last remark directly caused Iger to become extremely interested in his own attribute panel instantly, and he couldn't wait to open his own attribute panel. This can't be exhausted. When his attributes came into his eyes, Iger almost spit out his heart. It's really too exaggerated. Host Eagle. Physical fitness 1000, strength 3000, speed 1000, momentum 40, skill 500. Skills: Shasha Fruit LV10, Awakening, Skill Tree, Overlord Color Dominance LV10, Supreme Swordsmanship LV10, Skill Tree, Thunder Fruit LV10, Awakening, Skill Tree, Dark Fruit LV10, Awakening, Skill Tree, Line Fruit LV10, Awakening, Skill Tree, BGM Skill Tree. 6 forms: Hand of Probability, Natural Power LV10. Title: The Giant Spear of Harvesting, the Bad Old Man, the Inheritor of Intimacy in Heaven, Fascinate the Hearts, Lord of the Shadow Stream, Sea God, Master of the God of Light, Spider Spirit Conqueror, Probability Messenger, True Whitebeard 2. Items: caps leftover senbei, great books from another world, famous sword Ryoma, famous sword Autumn Water, key of Shadow Kingdom, thousand-faced Buddha, evolution point 0, Nima, this is not a dream. It is really unimaginable that this kind of sea god enhancement turned out to have only 300 points of attributes and turned over 2 cups directly, and suddenly it reached 4 figures. No wonder I can feel my body have changed so much. All the attributes have been multiplied so many times. It would be strange if there was no change in the body. And what excites Iger the most is that his strength attribute has increased tenfold compared to his previous 300 points. 10 times. A full 10 times. If a person's strength is increased tenfold, even an ordinary person, I am afraid that he can change from being unable to break even a piece of plastic to become a strong man who can smash trees with one punch. And if it is a person like himself who already has considerable strength, or even a person who can smash rocks with one punch, the reinforcement will only be more terrifying. The current self, Iger, simply relies on his own feelings, and feels that if he faces the terrifying fist of Garp now, he will be able to deal with it for a while. Although it will still be a little difficult, he will definitely be able to hold on at least 2 hours. And this is just the result of relying solely on his own body. If he adds his own domineering, Iger even felt that even if he fought with Garp for 3 days and 3 nights, there would be no problem. I really didn't expect that. I was talking just now. With my current strength, I'm afraid there is still a big gap compared to Kaido. Who would have thought that after receiving a wave of Sea God's power, he would become so much stronger in one fell swoop? He has absolute self-confidence. Now, he has no problem with fighting against the powerful emperors like Katakuri and Yin. There is no problem even fighting them both together, and it has reached this level now, so when he can really go online with Kaido, he will definitely grow to a terrifying level. Until then, Kaido, I can hit 10. Just when Iger was immersed in the vision that he was about to meet the 4 Emperor Kaido in the future and be able to defeat him, a group of Navy soldiers on the surrounding dog-headed warships quietly formed a circle around Iger. Everyone held a rifle in their hands, and the black muzzles pointed at Iger, and then slowly formed a complex-shaped encirclement. As Iger, whose perception has been strengthened several times, even with his eyes closed, he can still feel the breath of these Navy soldiers through his perverted hearing. He didn't pay much attention to it at first, and thought it was a natural walk on the deck after dinner. But what surprised him was that these guys didn't speak at all, didn't say a word, but instead approached him on tiptoe. Hey, what are you doing? Why isn't anyone talking? Iger opened his eyes slowly as he asked. It doesn't matter at this point. He was taken aback when he saw it. 100 or so people surrounded themselves, each carrying a gun, and the black muzzle was aimed at himself. And just as he opened his eyes, everyone pulled the trigger in unison. Boom. Chapter 466. Happy birthday, uninvited guest. The moment Iger opened his eyes, he saw more than 100 people focusing on themselves, each with their lips pursed and their faces looking bad. Even Tom, Will, and others who had been playing well with him, but also with fierce eyes, aiming a gun at himself. You guys, what's the matter? What happened? Looking at this scene, Iger was really confused. He looked around for a week, scratched the back of his head, and asked, Iggy, do you know what you did? The Navy soldiers didn't answer, because Garp's voice sounded in the crowd, and then his burly body was squeezed out of the crowd. Iger looked at him. The latter's expression was quite serious at this moment. A pair of eyebrows were tightly clustered together, forming a chuan on his forehead, and there was a hint of ferocity and inconsistency in his eyes. Abandon. What have I done? Seeing Garp with such an expression, Iger couldn't help but feel a little nervous in his heart. Shouldn't the matter of owning the system was discovered by these people? Iger subconsciously thought about whether his secret was discovered by someone, but no matter what he thought, there was no clue to let people discover that he was a systematic person. If you don't know, then I have nothing to say. Hearing Iger's doubts, Garp immediately snorted coldly, then waved his hand and shouted to the many naval soldiers who surrounded Iger, fire me. Bang bang bang. Garp gave an order. More than 100 guns and more than 100 pitch-black muzzles spurted shining tongues of fire. However, when the fleeting flames dissipated under the dark night, not a single bullet was ejected from the gun chamber. Iger clearly saw that the jets from the pitch-black muzzle turned out to be bunting flags one after another, followed by many confetti. Seeing this scene, Iger was even more stunned, looking at Garp with doubts, not knowing what the old guy was doing. So what the hell did you do? Do you remember 8 years ago, you guy? Garp's expression was still serious. His voice was as low as 2 pieces of wood rubbing. It came out of your mother's belly. From my mom's belly. Out. 8 years ago. The more Cap said, the more confused Iger became. So, happy birthday, Iggy. Starting today, you'll be 8 years old. Ha 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 ha. No one can really react. This Garp's face changing speed is too fast. Just now, he was still frowning with livid blue face, and his tightly pursed lips could even kill a frog. dog. As a result, now suddenly yelled out and laughed like a child. Yeah, Iggy. Happy birthday. Ha 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 ha. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Iggy. I really didn't expect it. You went out to sea just after your 7th birthday, and it's been a year now. In the future, our Iggy will no longer be a 7-year-old child. He's an 8-year-old child. Ha 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 ha. After Carp broke his serious face, the rest of the Navy soldiers also changed their faces all at once, laughing and sending blessings to Iger. After listening to the blessings of these guys one by one, Iger finally reacted. It turned out that these guys came to celebrate his birthday. However, when I heard what these guys said, Iggy himself was taken aback. It's really too fast. Did this year go by like this? Iger couldn't help recalling that when he first started to go to sea, he was just an ordinary person who had just acquired the system, and from that time he was determined to become an admiral of the Navy. At that time, I really didn't know anything, and I didn't know anything, so I followed Garp out to sea like that. Encountered so many enemies along the way, and there were many battles that even made Iger feel that his life was dying. From the first Sea King who was ruthlessly cleaned up by himself, to Tiger and Jinpei of the Sun Pirates, to Hancock who just went to sea from the daughter country. At that time, my battles were still a bit jerky and difficult. Every time I thought about how to win, I frantically looked for opportunities, and finally found a chance to win. From the terrifying Dao in the Misty Sea, the terrifying Shadow Giant of Moria, and the ancient sword Saint Frost Moon Ryoma who had his body stolen, to the mighty heavenly dragon man Hamak Saint in the kingdom of Goa. During this journey, his strength has made great progress, and even facing Moria and Tianlong people's running boats can be hardened head-on. Later, he encountered the Whitebeard pirates at sea, and had a discussion with the fellow Blackbeard Tiki. At that time, he also saw what is a high-level skill that concentrates all the power. Immediately afterwards, I met Brother Dofleming. This guy is quite difficult to deal with. Immediately followed by Crow, Van Oka, and Vabel, who had now been solved by himself. Iger felt that his strength had been rapidly increasing, visible to the naked eye. By yesterday, I was even able to fight Garp with all my strength. It can be said that before today, my 7-year-old journey has been quite complete. From a kid who knows nothing to a warrior who can face Garp.s. That was n times stronger than the last day of his 7-year-old. This is really a good sign. Thinking of this, Yiji's mouth couldn't help but evoke a gratifying smile. Of course, this romantic act of memory did not last long. Iger just came out of the fun, and Garp, who was opposite, rushed over with a stride, put Iger on his shoulders, and walked towards the cabin. Ha 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 ha, let's go eat cake. More than 100 people were concentrated in the restaurant for a while, so it was very lively. The faces of every Navy soldier showed great excitement, staring straight at the center of the restaurant, where there was a huge cake that was stacked 8 stories high, as tall as one person. My dear, this cake is a bit too big. Iggy looked up at the cake in front of him and was slightly surprised. I have never seen such a big cake in my life. I still use it for my birthday. How is it, birthday star? How do you want to blow the top candle? Just as Iger was amazed, a little girl dressed as a chef apprentice next to me came over to talk to Iger. Iger turned his head to look and was stunned on the spot. Chapter 467 Lurk Nico Robin. It was supposed to be an ordinary surprise birthday party, but for Iger at this moment it was like a frightening party. Originally, he was sitting on the deck quietly admiring his reinforced body, and he fantasized about being able to fight the 4 emperors in the future, but suddenly more than 100 people appeared and surrounded him. Even if they were surrounded, everyone still took out a gun in their hands, and the black muzzles of the guns were aimed at their own heads. Is this Nima celebrating her birthday? I almost scare myself out of it. Guilty of being a thief? No, I can't stand such a shock at all. With a secret, I finally heard the happy birthday of this group of people, slowed down, followed everyone to the restaurant, and saw this 8-tier cake and felt a little moved. But another guy suddenly appeared next to him to talk to him. It doesn't matter if I say this. Iger glanced to the side and almost didn't scare himself to death. I saw the person who was talking to me next to him. He had black hair, a high nose bridge, healthy wheat-colored skin, and smart green eyes that radiated the light of knowledge. The first time I saw her, Iger had already recognized this person. It was absolutely impossible for him to admit his mistake. Even if this guy wore a mask covering most of his face, only half of his face was exposed. You will never be wrong. This person, who first appeared on the scene, took the identity of the second in command of a criminal organization and was proficient in assassination and criminal design. The image of a super powerful woman appeared in the original story, and in the entire Straw Hat Pirates, the only ruthless man who forcibly boarded the ship without Luffy's invitation, the most wanted wandering criminal in the world, Nico Robin. Although it is said that in the later stories, except for the touching story in the Judiciary Island chapter, Nico Robin's presence is not very strong, but in the hearts of the majority of high my, this is definitely a very important character of the story of Robin started long before Luffy became One Piece. Island of Knowledge, O'Hara. That is the most famous archaeological site of the West Sea. O'Hara in the whole sea. Almost all the history of the whole world can be found in the various history books collected on this island. The top historians from all countries in the world and the most desired historical holy place in the past is O'Hara. Here are the world's top historians who tirelessly collect what happened in every corner of the world and at every point in time every day and enjoy it. Eventually, these top historians formed a historical society on top of O'Hara, which became famous all over the world. However, the cohesion of historians and the endless digging into the depths of history will eventually touch upon the facts that some people try so hard to cover up. The problem that must be encountered in the study of history is the origin. What is the origin of the dragon people? This is a blank in the timeline of the entire history. Historians are a group of people who like to reveal secrets and gossip the most. Compared with these people, the curiosity of scientists is like a child. Are there blanks? That won't work. Must find. And where are these blank years recorded? Historical text. They may not know it yet. They have touched the most untouchable thing in the world, and to this country that the West Sea is full of scholarly fragrance and knowledge. It brought destructive artillery fire. Robin's childhood can definitely be described as miserable. His father died early, and his mother was a wanted criminal who was exiled around the world and was offered a high reward by the world's official government. So she was quite lonely since she was a child. From the age of 2, she was raised by her mother at her uncle's house. Being dependent on others and possessing the ability of devil fruit, Robin has experienced rejection and scorn from a very young age, and even the nearby children treat her as a monster. It wasn't until later that she finally met someone who was willing to accept her, Dr. Crowbar, a famous scholar at O'Hara, and followed him and the rest of the scholars to study archaeology. This study immediately showed a jaw-dropping, terrifying talent. At the age of 8, only 8 years old, Nicole Robin went to participate in the doctoral exam of O'Hara, the holy land of archaeology in the world, and beat the crowd and became an archaeologist directly with full marks. Not long after she became an archaeologist, she encountered the most brutal and inhuman thing in the world, the slaughtering order. Her mother, who traveled all over the world and evaded pursuit while studying history, returned to O'Hara and was caught by Spandane, the latter, for the purpose of killing chickens and warning monkeys, directly and frantically imposed on the whole island of O'Hara. The slaughter order, demon slaughtering order, the Navy's most frenzied strategic weapon, none of which is to use 50 warships on the periphery of an island to directly carry out indiscriminate bombing for several hours. It won't stop until the entire island is blasted to scorched earth, and it was under this terrifying weapon that Robin was regarded by his mother as the hope of the whole village, and placed it on the escape boat, and then watched his home, his hometown, and his mother being bombed into flat ground. After many years in exile above the sea, she chose to join the Shichibukai crocodile and became the second in command of the Baroque studio. After that, that's another story. Nicole Robin standing beside Iger is the wandering historian who has been at sea for 8 or 9 years. Iger raised his head and looked up and down at Nicole Robin with a hint of shock and surprise in his eyes. This wanted criminal, who is wanted by the world's official government all over the world, at this juncture dared to get on the ship of the Navy. And when did she come up? What is the purpose of her coming up? The thoughts in my heart were flowing rapidly, and Nicole Robin, who was opposite, also understood the emotions in Iger's eyes and immediately raised his eyebrows and asked softly in surprise, "You actually know me?" He became a wanted criminal at the age of 8 and went into exile at sea. He had seen too many worlds along the way, and with Robin's brilliant mind, he knew everything the moment he saw Iger's eyes. That's the kid. Know yourself. Chapter 468. I want to talk to you about a deal. Robin knew that he had made some disguise carelessly, and his appearance was completely different from the photos on the wanted notice. There were very few people who could recognize him on the whole sea, but this kid, the first moment he saw him, showed a shocked and amazed expression in his eyes. Explain 2 points. First, this kid knows that he is not the Navy, nor is he the one who works in the restaurant on this warship. Second, he must know his true identity. After all, even if he is very familiar with everyone in the restaurant, he will not be so surprised to see his own face. So this kid must know himself and be amazed by what means he used to get on this ship. From this, Robin is more able to infer that this young Navy who looks young is actually paying attention to things that are completely different from others. Moreover, based on the results I have observed all the way, this guy's performance is completely incompatible with children's. Even if he has received various trainings in the Navy since he was a child, he will not be so stable mentally. Yes, Nicole Robin has been following Iggy for a long time, dating back to when, maybe even Robin himself doesn't quite remember. In short, before she joined some guy, she already cared about this guy. Maybe he didn't even notice it himself. Although he doesn't have any position in the Navy headquarters now, the reporters who are hidden among groups of people are sharper than each other. Some of the things he did have already been exposed in a certain newspaper. Those reporters, like Robin himself, may have been paying attention to him before he went to the Goa kingdom to inherit the power of the sea god and rage to kill the heavenly dragon Manhamak, but there was no suitable tipping point. And since this kid did that earth-shattering event in the kingdom of Goa, the reporters with a keen sense of smell like sharks immediately discovered that this kid is no trivial matter and immediately began to dig out the information about this kid. As a result, this dig is really an incredible person. Robin also followed a very powerful reporter, traveled all over the islands in the East China Sea, and dug deep into this person's glorious deeds, and finally understood how powerful this guy really is. It turned out that the Murloc who attacked Marijoya alone in a fit of anger, Tiger, and the Sun pirates under him were solved by this kid. Hancock, the king of the daughter country, met a mysterious man after he went to sea. After the two sides discussed it once, Hancock was obsessed with this guy. This person turned out to be such a fart boy. Moonlight Moria, one of the seven seas, was supposed to live in the middle-aged foggy sea of mist, but he disappeared without a sound, and his dreadnought Dao was also destroyed into ruins. Even the most powerful intermediary, Don Quixote da Flamingo, who is far away in the New World, King Dressrosa, who has access to almost any kind of business in the underground world, was arrested and suspected that he had a relationship with him. Related. This guy has such a dazzling record, and he is only 7 years old, so she can understand why someone gave her that kind of task. Robin's thoughts were like electricity. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind, and IG was finally reacting on the opposite side. His tone was full of doubts, and he responded, "What's wrong with you?" At this time, normal people should be pretending to be stupid and fooling around. That is to say, you obviously haven't said anything yet. Is there something wrong with this guy? If I hadn't read the original book, I already knew what she looked like later. How could I know her as she is now? She looks like two people in the photo. How could anyone recognize her? If she still said that at this time, wouldn't her messing up be exposed? Sharp rays of light shot out from Iger's eyes and pierced straight into Robin's eyes, but at this moment Robin's face seemed to be fitted with a mirror, completely isolating Iger's eyes, and his expression remained the same, calm, as if she couldn't understand what Iger was saying. She gave Iger a strange look and muttered, "What are you talking about? What am I trying to fool? I'm a chef apprentice newly recruited by the master." After speaking, without turning his head, he lifted the scaffolding and placed it next to the cake, quickly climbed to the top of the 8-layer cake, inserted the prepared 8 candles on the top of the cake in turn, and lit the flame. Before Iger could answer, Robin went to put in the candle, and he was a little confused for a while. This guy's tongue is not right, and it sounds like a problem, but the strange thing is that even if he feels that there seems to be something wrong with her, he just doesn't know what the problem is. In these short 2 sentences, the amount of information brought to Iger was so huge that he had to spend a lot of energy thinking about it. The entire birthday banquet went on as usual. After the candles lit up, the lights in the entire restaurant were extinguished. Immediately afterwards, all the Navy soldiers began to sing the birthday song in unison, but Robin took advantage of this period of time and returned to the kitchen, as if he didn't know Iger at all. This is what makes Iggy feel the most strange. The candles were blown, the lights came on again, the huge cake was divided up by everyone. Everyone sang, laughed and ate the food, but only Iger sat quietly by the side, staring at Robin's busy figure in the kitchen. There are thousands of thoughts in the mind. Judging from the look in the eyes of the guy Robin looked at him just now, this guy should know him, but this knowledge, it seems very insignificant. The dog-headed warship had just left from Rogue Town, and he had just fought a few consecutive battles in Rogue Town, one of which was under the onlookers of more than 100,000 people. In this case, even if Robin knows himself, it seems that there is nothing strange at all. But this guy, Robin, hasn't joined the Straw Hats yet. If he says that there is no purpose, IG will not believe it. Just as Iger was eating cake and looking at Robin in the kitchen in a daze, a mouth suddenly grew behind his ear, and then Robin's voice came. "Don't look, I'm here to negotiate a deal with you." Chapter 469. Come and be my boss, right? Deal? Although I already knew that this was Robin's ability, Iger was still startled and looked at Robin in the kitchen from a distance before finally reacting and repeating Robin's words. Trade. The short 2 words made Iger feel a strange taste. This guy, Robin, obviously got on the dog-headed warship in Rogue Town, and then he didn't know what means he used to become a chef apprentice. As for what she wants to do and what purpose she has, Iger doesn't know, but from the fact that she knows she recognizes her, she should have disrupted her plan. After all, looking at the surrounding Navy and the chef, they didn't recognize her at all, so she wanted to talk to herself about a deal, whether it was the real purpose or just an expedient measure. measure, Iger simply had no way to judge. According to the development timeline of the original pirate work, Robin at this time should not have joined the Baroque studio. In any case, he should just use the hands of the Navy to find a protection for the time being. Iger felt that his brain was not enough for the first time. Guessing Robin's purpose from all directions. Obviously every direction can be reasonable and well-founded, but every direction seems very stupid. And Iger himself knows that this guy is very smart. Damn, it must have been because of her overreaction when she saw her just now that she discovered this matter. If she didn't know about it, then her purpose would be very easy to judge. Grandma's, he actually reminded her so kindly. Iger is really stupid by himself. However, although his mind was a mess, Iger still had to bite the bullet and deal with Robin. Deal? What deal do you want to negotiate? You're on a Navy ship now, and if I just call out now that Nicole Robin is here, guess what? Reason why I say this is because Iggy doesn't know Nico Robin's purpose at all, but because of what he knows about this guy. This ruthless guy will never do things that are not beneficial to him. So no matter what, it's better to increase your chips first. Who knows? When he heard such a threat, Robin didn't have any tension, but just smiled softly. It's useless for you to shout here. Lieutenant General Garp is famous for hating the world's government. It can be said that if the world's government wants to do, as long as Lieutenant General Garp is not named, he will definitely do it. And muddy. In a short sentence, Iger was choked to the point of speechless. Good guy, he just said. How did this Nicole Robin get mixed up with the dog-headed warship? And the co-author just took a fancy to his grandfather's muddy attributes. But when she said this, it means that this guy must have done a lot of research on Garp before, and finally decided to board this dog-headed warship. It's very likely that this guy also thoroughly investigated himself before uploading it. So to say that this guy got on this boat, he is completely fearless. But how could Iger throw in the towel? Hat. Even if Lieutenant General Garp doesn't care about you, do you think you are completely safe? Iger sneered. I just need to tell those bounty hunters that you are with us on the boat. What do you think will happen? Iger's counterattack suddenly made Robin still a little choked, thinking that this little brat is not good at fooling around, but with her smart head, she immediately reacted. That's exactly what the deal is about. Robin replied unhurriedly. My trading requirement is to stay on this boat. Stay on this ship? Iger frowned, looking suspiciously at Robin's back in the window. You want to lurk on this Navy warship? Steal the Navy's information? People like you, if you want to ensure your own safety, don't want to hide on the warship at all. In the end, we are going to return to the naval headquarters, and you will also be trapped in the naval base. At that time, you will not be able to escape. I still recommend that you do not rashly do this transaction. Even though he said that, Iger didn't think so at all. As a transaction, it is not difficult for Iger to provide protection for Robin's safety here. So relatively, the chips that Robin can give are definitely not too precious, and the most likely thing is some information. This thing is irrelevant to Iger at all. In comparison, Robin's ruthless heart will make Iger worry about whether it will be harmful to himself. After all, it would be a felony to leak any naval information or secrets. That's what Iger thinks, at least until Robin says his bargaining chip. No, only the Navy can protect my safety, so I can say that I need your help quite a bit, Robin said sincerely. And on the other hand, what I can provide you is Kaido's information. Kaido. Hearing this name, Iger's vigilance against Robin in his heart suddenly raised to the highest level. How did he know he had an idea for Kaido? At that time, he, Karp, Long and Shaipan, in a tavern in the Navy, had a conversation about the four Emperor Kaido. Could he have heard him? If this guy can hear the conversation of the four of them at that time, it is very likely that he will be able to hear about the idea of making out. Not only the idea of intimacy, but also the use of intimacy to win the hearts of countless ordinary people. In fact, it has a lot to do with the Revolutionary Army internally. If the relationship between the intimacy idea and the Revolutionary Army is exposed, not only the Revolutionary Army, but even the already official Lieutenant General Karp will face extinction. This guy Robin is threatening himself. It seems that you know what I want to say. Sure enough, seeing his own reaction through the window, Robin let out a smug laugh. You protect my safety, I keep yours safe, that's all you got. Iger gritted his teeth and stared fiercely at the pair of blue-black eyes in the window, his teeth itch with hatred. It doesn't matter to me, but the idea of intimacy involves almost everyone who is a little closer to me, and they are all head and face, with a big help of guys. Revolutionary Army, Navy, Murloc daughter country, and even Luffy's hometown of Goa Kingdom. The news spread. All will be destroyed. Chapter 470 News related to Kaido. Are you threatening me? Iger Iger stared at Nico Robin in the glass window from a distance, and his tone was a little unkind. Grandmas, since the first day I traveled here, I have never suffered from this kind of anger. No one can threaten himself. No, not even his own blood-related grandfather and father. As a result, I was threatened by such a little girl today. It's tolerable, and my uncle can't bear it either. Absolutely right. Cannot tolerate. Iger roared angrily. Do you really think I'm a fool at your mercy? Even if I protect you all the way, when you achieve your goal, once the news is released and run away in chaos, what can we do? Do you really think I'll let you sneak into our Navy's warships so easily? Why can't I just kill you directly on this warship and then hand you over to the world official? Is your brain broken? What, are you kidding me? Isn't it fragrant to clean her up here and then throw it to the world's official government? Even if it is not thrown to the world's official government, even if it is tied to the Navy, it will be of great benefit. Why let this bastard be at the mercy of it? Besides, Robin at this time is not the cold historian on the road spaceship, but a wanted criminal full of exploits and tricks. Such a guy. The ghost knows what other purpose behind her so-called protection. So you can't just give in like this. It must be fierce, ruthless, and completely deter her. Iger thought about it thousands of times in his heart, and he must not let go. Although he said that he would give a lot of help to the guys in the protagonist group, Iger still felt some danger to the current Robin. However, no matter how strong his heart was, when Robin's cold tone came to his ears, Iger still felt a chill in his heart. Oh, you don't seem to have any reason to refuse me. I correspond with a certain reporter every day, and I said that if I don't communicate on time, he will directly write these things into reports. In addition to the truth of the so-called intimacy idea, I seem to have discovered that you have a lot of secrets. For example, your first devil fruit was not a dark fruit, and you didn't eat it every time you got a new ability fruit. Robin's big blue-black eyes seemed to be able to see through all the falsehoods in the world. Through the transparent glass window, he cast a cold look at Iger, and Iger's heart was also cold. More than just icy cold, it's like falling into an ice cave. This guy, I know so much. This guy doesn't do anything every day, he just studies himself. Also, doesn't the system have the ability to automatically rationalize things? How could someone be able to realize that the skills they possessed were simply supernatural? This is too scary. A chill started to rise from the soles of Iger's feet and instantly swept his entire body to the top of his head. Looking at Robin's eyes, Iger felt a little terrified. Man, this is a brain that can break the fourth wall. After a long silence, although he was extremely reluctant in his heart, Iger still had no way to think of a better solution, and could only temporarily compromise. Okay, I can promise to keep you on the Navy ship, but you also have to promise me that you can't tell that reporter about your intimate idea. As we all know, the reporters in the pirate world are a group of guys who are afraid that the world will not be in chaos. If you know that the Goya Kingdom incident can be related to the Revolutionary Army, why not write him directly in the headlines? Thinking with his toes, Robin couldn't have told those reporters about these things in advance. He was just threatening himself, but obviously his threat is effective. That's good. Robin seemed relieved to hear Iger finally let go, and his tone suddenly became a little cheerful. So, I'll give you a set of Kaido's latest information. Oh, this time, Iger's interest came up again. Originally thought that this guy was just using the name Kaido to fool himself. The drunkard's intention is not to drink alcohol, but only care about the idea of making out, but I really didn't expect that this guy would actually have something about Kaido information. Do you know what Kaido is going to do recently? Since it was Robin who proposed it, there was no need for him to be polite, so he asked generously. After all, although he said that he was not very worried about Hancock's safety, more or less this guy is also an indispensable one in his army of affectionate ideas. The daughter country can't be without a king, so this Hancock and Iger must be saved. Since he wants to save him, he must know Kaido's movements. Who knows? Iger, who is full of anticipation, is about to accept Kaido's information, but Robin threw it over with a faint sentence. Celebrate your birthday first, and come to my room to find me at night. After speaking, the mouth above Iger's ear disappeared like magic, and Robin never looked at him again, busy with his work in the kitchen. Damn it! Iger looked at Robin's back through the window, his teeth itched with hatred, but he had no choice but to chew the meat in his mouth fiercely. It was night, and the cool moonlight fell on the sparkling sea, reflected into the dark porthole, and illuminated a wheat-colored cheek. A slender young girl with dark green long hair and a slender figure stood in front of the porthole. Her blue-black eyes shone with a light as cold as moonlight, quietly looking at the sea outside the window. She was holding a phone bug in her hand, and at this moment a man's voice was being released from the phone bug. In short, do everything possible to trick him in. Kaido will take his life. Bang bang bang. Before the man's words were finished, there were knocks on the door behind Robin. Without speaking, Robin quickly hung up the phone bug calmly and decisively, then clenched his palm and hid the phone bug in his sleeve and asked calmly, "Who is it?" Iggy's voice came in from outside the door. "Come in, creak underscore." Iggy didn't say a word, just pushed open the hatch and walked in, not forgetting to urge Robin. "What did you say at the banquet just now about Kaido? A week later, his men will take Hancock and make a transfer in Alabasta." Robin glanced at him lightly. Chapter 471 Alabasta, go now. Alabasta, are you sure? Hearing Robin's answer, Iger couldn't help frowning. Alabasta, that is a map that Iger is all too familiar with. Although he says he doesn't know anything about the buildings inside, he has a deep understanding of the characters and their fighting power. As the first country at the entrance of the Great Route, the fighting power of the royal family can be said to be indescribable. In the whole country, it seems that there is only one animal-capable person as the army commander, and everyone else is a scum with a combat power of only 5. At that time, when Iger saw this passage, he almost stared out his eyes. This was the first time he saw that there was a whole country that regarded pirates as heroes. Moreover, this pirate is still wearing a big back, a cigar and a golden hook, and he has a bunch of crocodile who don't look like good people. It's just such a country. From head to toe, only a dozen capable people can be picked up, and there are deserts everywhere. What is it that can be seen by Kaido? You can guess with your toes. The purpose of these guys should be that Kaido will work in Alabasta. Don't even think about it. There must be a business there, and that piece happens to be Crocodile's territory. Kaido and Crocodile, when did they hook up? Iger had never heard of such a thing, so he expressed doubts in a suspicious tone. 7 days later, Hancock will be taken to Alabasta, where Jack and Yin will gather with Crocodile. As for how Hancock will be dealt with, it will probably become a bargaining chip to threaten the daughter country. Of course, based on my previous archaeological research, it may be inferred that Kaido or the Crocodile side are interested in the historical text there. Robin turned his head with a believe it or not expression, shrugged his shoulders, and continued to speak lightly. It's just this sentence, although the tone is calm, but the amount of information is really huge, and it persuades Iger in an instant. Well, the historical text? Really? After listening to Robin's words, Iger was stunned for a moment, and then he quickly recalled the information about Alabasta, Crocodile, and historical text in his mind. In the original book, Crocodile came to Alabasta, desperately trying to become a hero of the Alabasta people, in order to bury the historical text somewhere in Alabasta. And this piece of historical text records exactly where the Pluto, one of the 3 ancient weapons, was buried. Ancient weapons, known as super weapons with divine power, are terrifying weapons with the power to destroy the world in legends, and Pluto is one of them. Pluto, one of the worst warships in the history of shipbuilding, was built by talented craftsmen in the capital of 7 waters. Legend has it that the destructive power of this Pluto can directly sink an island with one shot, and the destructive power is extremely terrifying. Because the ancient wars brought great damage to people, they were sealed in a certain corner of the world by later people. The location where it sleeps is recorded in the historical text of Alabasta. The construction drawings left over were held by Frankie's master Tom, and later handed over to Iceberg for safekeeping, which was then handed over to Frankie, and finally burned by Frankie in the Judiciary Island chapter. The world's government has always feared and yearned for Pluto, and high-level officials in the main government have expressed many times that they hope to obtain Pluto to end the era of great pirates. Even the main government of the world is so eager for this ancient weapon, which is enough to explain the terrifying power of this guy. And this time Kaido and Croc are gathered in Alabasta for the purpose of being the Pluto. But what does this have to do with Hancock? After thinking about it for a long time, IG did not figure out what all this has to do with Hancock. I don't know about that either. Robin shrugged and said he couldn't help. Anyway, Hancock might have had any effect on their plan. After all, the safety of Snake Princess might lead to a war between the 2 countries. War. Iggy's pupils instantly shrank. It's really a word to wake up the dreamer, and Iger instantly understands the role of Hancock. Captured Hancock and then released news to the daughter country saying that Hancock was trapped in Alabasta. The citizens of the daughter country, who respect the king and are very warlike, will definitely find Alabasta at all costs and bring their king back completely. By then, there will be chaos. The royal family and the guards are busy dealing with misunderstandings. Where will there be time to guard the historical text? In this way, the pirates can take advantage of it, and they can directly print the historical text, or even take the original away. This Nima, it is really good calculation. No, IG didn't really feel much about the fight between the daughter country and Alabasta, but if Kaido and Crocodile got the ancient weapon Pluto, it would not be far from the end of the world. That war madman Kaido will definitely use the power of Hades to fight everywhere, and even wage war directly against the navy. Just imagine the combat power that can definitely dominate the sea, coupled with the kind of terrifying warship that can sink an island with one shot, plus the hundreds of devil powerful fruit-capable people under his hands. I am afraid that even the Navy will be able to do so. There is no way to compete with him. Really, it seems that this Alabasta, I must go there. Grandpa, the night passed quietly like this, and early the next morning, when the first ray of sunlight fell in the morning, the door of Garp's office was slammed open by Iger. "Ha, what are you doing in such a hurry, kid?" Garp, apparently still awake, asked with a long yawn and tears. "Urgent," Iger replied without hesitation, and then strode to Garp's desk, slapped the table with both hands, startling Garp. "Grandpa, I found Kaido's action. They plan to assemble in Alabasta next, and the goal is Pluto." Pluto? The short two words made Garp wake up in an instant, and a pair of brows furrowed tightly. "Is it that Pluto? It's the one you think." Iggy nodded. "Let's go now." Chapter 472 Landing, Alabasta. Garp decided faster than Iger decided to get to Alabasta. Almost as soon as he heard Iger say the word Pluto, Garp had already reacted and immediately decided to land in Alabasta within a week, because he deeply knew how dangerous it would be for people of the level of the four emperors to get those legendary weapons. At that time, the balance of the three forces of Kaiwilhe, the four emperors and the navy that was finally established, will be broken in an instant. I am afraid that even the navy and the Kaiwilhe combined will be difficult to check and balance his Kaido. So this trip to Alabasta, even if you don't want to go, you must go. What's more, his granddaughter-in-law Hancock is still there waiting for him and Iggy to rescue him. I confirmed with Iger that this trip to Alabasta, that guy Kaido would not participate, which made Garp rush to Alabasta quickly and then solve the idea of these people at the speed of light. So I made a decisive decision, picked up the broadcast at my hand, and shouted to the whole crew. "The whole crew has listened to me. Turn around immediately. We have to get me to Alabasta as quickly as possible." Garp's passionate cry shrouded the entire dog-headed warship in an instant. Although the Navy soldiers didn't know why, they started to act immediately. For a time, everyone was busy, and Robin, who had been standing in his room all night, quietly watched the sun that had just risen, slowly took out a phone bug from his sleeve and dialed the number. "Hello, how's it going?" The phone bug made a man's voice, the same voice that had spoken to Robin before Iggy arrived. "All goes well," Robin replied softly. "In a weak port." "Lead him to where?" "Desert Center." After the man on the other end of the phone said these four words lightly, he hung up the phone with a snap. Skillfully hiding the phone bug in her sleeve, Robin's eyes were always staring at the sun outside the window from beginning to end, but when she put the phone bug away, her eyes finally fluctuated. "I don't know if that guy is as strong as the rumors say," she muttered to herself softly, a look of anticipation in her eyes. The speed of the dog-headed warship is always so fast. It was originally planned to be a week, but it actually took only 6 days to approach the seaport of Alabasta, and finally landed successfully on a hot afternoon. And this speed, relying on the information obtained from Robin's mouth, was 2 days earlier than the time when those people assembled. Therefore, Garp ordered the Marines to rest and prepare for battle, and sent Iger to investigate. Iger, who didn't trust Robin very much, could not disembark with Robin, so he rejected Robin's invitation to go with him, and set off towards the territory alone. Iger's understanding of Alabasta is simply too familiar, especially for the overall national conditions, and even the combat effectiveness of the entire nation, and even the routines of some pirates, especially for the behavior of the Sky Crocodile. Iger is very familiar with it, so without much effort, Iger came to a tavern. Several local gangsters said that this tavern had the best news. "Hello, a cup of desert flower." Iger, dressed in pure white, pushed the door without any scruples, walked to the wooden bar, took a stack of banknotes, and said softly as he looked at the boss who was cleaning the glass, "Guest officer, a glass of wine is not worth so much. What else do you want?" The bar owner raised his eyes and looked at Iger, and he knew what he meant and cooperated. "Crocodile." "Ouch." "Guest officer, this." The shop owner became a little embarrassed when he heard the name. "You know, Crocodile is our hero." "Add all that," Iger said without any nonsense, and took out another stack of Baileys from his pocket. "Not enough and more." "Oh, what's so embarrassing?" Although the shop owner said so, but the movements in his hands were clean and quick. He quickly put away the 2 stacks of banknotes, then took out a piece of paper from his arms, wrote a few lines of words, and stuffed it to Iggy. Iger took the note, opened it in front of the boss and glanced at it. A few words were written very briefly on the note. "Exotic King, hand over, Desert Center." Historical text. Everything was right with what Robin said. Iger raised his eyebrows. It seems that what this Robin said is indeed true, and he didn't lie to himself. "In addition, guest officer, I have another message for you." The shop owner looked at Iger's expression, then leaned over again and said softly, "CP9 just came here this morning and asked the same information as you." "Huh? CP9? Hearing the name, Iger was taken aback for a moment. CP9, the espionage agency under the world's official government, specializes in dealing with the dirty work that the world's official government cannot handle, including including solving the remnants of O'Hara. It is their job. In the original book, Luffy and his party started a decisive battle with these guys because Robin was captured. And now, CP9 is here to find out about Crocodile. Shows that the wind of Pluto is likely to leak out. This can be uncomfortable. Neither Kaido nor the world's official palace. I wanted to hand over Pluto. Okay, thank you, I see. After thinking about it for a long time, Iger found that there was nothing to consider about this matter for the time being, so he thanked the shop owner, turned around and pushed open the wooden door of the tavern, and left. As soon as Iger left his forefoot, the shop owner behind him had already called the phone bug at hand. Hello, it's me, a Navy kid who just got out of my tavern. You can figure it out. Okay, we got it. The other end of the phone agreed and then hung up. On the other side, Iger just pushed the tavern people to go to another planned tavern. At the same time, thinking about CP9, he lowered his head without looking at the road and bumped into a tall and strong man head-on. Oh, sorry. Iger apologized quickly and looked up but was surprised. Who ran into him head-on when he went out was actually Das Bonus. Maybe the name is not familiar enough, but his code name is definitely well known. Mr. 1. Not only that, but next to this guy, there were several people standing side by side. Iger looked one by one and found that they were all familiar faces. Paula, Miss Daublefinger, Mr. 4, Von Clay, Galtino, and Mr. 5. Good guy. This is for these guys from Baroque Studios to be eyeing. Boy, there is a price to pay for making a mistake. Let's fix it. Daz looked down at Iger condescendingly and said fiercely. Chapter 473. If not, let's go together. Do you think it's enough to just apologize for bumping into someone? Paula, who was standing aside, also looked down at the child who looked no more than 13 or 14 years old with a funny face. If it weren't for the fact that the news was accurate, this kid just had his 8th birthday yesterday, I'm afraid anyone would think that this guy is about to turn 15. Look at the muscles of this body, look at this height and shapely figure. Even if this child is about to become an adult, some people may believe it. If an apology works, what do the police do? Mr. 5 picked his booger and said slowly with an exploding head, so you have to pay a price. The cotters of the Baroque studio stared at Iger with bad expressions and the note in his hand, and their eyes were once again determined. It was this guy. And Iger also noticed the attitude of these guys. Obviously he knew himself, or knew what he was like. As for why I was able to meet them face to face just after walking out of the tavern, I have to ask the owner of the tavern just now. Iggy looked back and looked in the direction of the tavern he had just walked out of. He saw the tavern owner who handed him the note just now. He pushed open the door and took a look. After seeing the look in Iggy's eyes, he smiled strangely one time. Immediately afterwards, with a touch, he closed the door of the tavern, walked to his own bar, and continued to wipe his glass. The matter is basically over. Since this kid is staring at the Baroque studio, or this kid is being stared at by the Baroque studio, it means that this kid has no way to go. At this point, there is no need to intervene at all. Those senior cotters outside will perfectly clean up this ignorant boy and destroy his body. In this country full of deserts and fossil resources, it can be said that the Baroque studio is heaven. Even a king should be polite in front of the Baroque studio because their president is the hero of this country. The armed forces of the entire country are actually not comparable to the combat effectiveness of such a studio. So in this country, everyone knows who has the final say. Dare to play the idea of a Baroque studio in this country? I can only say that this kid has absolutely no idea of how high the sky is and how precious life is. The tavern owner lost interest in the outside, but the guys drinking in the tavern suddenly became interested, and they all gathered in front of the tavern's propped up window. Out the window. Although everyone has no objection to the outcome of this battle, this Navy boy will definitely be killed very smoothly, but the people present are all vicious criminals, and what I like most is the one-sided brutal killing. Yes, when the team from the Baroque studio appeared, everyone had already held a moment of silence for that Navy boy in their hearts. Because of their appearance, it means that this kid will die. What a poor kid. If I met one of them alone, I might be able to barely escape with my life, but his luck doesn't seem to be very good, and he just happened to meet these guys who just came back from a meeting with President Crocodile. With such a luxurious lineup, this Navy boy deserves to die. Of course, Iger obviously doesn't think so. Take a quick glance. These guys are the guys who worked in the Baroque at the beginning. It looks like this. It should be here. But anyone who dares to inquire about the Baroque studio will be secretly killed in this way. However, his luck seems to be exceptionally good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. If Iger, who just went to sea before, might face these 6 people at the same time, there is a great possibility of being defeated or even killed. But now Iger is already different from what it used to be. So facing the theory that these few people asked him to pay a price, Iger expressed considerable disdain. At that time, he sneered and swept his sharp eyes from the faces of the 6 people one by one. You said said, "You want me to pay a price? What price did you pay for this information?" Iger gently shook the note between his two fingers and then said, "I'm just curious." I said, "You guys, since you already know that these people will be dealt with in the end, why do you have to use fake information to deceive them?" "You are mistaken." Dawes shook his head gently. "The news is true. The owner of that tavern is not ours, so the news he sold is genuine. But when you got that news, Paula took over. The deal was over, and you went from being his guest to being our prey. In other words, today is your day of death." "Well, you guys are really quite imaginative people." Iger was really surprised that he had finished listening to their arrogant words, and he was still a little stunned. But when he turned around, he was relieved, and then he waved his hand indifferently. "Forget it. Anyway, it's going to be a fight anyway, so let's play together." "Well," Iger's voice fell, but it seemed to fall into a black hole, and there was only silence in the echo. Whether it was the cotters of the Baroque studio or the drinkers gathered by the window of the tavern, they were deeply stunned when they heard what Iger said. Immediately afterwards, the drinker took the lead in reacting, and burst into thunderous laughter. The huge laugh came out from the gap in the window of the tavern, and floated in the alley next to the tavern. "Ha ha 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 ha, this kid, what did he just say? He wants, ha 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 ha, going alone to challenge the cotters of these 6 Baroque studios. You probably don't know the seriousness of the problem yet. You'll be eaten by that wild dog over there in no time." "What a joke. Just because he is a Navy kid, he wants to challenge 6 cotters alone. One, he is struggling." "Ah, you say that? I feel like I'm being looked down upon," Mr. Five muttered, putting his booger on his fingertips, and then aimed at Ygritte. "Booger cannon. Go to hell." Chapter 474. You put the cannon. Get rid of it. The laughter of everyone in the tavern wafted out of the window, and immediately pulled the cotters in the alley out of their shock. Hearing the sneering sounds of these guys, the faces of the 6 people also became a little ugly, and a pair of eyes stared at the expressionless Iger, and a gloomy meaning spread out. "This kid, is this humiliating himself? There are 6 of them, although some of them joined later, but at least they have been together in this Alabasta for a few years, from the beginning to the end. Which one is not frightened when they see him? Even those navies, even the navy at the level of colonel and major admiral, at least have to be polite. But this kid, don't take them seriously at all. This is unbearable. This kid must be taught a lesson." Several people exchanged glances quickly, and finally pushed one person out, taking the lead to rub the spirit of the stinky boy. Among these people, Mr. Five ranked the lowest. He was the first to stand up, pulled out his booger, skillfully assumed the pose of ejecting booger, and then said with a sullen face, "Here comes the cool saying. Ah, you're really annoying me by saying that. Booger cannon. Call out." Before he finished speaking, the large piece of booger sticking to Mr. Five's fingers like a bullet out of the chamber blasted towards the opposite Yig at the speed of lightning. It was only a few meters away, and that little booger instantly crossed the close distance and bounced in front of Iger. Boom! It was originally just a small booger, but after it was ejected, a violent explosion suddenly erupted. The shining orange-red flames and the thick black fog instantly enveloped Iger, and at the same time caused the frenzied cheers of the spectators in the tavern. "Wow, appeared. It's Mr. Five's booger cannon. Tisk tisk. No matter how many times I watch it, I still find it very exciting. I didn't expect that the seemingly inconspicuous booger could explode with such a violent explosion. The exploding man who ate the exploding fruit was covered in strong explosives. It's amazing. Hey, look at that kid. Isn't he moving? Could it be that I was directly stunned by this booger cannon? That would be too boring. No way. It's a child after all. Tisk tisk tisk. It's so pitiful." These drinkers, watching the battle, holding wine glasses one by one, watched how the young sailor was beaten while drinking, chatting excitedly. In their impression, it seems that no one has ever been able to withstand Mr. Five's booger cannon at such a close distance. So this Navy rookie will definitely be no exception. The drinkers opened their eyes one by one, staring at the smoke excitedly, waiting for it to disperse with anticipation. They couldn't wait to see the tragic appearance of that arrogant kid. As for the 6 members of the Baroque studio, they had no interest in this, but pouted their lips in disdain, mumbling, "A stinky brat who can only show off their abilities." And it was under the gathering of these eyes that the thick black smoke that was blown out by the booger cannon finally slowly dissipated. The black smoke dissipated, and everything shrouded in it slowly appeared in everyone's sight. Everyone involuntarily glanced at the situation inside. It doesn't matter if you look at it. When the situation in the black smoke comes into everyone's eyes are about to fall, because in the place that was originally shrouded in black smoke, the Navy boy who was arrogantly provoking the 6 cotters just now was standing there unharmed. A completely transparent glass-like bell jar was buckled upside down, directly covering Iger's entire body, and at this moment through the glass bell jar, all 6 cotters could see his face on, full of disgust. "I told you, don't shoot booger everywhere." Iger frowned and pouted, his face full of disgust. "What if it hits me? How can it be? Immediately, everyone, including the drinkers who were watching the game, including the 6 cottars of the Baroque studio and the original tavern owner, were all stunned by the situation in front of them. This guy turned out to be completely unscathed. What kind of ability does he have to be able to defend against such a violent explosion? This guy kind of interesting. How is it possible? Of course, compared to everyone else, Mr. 5 himself was the most shocked. He stared blankly at the intact Iger. His eyes were full of surprise. He knew the power of his own explosive fruit. It was a terrifying explosive that was stronger than the explosives that were mined in the mountains. In the past, even a little bit of booger or even a little bit of dander could directly blow a living person into pieces, but in front of this kid's defense, it turned out to be useless. Otherwise, just when Mr. 5 was completely stunned, Iggy on the opposite side seemed to have remembered something and added to him with a serious look, "What kind of booger gun you are? Let's get rid of the word cannon in the future." Hearing this, Mr. 5 couldn't help but stunned for a moment, subconsciously thinking in his mind, what exactly does this guy mean? But then, he only felt a flower in front of him, only a black shadow flashed, and Iger's figure appeared in front of him in an instant. What a terrifying speed. He didn't even have time to react. This guy not only moved but also crossed a distance of several meters in an instant, and he didn't even react at all. There really is no reaction at all. It is obvious that his brain has already felt that this guy has flashed over, but his body still seems to be stagnant for a second, and his mind is too late to give a little command to the body, and it was in such a strange state that he only felt an incomparably severe pain in his stomach, and then he didn't know anything. He rolled his eyes and fainted, and after he fainted, everyone finally saw Iger's figure. This guy didn't use any special power, just a simple punch. Being blasted by a violent explosive that can be used to open a mountain, he was still unscathed. Instead, it was followed by an ordinary punch that knocked Mr. 5 to the ground. Chapter 475. You boss are not qualified. Boom. After a muffled sound, Mr. 5 collapsed to the ground softly like a mass of sacks still on the ground, causing everyone to exclaim, What did he do? You knocked Mr. 5 down with one punch? Why didn't he explode? Who the hell is this kid? The excited drinkers just now thought they saw the scene of the members of the Baroque studio tyrannizing the Navy soldiers, but they didn't react. How can this not be shocking? And looking at it like this, that kid doesn't seem to use the power of any fruit at all. It's just an ordinary punch, and he doesn't even use much force. One of the Baroque cottars who was revered by everyone was already thrown to the ground like a dead dog. Seeing this scene, a strange premonition suddenly rose in everyone's heart. That is this kid. It seems that it will give them quite a lot of shock. However, the other members of the Baroque studio, who were also watching Mr. 5 fall down, had a completely different idea from the drinkers in the room. What a useless guy. I don't know who muttered softly. As the weakest among these Baroque cottars, even if Mr. 5 is knocked down, it doesn't seem that he deserves the attention of the more powerful ones. The reason is very simple. This is the confidence from the stronger. Even if a Mr. 5 is defeated, that doesn't seem to mean much. Mr. 4 snorted lightly and took a few steps forward with his feet. The scene on his arm has been violently violent with the knots of his muscles, and the 4-ton stainless steel baseball bat in his hand. Slowly he waved it and then aimed at Iger's head and slammed it down. This is a guy who looks quite stout and has great strength. Without using any abilities, just relying on the strength of the flesh, the 4-ton steel rod tore the air abruptly and directly through the surrounding air with bursts of sonic booms. Call out! A bat ripped open the air, and the baseball bat was like some kind of giant beast swooping at Iger fiercely. And this scene also made the drinkers who were still a little depressed regain their spirits. Appeared. It was Mr. 4's 400-pound beating. That's a 4-ton bat. 400 pounds of swing force plus a 4-ton steel bat. No one can withstand that kind of force. This time, this kid won't be beaten down directly. Everyone excitedly discussed how powerful Mr. 4's swing was, and the excited flames in their eyes were ignited again. They can't wait to see that Navy brat get beaten into meat sauce. At the same time, the huge bat made of steel has also brought an incomparably strong wind, and the sound of sonic booms after it smashed towards Iger's face fiercely, immediately smashing him into bolognese. However, just when the bat was about to hit Iggy's face, the guy who should have been smashed into a mashed meat raised a hand easily, like pinching a chicken, effortlessly grabbed that heavy bat. Boom! A muffled sound followed, and everyone was about to exclaim almost immediately, but the shout hadn't come out of their throats, just like a duck that was strangled by its throat, and it was dumb, because in their eyes they saw an unforgettable scene. I saw outside the tavern a sturdy man with a height of several meters carrying a pillar-like iron rod in his hand, frantically smashing the boy who looked only about 10 years old in front of him. But just when the 4-ton iron bar was about to knock down the boy suddenly stretched out a hand in the direction of the iron bar, and that iron rod, which obviously obviously weighed 4 tons and could kill a person with a single wave, turned out to be like cotton and was firmly caught by the boy. Even his body didn't even tremble at all. "What are you doing?" Iger raised his head and looked at Mr. Four's fat face. His eyes were a little unkind, and when he pressed his fingers lightly, a little depression appeared on the iron rod made of stainless steel, making a crunching and sour sound. "Put some strength. Aren't you embarrassing your Baroque studio?" "What?" It was only at this time that Mr. Four's cumbersome brain finally reacted. The 400-pound punch that he was proud of was easily resolved by this guy. Mr. Four, who did not believe in evil, immediately wanted to pull back his iron rod and then unleashed a more powerful attack. However, he tried hard to pull the iron rod back but found that no matter how hard he tried, the iron rod seemed to be welded to the boy's hand and it didn't move at all. This thin and small, who looks only 1.45 meters, can actually crush himself in terms of strength. Alas. Iger looked up at Mr. Four's unresponsive appearance and sighed helplessly, wondering if these big guys were still quite unresponsive. At that time Vabel was also the same, with a dull face, but compared to Vabel's natural power, this guy's power can only be regarded as a child. Without any mercy, Iger's eyes suddenly condensed when he looked at Mr. Four, and then a series of scenes suddenly burst out on his arm. The fierce power exploded in an instant. Iger's body fell back slightly, and his arm was gently swayed upwards. Mr. Four's tonnage with the iron rod was a full 5 tons, and Iger was directly thrown up, and then it made a semicircle in the air and fell to the ground. Boom! There was another muffled sound, and everyone felt that the ground under their feet vibrated a few times. When he came back to his senses, the tall Mr. Four had already fainted on the ground, and the ground under him was covered with cracks like spider webs. When the drinkers saw the scene through the window, they all felt an unbearable pain, and immediately took a breath. Immediately afterwards, a thick horror emerged from everyone's heart. "This guy who looks rather skinny, a bit too strong. I already told you to come together, but you just don't listen." Iger clapped his hands, looked at the dignified guys on the opposite side, pouted and said, "If you want to beat me alone, even your boss is not qualified." Iger's incomparably arrogant tone reached the ears of the remaining few people. At this moment they looked at the 2 people who fainted on the ground, and everyone couldn't help but get nervous. Let us go together. Chapter 476 Eagle vs Baroque Studio. "Is this kid a monster?" "That's Mr. Four, a guy who weighs a ton alone. Just now, did he toss that Mr. Four around like a toy? His strength, I'm afraid it's several times stronger than Mr. Four. Just a few seconds ago, this 10-year-old Navy rookie taught them a lesson in front of everyone. Right in front of their eyes, this little devil demonstrated to them with his own hands what is true power. One hand. He just used one hand. To be precise, just a few fingers on one hand. He was able to pinch the iron rod as thick as a corridor, and then put the heavy weight of everyone. It's tossing around like a toy. This power. If that Navy soldier also had such a weight, wouldn't he be able to lift something over 1,000 tons? That's pretty cool." Until this time, everyone reacted slowly. This time, the guy who came to this tavern to ask for information doesn't seem to be so easy to deal with. There was even a strange feeling that rose from the hearts of everyone. That is, even at the very beginning, Mr. Four and Mr. Five would follow these people, and I'm afraid they can't be this guy's opponent. After all, the power shown by this guy is really too strong. Unconsciously, the steel scale that existed in the hearts of the drinkers watching the game has been slowly tilted to Iger's side. Of course, the most dignified thing in my heart at this moment is the members of these Baroque studios above the street. Seeing that his 2 companions were beaten to the ground by the guy on the opposite side in one move. No, it couldn't even be counted as a move. It was just a move. Even his own boss, the powerful pirate who has mastered the power of nature, is absolutely impossible to deal with these 2 subordinates so neatly. Such an enemy they fight from the beginning of entering the work have never encountered before. This guy is enough to be the most powerful enemy they have ever encountered. It was only at this time that these cotters finally understood that the arrogant words he said just now were actually serious. This little kid really has the ability to single out his own group. This guy is not lying. After knowing this fact, these cotters of the Baroque studio also slowly adjusted their physical condition to the best. All the muscles in the body were quietly tense, and they set up their own postures. Is it finally going to work? That's a little bit of a challenge. Iger said that he was more excited, but in fact there was no change in his face, just quietly watching the power surging on these guys. And when the people on the opposite side were seriously preparing their own tricks, Iger even had time to turn his attention to some of the cotters. Von Clay and Galdino, that is Mr. 2 and Mr. 3. These 2 guys, Iger know, but if it is a good impression, it seems that there is no way to talk about it. When it comes to Von Clay, many people will think of his spirit of dedication when advancing the city, as well as his beautiful friendship with Love Luffy. As for Galdino, this guy was also a great help to Luffy during the war. So Iger still has a good impression of these two people, but that's just a story. After all, now they are only members of the studio under Crocodile, and even if Luffy and the others will come here in the future to say otherwise. So this fate, Iger felt that he might not be able to keep it, but there was no entanglement in his heart because he was thinking about whether to let him go, and Galdino, already screaming, launched an attack on himself. You are really arrogant, then I'll show you the strength of our combined forces. Take my blow first, grumpy grumpy. Before Galdino's voice fell, his arm was already aimed at Iger's feet, and then white bubbles suddenly began to appear on those palms. Then everyone saw that the color on his palm began to fade from a colorful palm with sleeves to a white candle that melted into a liquid. Scoff. As soon as the white candle liquid appeared in the air, it immediately released thick heat, and even the originally cold air became a little distorted. Ha 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 ha, let you taste my candle with a melting point of 1,000 degrees. When Galdino saw the liquid from his candle flowing out, he felt like he had taken a reassurance pill, and he felt an endless sense of security in his heart. After gathering, he shouted loudly, swung his arm, and directly threw the viscous liquid adhering to his arm at Iger. Swish! The white candle liquid, with one after another sticky bubbles, suddenly sprayed out from Galdino's arm, drawing a perfect arc in the air, and then accurately pouring it on the Yigchuang on the feet. It's a 1,000-degree candle, just wait for your feet to get scalded. Before Galdino's roar fell, the thorny girl Paula, who had been silent for a long time behind him, also gave a coquettish drink, and then all the limbs all over her body turned into intricate thorny vines. Look at my thorn locks. With Paula's roar, those thorny thorns on her body suddenly wriggled slowly like poisonous snakes. Immediately afterwards, without any delay, countless green thorns and vines rushed towards Ige as if they were eating. During the flight of the poisonous snake vines, those with sharp eyes can find that the rows of thorns covered with thorns and vines have changed from the original green to the color of iron gray. Even in that iron gray, there is a little purple tinge. Armed color. Poisoned. Iger couldn't bear to react. The dense thorny vines like a woman's hair passed through the air a few meters in an instant, and then turned a corner to come behind Iger, and then wrapped around him. He wrapped Iger from the neck to the calf. In just a few seconds, the Baroque cotters had already tied Iger into a zongzi, unable to move. Chapter 477. Can't even penetrate the skin. Galdino used the ability of his candle fruit to fix Iger's feet, while Paula used his sharp and strong thorn vines to directly wrap Iger from neck to calf layer by layer. Gotta die. In just a few seconds, Iger has been fixed in place by the abilities of these two people, leaving only one head outside. As expected of a Baroque combination battle, it's neat and tidy. Paula and Galdino completed this move. The alcoholics who watched the game expressed their admiration, saying that the cooperation of these people was really seamless. Preemptive strike, directly control Iger, and then hand over the attack to the remaining two. However, some people cast worried eyes on the battlefield. After all, under the combined attack of these two people, that Iger didn't seem to move. As Galdino's candle liquid that claims to have 1,000 degrees, or Paula's thorny vines that have been strengthened with armament colors, the two have clearly hit the body of the Navy boy. But looking at the expression of the Navy boy, it was a calm expression, and there was no reaction at all. There are even some faint smiles on his face. I don't know if it's an illusion, but everyone always has one, as if this guy took the initiative to ask them to fix themselves. Just when a group of drinkers admired the wonderful operation of the cotters of the Baroque studio, while silently wondering if this Navy boy was silently brewing something in the dark. Dawes and Von Crady over there too. Bravely shot. Laugh. The two strands are completely different in terms of attributes, but they are not much different in strength. They are surging frantically from Dawes and Von Crady. A wave of invisible domineering quickly wrapped around the bodies of the two people, and then two incomparably powerful breaths burst out from the two people at the same time. Shemale fist. Von Crady was the first to shout, his hands clasped into snake palms, his arms twisted like poisonous snakes, his feet muscles exploded, and his entire body turned into a blurred after image that instantly appeared in front of Iger. Laugh. Snake's palm was as fast as lightning, and Von Crady moved his palms alternately. With a speed that he couldn't see clearly, he instantly hit a full 49 palms on Iger's face, and each palm was a slap in the face, on the bridge of Iger's nose. Hey. After hitting Iger's face with dozens of palms at lightning speed, Von Crady's waist directly exerted force, and the whole person instantly turned one by one in the air, and then the two swans, the pointed mouth of the shoe slammed into Iger's face. Boom. Swish. A huge muffled sound sounded, and all the drinkers watching the game were startled, and even felt an unbearable pain from so far away. And almost at the same time, the white candle that fixed Iger on the ground shattered directly, and then Iger flew straight out against the ground. Dawes kicked Iger far away, and Von Crady turned his his head and shouted at Dawes as if he had already discussed it. Dawes didn't speak, just nodded silently, and then his sturdy calf shrank violently and the whole person was like a cannonball blasting towards Iger with a bang. Bang bang bang. On the other side, Iger flew out like a javelin thrown by a giant. He flew straight away, piercing the air for hundreds of meters, knocking down a series of houses in succession, and then mercilessly he slammed into a huge rock. Click. All the walls, every broken stone, were smashed by Iger's head, and the last big stone was also smashed into fine cracks by Iger's head, and then crashed. It exploded into shards in the sky, and at the same time that Iger's flying body finally stopped, Dawes's figure appeared right above him instantly. Kang! A sound of gold and iron sounded, and then bursts of cold light lit up from Dawes's body. Every part of this guy's body became a sharp blade. Cut the fruit quickly. Every part of the body can be turned into a sharp sword, and the body will become as hard as steel. The moment the cold light lit up, Dawes also did not hesitate or delay. His strong waist instantly exerted force, driving his entire body and the sharp blades around him to spin crazily. Chi chi chi. The sharp sound of breaking the wind broke out in an instant, and in an instant one blade after another crisscrossed and woven into a huge and airtight cobweb directly shrouding Iger's whole person. The dense network of knife air has almost condensed into substance in the air. There is no room for dodging at a distance of half a meter, and Iger has been hit in the blink of an eye. Boom! Click click click. Iger's body was smashed to the ground, and along with it the dense thorns and vines wrapped around his body exploded in an instant, and even the shackles made of white candles under his feet were shattered. Not only that, the violent knife chi even penetrated directly through Iger's body, splitting the ground like slicing tofu. Hundreds of terrifying cracks crisscrossed, forming on the ground immediately. The hard rocky ground was like minced meat for a while. The gravel flew, and the smoke and dust directly enveloped both Dawes and Iger. Get in. This time, it should be a success. If this doesn't have any effect, then they don't need to be bigger. The drinkers sitting in the tavern were also amazed when they saw the ferocious offensive of Von Cree and Dawes. The continuous attack of these two people is really enjoyable for everyone to watch. Although that Von Cree looks like a human monster, his boxing skills are really not covered. As for Dawes, that makes people feel more refreshing. There are sharp knives all over the body. With this ability, are you worried that you can't deal damage? No matter how powerful that Navy boy is, he can't resist the attack of the blade with his physical body, right? While thinking like this, everyone stared at the smoke and dust in the air, eager to see through. After waiting for a long time, more than a minute later, the smoke that enveloped Iger and Dawes slowly dissipated. It doesn't matter if this is gone. The cotters of the Baroque studio, all eyes are full of horror. I said you guys, use some force. This kind of attack can't even penetrate my skin. Chapter 478. One punch, all knocked down. The drinkers in the tavern, as well as the Baroque cotters standing on the street, all looked nervously at the smoke rising from the ground, trying to see the situation clearly. Compared to the curiosity of the drinkers, the Baroque cotters were obviously quite nervous. The blow just now was the highest level of combat that they could play. After all, no one has ever been able to let them all go all out together. If such a combination of punches doesn't work, then today's battle, they don't need to fight at all. And just in the nervous eyes of a group of people, the cloud of smoke that enveloped Iger and Dawes finally dissipated quietly. For the first time, the scene contained in it has already caught everyone's eyes, and when everyone saw the scene in front of them, everyone, especially the Baroque cotters, had their pupils constricted at that time, because in the smog in front of Dawes, whose whole body was turned into a blade, Iger lay still intact. His body was clean, no scalds, no stab wounds, no scratches, and even a little bit more, no cuts at all. Even the pure white clothes he wore didn't even have the slightest scar. It was just stained with some dust and became a little dirty. How is it possible? How can this be? When the thorn girl Paula saw the scene in front of her, she cried out at that time. Wasn't this guy obediently controlled by himself and Galdino just now? That guy's candle with 1,000 degrees of high temperature did not cause any effective damage to his body, and even his thorns that had been strengthened by the armed color did not have any effect on him. That's okay. Why, even the she-male pervert and the violent guy Dawes, the continuous attack of the two people has absolutely no effect on this guy. Even this guy doesn't even have a little scar. Could it be that his face and body are harder and thicker than the ground? How can it be? Not only Paula but also several other members of the Baroque studio, together with the drinkers watching the battle in the adjacent tavern, also took a breath. Is this guy a monster? No, this is no longer a monster, right? Even if it is a monster, the sword will seem to have some effect. How on earth did he do it? The devil knows. Is this guy the reincarnation of some steel fortress? When a group of drinkers saw this scene, it was really eye-opening, and the concept they had always accepted was that it is impossible for the human body to surpass the sword. No matter matter how strong anyone is, flesh and blood are still flesh and blood, and there is no way to resist the attack from the sword made of steel, and the sharp blade will still bleed and tatter. But such a rookie in the Navy who doesn't look strong at all, just in front of their eyes, using his own body to show everyone what is really strong. Just when everyone present fell into a strange silence, Iger, who was lying on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. No. Dawes, who was closest to him, instantly tightened his muscles, and every muscle on his body turned into a sword that was harder than steel. The tyrannical domineering quickly attached to it, and once again strengthened his body strength to a level stronger than steel. And this still can't make his upside down hairs calm down. I don't know why, but Iger, who was lying quietly there, just opened his eyes. But in Dawes's perception, it was as if some ancient beast had awakened. I have no reason at all. I feel hairy from the bottom of my heart. I mean, you guys, can you use a little more force? Iger said softly as he slowly stood up from the ground. You attack like this, and it's even touching my skin. I can't get through. Before he finished speaking, all the members of the Baroque studio present instantly felt a terrifying sense of oppression falling on them. No, it didn't come to me. It came directly to the whole town. The ground was trembling slightly, the air was vibrating with high frequency, and even the surrounding houses and trees were making abnormal wailing sounds. The drinkers sitting in the tavern also observed such a mutation immediately, because the tavern they were sitting in had already begun to crumble. Of course, now they have no way to care about this kind of thing at all, and they are full of shock and doubts. What the hell did this kid do to generate such a great power? After researching for a long time, everyone still did not find any answer. They could only come to a conclusion, that is, this Navy boy stood up. Just standing up can have such a powerful power. Of course, the one who felt the pressure the most was Dawes, who was standing within 3 meters of Yig. Layer after layer of cold sweat emerged from his forehead, neck, and back, and he was clearly within his attack range, but he couldn't even think of attacking at all. He can't even move. All he can do is to tighten his body into a sword that is harder than steel, and take a defensive posture. Did you know Dawes? Compared with Dawes, who was facing a great enemy, Iger seemed quite relaxed and comfortable. He slowly raised his fist and covered it with a thin layer of red-black liquid. A real attack, that's how it should be. Before he finished speaking, Iger's body suddenly disappeared from everyone's perception. It really just disappeared, including visual, including the feeling of seeing, hearing, and even intuition. Dawes Mingming paid attention to his whole body, but he still felt that this Navy boy disappeared for a moment. When it reappeared, it was already in front of him, and then the fist that looked very weak lightly hit his abs like a rock hard as steel. Click. In an instant, a crisp sound of steel shattering resounded throughout the street. Immediately afterwards, everyone was horrified to see that Dawes's body fell softly to the ground, and a huge mesh-like crack appeared in his abdomen. One punch shattered the steel. Of Paula and Galdino, an idea called "Run for Your Life" flashed. However, just like the speed at which their thoughts appeared, Iger's figure appeared ghostly in front of them, punched one by one, and together with Von Cree, he fell to the ground without any fancy. Chapter 479. This punch, it has to come out like this. Boom. Click. Everything happened in a split second, and when that incomparably crisp sound of steel shattering reached everyone's ears, their eyes saw before their ears Dawes's figure like a real iron tower softly fell to the ground. That Dawes, whose whole body can be turned into a series of steel swords, and whose hardness is stronger than steel in all parts of his body, was knocked to the ground by a punch like that, and looking at it from a distance, terrifying cracks ripped open his iron-gray abdominal muscles. Broken. From a young age, adults will tell themselves a truth: never use your flesh to go head-to-head with steel, because flesh and blood will never be better than steel. But just today, this concept that has been deeply ingrained by everyone since childhood has been broken in front of everyone's eyes. Just one punch, that hardness is comparable to steel. No, it is a body that is far beyond steel, and it was smashed by that Navy boy. Broken directly. Originally thought that all the cotters of the Baroque studio should be able to shake the guy a little bit. In fact, it is true, this guy was indeed smashed by the cotters of the Baroque studio, but it's gone. But as the last main attacker, Von Cree, and that Dawes's attack didn't even break the guy's skin. Even this guy can't do a little bit of skin trauma. On the other hand, this guy just smashed the body that was harder than steel with just a fluttering punch. In a sense, their predictions about this battle were also correct before the battle started. This is a battle of unequal strength at all. But what they didn't expect at all was that the Navy boy, who was supposed to be directly crushed by the madness, directly crushed the Baroque cotters madly in an almost devilish manner. Compared with the drinkers who were watching the game, what was more unacceptable in their hearts was obviously the other cotters of the Baroque studio, except for the sluggish fat man who was killed by Iger's punch, and whether he was a bomb maniac who was lying on the ground sleeping soundly. The other three looked at Iger Iger as if he had seen a ghost. The two eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets, and the mouth didn't even feel that it had opened slowly downwards, and it was even big enough to fit a pineapple. This Nima, are you kidding them? What the hell is this? Das, why did it suddenly fall down? Did he not use the fruit? His quick-cut fruit is one of the most powerful fruits among the superhuman fruits. Not only can it turn the whole body into a sharp sword, but it can also make every part of the body have a hardness comparable to steel. No, it's just steel. Even under the domineering bonus, the hardness is even more than that of steel. But what's going on? It was impossible for him to exert any strength in that posture just now. Von Crady looked at Iger's soft and curved arm. His voice was extremely hoarse, and his tone was as terrifying as seeing some evil ghost that was rare in 1,000 years. As far as I've been studying the punching technique for many years, that kind of posture is at most a light hammer. How could it be so powerful? After saying this sentence, the horror in the eyes of the two people next to him became more intense. Yes, in their eyes, it was just a relaxed and quite casual punch, and they couldn't even see this guy's force, who didn't know boxing skills at all. Originally thought that this was either some kind of advanced boxing skills, or that this kid had quite terrifying power or domineering. But considering the boy's age, this kind of thing is impossible to do, so the two secretly believed the former guess. But after Von Cree has explained it this way, this matter is terrifying. If this guy is not using some kind of boxing technique that is too advanced to understand, then there can only be one explanation. This Navy boy has the power to absolutely crush more than 99% of the human beings in the world. How is this possible? Everyone at the scene seemed to be at a standstill, as if someone pressed the pause button behind their backs, and everyone fell into the horror of this is absolutely impossible and couldn't extricate themselves. And just when everyone's heart was shocked by Iger's shocking punch, it almost stopped beating, and when their minds were full of horror and doubts about how is this possible, that punch knocked over Daz's kid moved again. The speed at which he couldn't react at all, almost in the blink of an eye, Iger's figure appeared in front of Von Crady like a teleportation. Xiao Feng, I have a good impression of you. I'll teach you one thing. Iger looked up at Xiao Feng's face that had no time to change his expression, smiled slightly, and raised his fist slightly. This is fist. That's how it should be. Laugh. Before he finished speaking, Iger's punch was like a fallen leaf, lightly falling on his chest. Boom. Although Iger's fist was fluttering like a fallen leaf, the moment it landed on Xiao Feng's chest, that dull sound resounded everyone's ears like a drum. Unable to control it at all, Von Crady sprayed blood and flew upside down, smashing the farthest building that could be seen with the extreme eyes along the way, turning into a meteor and flying away from everyone's field of vision. Feng. It was not until Von Clay's figure disappeared from everyone's field of vision that Paula finally reacted and shouted in the direction of Von Clay. However, before her voice came out of her throat, the shock in her eyes was replaced by a thick shock, because just when she discovered that Von Crady had been knocked out, Iger's figure had appeared in front of her like a ghost. You're a woman, I'll take it lightly. Iger still had that peaceful smile on his face, but in Paula's eyes, it was as terrifying as a demon. It was another gentle palm, this palm, and even Paula could clearly see its trajectory, extremely slow and extremely smooth, but it was too late for him to react, and a sharp pain directly drowned all of it. Consciousness. Thumb. Paula's body fell down like a sponge, and almost at the same time, Galdino only felt a flower in front of his eyes, and Iggy's smiling face appeared in front of him strangely. Chapter 480. Brother, don't kill me. Little Feng. Paula. In Galdino's perception, he saw that Daz was lightly punched by the boy, and then fell straight to the ground. Then, Von Crady, who was standing beside him, was instantly struck by the shootout. Before he could realize what was going on, IG, who had just appeared for a moment, disappeared again like a teleportation, and appeared directly in front of Paula, and then relaxed again. With a slap, Paula also fell. This Nima. I glanced at the left side and glanced at the right side, but the companions on both sides were all slapped. When Galdino finally reacted, and when the next one should be him, the cold hairs all over his body reacted one step ahead of him, row after row, one after another, all standing upside down. Stand up. Iger's death-like face was smiling gloomily at himself. Do you want to be with Paula, or do you want to find Xiao Feng? And slapped it straight on Galdino's chest. And at this moment, a miracle happened. Iger's waving palm drew a graceful arc in the air, and slowly fell to Galdino's chest, avoiding the air, and actively opened up a vacuum path for his palm. That kind of speed, even a tavern that is a few dozen meters away from the battlefield can't be seen clearly at all, but Galdino saw it. Not only did he see it clearly, he even reacted. Just when the fluttering palm was about to hit him, the guy's body suddenly burst into a terrifying speed, and the entire upper body quickly wiped Iger's palm, and then Galdino, the man in the top 3 in the entire Baroque studio, knelt down at a light lightning fast speed. Big brother, don't kill me. Galdino's extremely sharp roar burst out in an instant, and it spread all over the streets in an instant. It was not only extremely sharp but also had outstanding effects. Was about to hit Galdino's chest, immediately stopped. Galdino looked up and saw Iger's half-smiling face. Don't worry, I have a good impression of you and I won't kill you. Iger sighed softly and then explained with a serious face. Hearing Iger's words, Galdino finally breathed a sigh of relief and cold sweat poured out of his forehead. I'm really scared. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I'm afraid I'd be directly lined up into patties by this guy. Although I was seen by the guys in the tavern at the back, my appearance was very embarrassing, but anyway, my life was saved. Look at the entire Baroque studio, except for the boss, Crocodile, the strongest man, whose entire body has turned into steel, has no effect at all, and is directly smashed by a slap. So what kind of virtue and ability is he capable of blocking the terrifying palm of this navy boy? No, not at all. So between Xiaoming and integrity, Galdino chose Xiaoming without hesitation. However, just when Galdino's entire body had just relaxed, Iger's voice sounded in his ears again. I'm not killing you, I'm just hurting you a little. He finished speaking, and before Galdino could react, the palm that had stopped swiped again. Boom! Whose hearts were already numb saw that Galdino's body also disappeared instantly and went straight to Xiao Feng. The disappearing direction is chasing after the past. Oh, all solved. Iger clapped his hands and breathed a sigh of relief, then looked down at his hands, feeling the abundant power that filled his fists, and there was a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. It seems that after this wave was strengthened, I really became a lot stronger. In this battle just now, I am afraid that among all the people, the one who was most shocked was himself, because he really did not expect that this wave of reinforcement of his beliefs would actually strengthen himself to such a degree. He has actually reached the realm of the red-haired Cap and white-bearded Rogers, and can cover his body anytime, anywhere, with the kind of terrifying overlord that can resist and destroy everything. Any attack that falls on his own layer, the thin and almost invisible overlord color, is absolutely impossible to cause any effective damage to himself. On the contrary, even if it is just a random blow, it can cause devastating damage to others. The reason why the four emperors are powerful is not without reason. This super powerful overlord color is a moat blocking the gap between the first-class pirates and the super strong pirates. If this is the previous self, even if these individuals can easily defeat the Baroque, they must pay a considerable price. The reason is very simple, that is, the set of punches of the four guys just now. If it is not for the overlord of his own, he will definitely suffer a lot of damage. After all, under the circumstance that Xiao Feng and Daz have both learned to be domineering, slamming his defenseless head, even if it can't cause any fatal damage, but at least it can make him faint, and then maybe he will warn to death. It is absolutely impossible to do this kind of crushing that looks like a massacre. It can be said that the current self is already qualified to fight Kaido initially. As for the specific battle situation, we don't know for the time being, but no matter what, the current record is always satisfying. Iger looked at the guys lying on the ground and at the diners watching the fun in the cracks of the tavern window, and shook his head involuntarily. These guys watching the game are really incomparable to these people in the Baroque. You look at each of them clinging to the windows, and they dare not come out. Silence. Everyone didn't realize that their breathing had been quietly held unconsciously, and their eyes flashed with incredible light. Staring at this guy on the street outside the window, a chill emerged from behind. This guy is simply indescribable horror. If there are more guys like him in the Navy, then I am afraid that the pirates in the world will not have to do it.